want to do that, we will shame you into it. Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Commissioner Bell,
Here.
Commissioner Haskell,
Present.
Commissioner Lundvall,
Here.
Commissioner Mai, Commissioner Masterson,
Ready, willing, and able, Mr. President.
Commissioner Roberts,
Here.
and I'm Commissioner Jolovich. Members of public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table and hand it to department staff who will forward it to me. Assisting in the meeting today, again, is Renee Shell from the Lander region. If you're participating on Zoom, you should have submitted an advanced comment form prior to the start of the meeting. If you would still like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, and as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. Commissioners, when the red light's on, your mic is on. Those at the podium, when you speak, when the red light is on, your mic is on. Can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, what do we got? Justin's up.
One person all day.
It's Justin all day long.
One person.
What?
Good morning, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission. My name is Justin Binfit, Deputy Chief of the Wildlife Division. We're here to talk today about, well, all of our big game, upland game bird, migratory game bird, and turkey seasons, along with our Chapter 2 regulation. Guess we'll give this a second here. Okay, we're back. So just to kick this off today, we're going to talk a little bit about just our season setting process, just a refresher for the commission and any members of the audience. So really would like to stress that, as we always like to say, our season setting process it's a year-round process, whether we have a biologist or a game warden at a gas station pump or in a grocery store, visiting with landowners, talking to outfitters, whomever it may be. We're constantly engaging with the public on a year-round basis. We get input fed to us through hunting season, through harvest field checks, just through routine public contacts. So all that information then gets culminated with all the data collection that we do. So whether it's aerial surveys, ground surveys, those sorts of things, all that data collection gets fed into population models. Our biologists are then busy constructing those population models, estimating populations across the state, and then in concert with their game wardens and their regional wildlife coordinators and wildlife supervisors, develop actual and formulate their season recommendations for the year. So all of that really starts in earnest in kind of December, but January and February. And then to kick off the formal season setting process, we post our initial draft regulations usually in early February. These initial draft regulations will capture changes that we know are coming. In some cases, they may be changes that were vetted the previous year, such as converting an area from general to limited quota or something like that. When we know we're going to propose those changes, we then put those in those initial drafts in February. We do not make changes in those initial drafts to license quotas and season dates and just routine management decisions. Then throughout the course of February and early March, the formal proposals come in. At that point, we meet as Wildlife Administration and then ultimately with our director's office and vet those seasons. And then they result in the revised March drafts that the public sees typically in that second or third week of March. That then kicks off our public meeting cycle. We have public meetings around the state. We then take formal public comment, which actually opens earlier. We have to open, as per the Administrative Procedures Act, we actually have to open the public comment process earlier in February to meet our 45-day criteria. But then the bulk of the public comments we get are after we release those March drafts. We then develop online presentations that are organized by biologist district, and those are a great way for the public to see the proposals and also hear a brief narrated explanation from those biologists. We then take all of that public comment. Aaron Kerr goes through all that public comment, summarizes it, provides that back out. All the public comments in the meantime are all relayed to all of our regional folks. They read those, digest those. Then they have the opportunity to make changes based on public comment, which happens in early April. We then take those changes, roll those up into a revised draft, and send those to the commission as part of the commission notebook, which then brings us to today. So with season setting promotion, I just want to emphasize, we really promote the heck out of our big game season setting. We really want to encourage folks to attend. We use a mix of external and internal media to do this. We advertise in Cowboy State Daily, the Association of Broadcaster Radio ads, local ads in various community newspapers, et cetera. And then internally, we utilize our website, our email, where we have over 500,000 subscribers annually. We use social media, news releases, flyers, et cetera. So we really do promote our season setting process, encourage the public to come talk to us. So just as I referenced earlier, the biologists do develop these narrated PowerPoints that go through they highlight the season changes in their biologist district. We actually reorganized these a little bit this year to make them hopefully a little more intuitive for the public and user-friendly and concise. And so they're actually available now via an interactive map. So you could click on, say, a biologist district and say, okay, in the Douglas biologist district, here are all the seasons for deer, elk, antelope, turkeys, et cetera. We did see a 10% increase in viewership of these last year. These presentations are really useful for folks to formulate any kind of public comments to the commission regarding seasons, and they're also utilized for hunt planning purposes. So in summary, this year for all of the regulations, again, chapters 2, 5 through 9, 11, 14, 15, and 20, for all those chapters combined, we had a total of 620 comments, 522 submitted online, and 98 written comments. That, just to put that in perspective, that's a decrease from last year. Last year, I believe, set a record where we had over 900. This year, it's a little bit higher than it was, say, the previous years prior to last year. So there was still, I guess it's fair to say, an awful lot of public interest in the regulation process. This slide, I just wanted to touch briefly on this. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this unless the commission has some questions. But I did want to reiterate our commitment that we made when I visited or presented to the commission January of this year. We talked about the department's intention to adopt a multi-year season setting cycle. So our plan is going forward, just to remind anyone that's listening, is we are setting seasons for 2026, which is why we're here today. We intend to go through this process again next year in 2027, but that will be for 3 years at a time. So that would put us in a situation where we would not set seasons again until 2030. I would like to reiterate, we can still make, even with multi-year season setting, we'll still be able to make out-of-cycle adjustments as needed, especially in the case of a severe winter, population die-off, disease, outbreaks, et cetera. So we do still have those tools available to us. And we hope through this multi-year season setting process that we can actually improve public engagement, because in those off-cycle years, our biologists and wardens will not be presenting a bunch of formal proposals that have already been developed. Rather, there will be formal public meetings where we'll be taking front-end input from those meeting attendees, and which will hopefully formulate recommendations going forward.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I guess I need to interject this point. The 3-year season setting is going to be done by the commission, not the department. Am I correct? The commission has to approve that. I'm kind of set back to the thought that the department's gearing up to the 3 years. It's been presented a little bit to the commission, but it hasn't been approved by the commission. I don't know where the mix-up was, but I believe that the commission has to approve that. I don't know if it's a department responsibility. So anyway, I just want to interject that and to see where we're mixed up a little bit.
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, thank you for the clarifying statement. So the action will be next year. It will be our intention to set seasons for 3 years at a time. And when I am at this podium a year from now, we will ask the commission to adopt those regulations as proposed for the following 3 years. At that point, if the commission chooses not to adopt those for the following 3 years, that will be the commission's prerogative. So the point I would like to stress is just we had pledged to the commission and to the public that we were going to take out the concept, shop the concept, if you will, of multi-year season setting during all of our March public meetings this year. We did do that. We really didn't receive as a whole, and I'm talking from a 30,000 foot view here, we didn't receive a whole lot of feedback. What we did was overall fairly supportive. It's not to say there weren't any concerns, because there were some. Generally speaking, when concerns arose and our employees took the time to explain the rationale and also the caveats where we can make adjustments as needed in those off-cycle years, that tended to ameliorate those concerns. And so we really haven't received much in the way of pushback. It's either been a mix of support or kind of relative indifference, if you will. So that concludes my kind of intro into just the season setting process. We'll now move into our Chapter 2 General Hunting Regulation, but I may pause there and answer any questions that may have come up. Okay. So on to our Chapter 2 regulation. This is our General Hunting Regulation. This regulation provides definitions and provisions for hunting. This regulation is the place where you find things like how far off a road do I need to be to shoot? What are tagging requirements? What are hunting technologies that are allowable? Those sorts of things, legal hours, et cetera. And then the information from this regulation then makes its way into the regulation brochure that hunters see every fall for, say, deer, elk, and antelope. So within Chapter 2, we had a total of 42 comments this year. The vast majority of the comments in Chapter 2 did not actually address features or topics regulated within this regulation. In all fairness to the public, it can be a little bit confusing because it is the General Hunting Regulation. Some interested publics that submitted comments that may be general in nature to just how hunting goes on and regulations within the department may submit their comments here for lack of a better place to put them. Some of the themes that we did see throughout this, though, were support for choose your weapon seasons. We did have a few comments that came in that expressed either support or opposition to multi-year season setting. We did receive some comments opposing the concept of transferable landowner licenses. There was also a little bit of support expressed for the commission to be able to develop a cap on the number of landowner licenses. We had various concerns regarding ATV, UTV use on public land, some hunting technologies, fair chase, private land access, et cetera. There was a statement or two that public comments are ignored by the department and that they're rather just a formality, and some frustration was expressed regarding the lawful take of wildlife and the enforcement of hunter harassment statute. I should mention, the commission did hear a public comment yesterday afternoon regarding the use of thermal imaging equipment. We do have 2 existing provisions within Chapter 2 where we do prohibit the use of thermal imaging for the spotting or take of wildlife. In one instance, it's for those devices to be attached to a rifle. In another, it does not specify that they need to be attached. So in those cases, that particular piece of technology is already prohibited within this regulation. The only real change that we proposed within our Chapter 2 regulation this year is in reference to the transportation and disposal of deer, elk, and moose taken within Wyoming. This is a provision to prohibit carcasses from being transported around the state or out of state that may be dumped somewhere and could potentially lead to the spread of chronic wasting disease. So within this, the example that we have is a meat processor up in Sundance has unfortunately dealt with some untimely closures of landfills and transfer stations in the town of Sundance, and then later in Moorcroft. And so this has resulted in this processor's inability to haul those carcasses to an approved landfill in a timely manner. Newcastle would be the closest place, and anyone that's familiar with the Black Hills knows that's a long drive from Sundance on icy roads in January. So with that, the proposal is, and I'll just read the bottom part here. So except as provided in paragraph I of this subsection, and then we go on to state the operator of a meat processing plant or their designee may transport deer, elk, or moose carcass parts to another state for disposal in an approved landfill or incinerator. Transportation and disposal shall be in accordance with that state's laws, rules, and regulations. So with this still prohibits just the average hunter from taking his or her carcass out of state and dumping it anywhere. This is an exception provided for meat processors. And we did not make any changes as a result of public comment. And so with that, the department recommends the commission adopt the Chapter 2 General Hunting Regulation as proposed.
I have one public comment. McKay Erickson. Oh, Representative McKay Erickson. Welcome.
Thank you, Director, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today and bring concerns of what I think is a growing number of people who have kind of some general concerns that some we've talked about before, others we haven't, but many hunters still believe the rapid growth in technology is changing the nature of hunting in Wyoming. It's taken a drastic shift in lots of people's opinions, and I've talked to some of you as commissioners, and I know that it's a concern in most of the hunting states as you've traveled around. And so I just come in hopefully in really getting down into the weeds on some of this and getting some a little more clear direction as to what you all can do to help to remedy this and make this better, and hopefully keep us in the top-notch states for hunting. Technology is taking more out of hunting. Fair chase is clearly a question when success depends more on extreme optics, thermal technology, oversized rifles, or what we've seen a lot there lately is someone paying someone to scout and call up when the buck is spotted or the bull is spotted, and person moves in and takes away from the actual hunt. It's all pretty much done for them, and a lot of them are not registered outfitters. Is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of. I have a question as what we are teaching kids. For years, we've talked about passing hunting traditions to the next generation. We should be teaching ethics, effort, respect for wildlife, not simply that success comes from buying more and better equipment. Most hunters will comply with the rules. It's a strong feeling of that. When there's criticism of what can we really do to make this better, and can we step in something that is not easy to enforce. And I'll call you back to one that we felt was very successful in an event that we got involved in, and that was flying for big game. And there has been a significant decrease, even though it's not perfect yet. There's still people that do it, but there were a lot of people that did take that, and ones that were, when it was against the law, and we made a big deal about it and made the public aware of it. They stopped doing it. And so I think this is similar to some of these things that we're talking about here. They are hard to enforce unless the person themselves decides that it's an ethical thing for them to do, or more along the lines of fair chase thing for them to do, and they choose to do it themselves. But others that are on the border, I think now that if we could make those a little more stringent with punishment, that individuals would look away from that and would do it the right way, in my opinion. Long range shooting has its place on shooting ranges. It should not define big game hunting, where animals deserve a reasonable chance to rely on their instincts and escape. That's the definition of fair chase. And I would again just encourage you to protect fair chase values so that Wyoming hunters can remain doing something that future generations can respect and be proud of. And I again appreciate your time and wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Jovich, I have one question for the representative. And I know this has been a huge concern for you. And, I'd be willing to meet with everybody and you folks, and maybe Commissioner Haskell can meet with everybody so we can start getting some sort of a formulation so we can be on the commission and the legislature on the same thing, as long as these folks and the advocates also. So it's an open invitation for any time. Just give me a call and we'll call and see if we want to work on it. And because you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct, 100% what you're talking about. We need to get a handle. We've got a really good handle, but we need a better handle to do it. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We, just to add on to that, if you would, Commissioner Roberts, we talked about this last year, I know, and we had some people in mind that the director had pointed me in the direction of, and I'll take as much responsibility as that, but we haven't had a lot of dialogue. I believe it was Mr. Smith. We haven't had a lot of dialogue yet, and so I hope that we can move forward with some of those things and see what we can do, because it is difficult. It's not an easy question. And we have different feelings as to where do we define exactly what fair chase and ethics and things are like that. So, but my point, I guess, is that there are a multitude of people across the hunting field. I've been surprised, not surprised, but I've been actually pleased with the number of outfitters who have concern over that, over the long range. So, and then people all the way through. So thank you.
Representative, Mr. President, if I may, Representative, I appreciate you being here. Participation from the legislature is very important to us, and a working relationship with us with you is priceless. So thank you for participating and keeping the dialogue open. I would just echo what Commissioner Roberts indicated is let's keep the discussion going. I like you, I don't know how you teach someone to be ethical, but if there's things that we can do as a commission, or help the legislature with to try to put some sideboards on this. I think you have a receptive audience. How you do it, I'm not quite sure, but the willingness to have the dialogue, we're absolutely here, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Mr. President, just one more thing, Representative Erickson. I just want to echo that all again and say that one of the things, and I'm looking in our Chapter 2, Section 20. I don't know that everything that we're talking about here belongs here. It's probably some other things in some other chapters also, but also you mentioned fines and punishment. That's one thing that I haven't heard a lot of. When I talk to people, whether they're outfitters, whether they're sportsmen, that the fines and punishments seem to be don't fit what somebody did, and so I think that's something that is, if I'm not mistaken, is set by statute, and I would ask you guys to work on that also, because I think that would help us tremendously. So this is going to be a partnership on this. What can we enforce? How do we do it? What is fair chase? I think that's a fair question. But thank you for coming and bringing this to us, and I look forward to being part of that conversation. So appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I happen to have 3 bills that deal with enforcement. So if I can be reelected, so you'll hear a lot from me on that. There are three really good bills on that I think are more geared towards that would have a little more bite in that. So I appreciate that.
Mr. President, if I may, Representative Erickson.
I wondered how you let me go. Dang you.
I let you think you were going to get away.
Yeah.
No, thank you for being here. Thank you for being passionate about this and being involved and advocating on behalf of your constituents, but also the resource that matters. And even though you and I might disagree on a few principles, so what? That's what makes the world go round, right?
It does.
I would just kind of maybe caution that sometimes it's easy to throw out, terms that we don't necessarily have a hard definition of. I think of my colleague on the commission that she probably can't participate in fair chase the same way that I can because of her limitations, right? So I want to make sure that we take her and people like her into consideration when we're having these discussions, that we don't disenfranchise. In fact, I would like to see exceptions made for people with physical limitations. Sure. And so if we're going to start regulating terms and definitions that are subjective, then I think we need to have a hard discussion and take that stuff into consideration. But again, thank you for your passion and being involved, but I think you're doing a good job of informing yourself as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So is that everything on chapter 2?
President Jolovich, that's correct. The department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 2 General Hunting Regulation as proposed.
Okay, could I get a motion?
Mr. President, I move that that the commission approve the recommendations in Chapter 2 as presented.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I got a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor of adopting Chapter 2 General Hunting Regulations, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None being opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission will now move on to our big game regulation, Chapter 5, antelope hunting seasons. So I'm not going to dwell on this a whole lot. I guess for anyone in the audience, the commission heard a presentation on the extreme drought conditions that has beset Wyoming over the past couple years and really exacerbated this year from Deputy Chief Martin Hicks yesterday. But I will just reiterate the point that as you look at this map, and this is a little bit different map that Deputy Chief Hicks presented, but it essentially depicts snow water equivalency as an indication of the total moisture received over the past 3 years. And it really, if we had 4 years going back to 2023, you would see this map would really be a mix of light blue, dark blue, and even almost purple. There was so much moisture. But over the past few years, Wyoming has gotten progressively drier. This year, we are in those extreme situations. We now, as Martin said yesterday, we now have half the state under fire restrictions. And frankly, that doesn't portend well for fawn production and the nutritional condition of those adult females entering this coming winter, which also can have implications for fawn productions beyond this year. We'll see. We're still in the spring. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we get some more precip in May and June, but that's something that the potential that we are now preparing for. So I would ask the commission to keep this in mind as we talk about, and really this applies to all big game, but especially with antelope and with deer, as we talk about the need to still have, despite in many cases below objective populations, where we still need to have some modicum of doe fawn harvest to address potential damage situations, especially on irrigated and cultivated lands. So in general, with antelope, we have just over half of our herds are now over objective. There's been some good news the past few years with respect to antelope populations. We've seen a lot of herd growth in an awful lot of the state, not everywhere. But we've had 2 years of really good fawn recruitment, and we've also had really, really good adult survival. The mixed blessing that Deputy Chief Hicks talked about yesterday with these mild winters is we have a lack of snowpack and soil moisture and things like that, which can inhibit forage production. But the good news piece of that is that we tend to see really high survival, not only in our fawns, but also in our adult females. So that has led to some population growth over the past couple of years. It's fair to say our herds in western Wyoming and some of the Lander and the Bags areas that were really, really hit hard by that 22-23 winter, those herds are starting to show some recovery, and in some cases significant recovery. By no means are we out of the woods yet. We've got a long ways to go, just given the unprecedented losses that were experienced that winter. But there's been some good news. We are also seeing some continual strong herd growth in central and southeastern Wyoming, where we've really had good herd growth for the past 4 to 5 years, depending on where you look. But one of the pieces of bad news is and again, Deputy Chief Hicks talked about this yesterday, is that we are seeing epizootic hemorrhagic disease, which I'll refer to as EHD from here on out. We're seeing that rear its ugly head in more and more places. That's that viral disease that can really quickly kill a lot of big game animals. It's most pronounced in our white-tailed deer herds, but in these bad outbreak years, we also see it in pronghorn fairly frequently. We did have some die-offs in eastern Wyoming and the Bighorn Basin last year from EHD. But our overall management direction at the 30,000-foot view is just to provide more opportunity where we can. We're still going to manage our herds towards objective, and we still need to maintain doe fawn harvest in many places across the state on irrigated and cultivated lands. In some cases where we are over objective, in other cases where we are still under objective. So spend a little bit of time here just to show what these slides mean, because we have these for all of our big game species today. So this slide depicts our 8 regions. We're missing the Jackson region for antelope here because they actually don't have a defined herd unit. Their Grand Teton antelope are actually part of our sublet herd unit, which is in our Pinedale region. But we show all the regions in the state, and this will show all of the limited quota license issuance that is proposed for 2026. And then in parentheses, it will show whether or not we increased or decreased and by how much. And then the table on the right will show all of those figures based on license type. So with pronghorn across the state, because some populations are doing well or recovering in places, we were able to again add a little bit more opportunity with a net increase of 2,650 licenses across those license types. Over the last 10 years on a statewide basis, pronghorn populations took a pretty big hit. A lot of Wyoming's public still they think about the 22-23 winter. We talk about it. I've already mentioned it. It's always been on the forefront of folks' minds because it was unprecedented nature in western Wyoming and parts of central and southern Wyoming. However, with respect to antelope, honestly, one of the bigger winters that affected an awful lot of eastern Wyoming was the 2019-2020 winter. And so you'll see on this, this slide depicts the total number of antelope licenses issued and then also the statewide harvest. And you'll see we were on a gradual uptick in both through 2019. And then following that winter, we had a pretty dramatic downturn over the next just 4 years where antelope licenses were cut from almost 65,000 to right at around 30,000. So cut actually more in half. And really is the reason for that is one, we have 3 eastern regions, our Sheridan, Laramie, and Casper regions. Just one of those eastern regions will issue more antelope licenses than all of the western regions combined. That's our antelope factory, and that's the place where that winter affected things the most. Not that the 1920 winter wasn't harsh in parts of southwest Wyoming. Anyway, it presents a pretty telling picture of where we've been, but thankfully, over the past couple years, we're now able to start restoring some of that opportunity as these herds are recovering.
Mr. President, if I may, rather than just have you come back to that if I can, Justin. So the drop-off that you were talking about, 2019, what would that be, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20, that, was it did you say a succession of bad winters that led to that, or what do you attribute that to?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. So depending on where you're at, we did see some winter mortality in, say, central and eastern Wyoming during the 2018-19 winter, but the 1921 is where we saw more of it. And then we also couple that with a pretty significant outbreak of epizootic hemorrhagic disease in 2021. That was a fairly unprecedented EHD outbreak in eastern Wyoming, as normally we get a hard freeze that kills those midges that are the vector for that disease. Normally that hard freeze, or at least used to be, it would be in early September, and then it would be done. In that year, we had warm temperatures well into the middle of November, which really prolonged that outbreak. So that also affected pronghorn in the eastern part of the state quite a bit.
A follow-up, if I may. Is this quote-unquote winter the same as far as that hard freeze you're talking about? Do we have a late hard freeze to kill the midges that are the vectors in this?
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, that would be correct. As far as if you're talking this past fall, yes, we had prolonged warm temperatures, especially nighttime temperatures. So moving on to the public comments that were received for the Chapter 5 regulation, we received a total of 49. We had various comments either expressing or concern or expressing support for the hunting seasons as they were proposed. We did have, there was a little bit of a theme of support for increased license issuance and restoring some of that hunting opportunity. We did have multiple requests for additional Type 9, which are those archery-only licenses. We're going to spend a little bit more time on Type 9 licenses later on, especially as we get to elk. We had some requests for additional handgun and muzzleloader opportunities and suggestions to eliminate doe harvest in all areas or provide even further restrictions to doe hunting opportunities. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here just to explain how we intend to go through the public input and public comment / testimony here today. I don't want to conflate public comment that we received, that the commission receives as part of the APA regulation process, but rather here today for folks that either show up to testify in front of the commission today or online. So the way we're going to organize this, or the way we propose to do this, is have public testimony today organized by region. We will lump the Jackson and the Pinedale regions together because they have so much overlap with a lot of their management and their species, herds, et cetera. And then, so following each slide by region, I will pause and give President Jolovich the opportunity to ask for public input by that region. So I know Renee Schell is in the back. She's worked hard to try to organize public comment by region if folks know what region they want to comment on. We recognize there still may be some statewide comments pertaining to these regulations that may have to just come at the end because they don't have a particular region to put them in. We will then ask the commission to vote on the entire regulation as amended if there are any amendments at the end of the presentation for this chapter. Would also ask the commission to consider making amendments by region, but rather than voting on the chapter for the region. So, sorry, I forgot to mention, we will do this for chapters 5, 6, and 7, which are antelope, deer, and elk. We don't need to do this for the rest of our regulations as we typically receive far less comment. The other thing I would like to call the commission's attention to is just how some of these slides may be structured. So this is just an example slide for the Pinedale region. We will go through all of these for these big game species by region, and there is a method to our madness. We have our regions enumerated based on how we organize things administratively internally. So we'll start with Jackson Pinedale, we then move to Cody, then Sheridan, Green River, Laramie, Lander, and then Casper. And we'll do in that order for each region. The other thing you will see are all the hunt areas for that species organized for that region. In some cases, the herds that may occur in that region may be completely encapsulated within these hunt areas. In other cases, they may have herds that have hunt areas that are not part of that region. And that's okay. I'll be able to call any attention to that if that prompts any questions. But the other thing is down here on the lower right, you will see we lump license types into buck or any antelope licenses or doe fawn licenses, and then you'll see the total number of licenses proposed for 2026 for that region on the left, and then in parentheses will indicate if we were up or down by how many. So to get right into it, we'll start off with our Pinedale region. Our Pinedale region, as we've discussed, was one of those regions that was hit really hard with the 22-23 winter. It prompted the complete closure of licenses, which is a fairly unprecedented thing for the department, at least in recent decades. There was an 80% reduction in any buck licenses in some other areas. The herd has started to recover. Again, mild winters, pretty good fawn production, those sorts of things. But it's still recovering fairly slowly because they were hit so hard, and especially in the northern part of our sublet herd or the Pinedale region. But the regional managers there feel like it's time to actually put a few licenses back, which is a good thing. So it's resulted in a fairly modest increase of 200 buck or any antelope licenses and 75 doe fawn licenses. And the region would also like to maintain some doe fawn licenses to address damage situations near the Farson-Eden irrigation district. The other thing about each slide, I guess I should have said too, is we will then have these issues raised during public engagement. I'm not going to recap all of the public comments that were received because we do that at the beginning for each regulation, but these are issues rather that came up through their conversations in public meetings. In general, in the Pinedale region for antelope, they had overall support for their proposed seasons.
Okay, do we have any questions, comments, anything on the Pinedale region? No. Okay.
Okay, moving right along. Cody region. Cody region also saw some improved fawn ratios, especially in the eastern part of the Bighorn Basin, but they actually depicted or documented some declines in fawn production, fawn recruitment in the western portion of the region. Their herds are still slow to recover. The Bighorn Basin's had some fairly persistent drought conditions in recent years, and that's also coupled with more and more frequent outbreaks of EHD that have hit their antelope pretty hard in parts of the basin. Overall, there's been some minor increases in doe fawn licenses to manage damage where needed. There's an awful lot of agriculture, cultivated lands in the Bighorn Basin, and regardless of population levels, there's still some damage concerns that need to be addressed year in and year out. Overall, the Cody region received some concern over low pronghorn numbers in general. No major concern with the seasons as proposed.
Do we have any comments or questions of Cody region antelope? Okay, thank you.
On to the Sheridan region. So in the Sheridan region, populations have generally been stable. They're slowly increasing. The Sheridan region was hit really hard 2 summers ago during the summer of 2024 by some extremely large scale wildfires. For pronghorn, much less, species like sage grouse, et cetera, this is certainly a significant concern for pronghorn or antelope and mule deer in general. Sagebrush is at a premium in northeast Wyoming. It's a much more mixed mosaic landscape of sagebrush stands along with grassland communities. Antelope rely really, really heavily on sagebrush stands throughout the bulk of the year and especially in the winter. So the Sheridan region remains very concerned in some fairly large areas where the carrying capacity of the landscape has been diminished. How long it will remain in that state remains to be seen. There's been some intensive seeding efforts. The commission's certainly aware of some of the aerial seeding efforts that have occurred. But we also need water to make things like sagebrush grow. And so climate's going to play a big role in the recovery of these stands as well. So there's been some minor adjustments in type 1 licenses needed around the region. And there's been just a very modest decrease in our doe fawn type 6 and 7 licenses in areas with slower recovery. There's been general support for proposed seasons that they received. There has been some interest in creating a Hunt Area 18 Type 2 license, which would be valid on private land only. And they did receive some suggestions to change the opening date for Hunt Area 109 season back to September 15th, which changed last year.
Okay, do we have any questions, comments on the Sheridan region antelope hunt areas? Online?
Mr. President, I I'm sorry, I do. Um, uh, Justin, it seems, I mean, you study this. I'm not questioning anybody's numbers or the work, the exhaustive work that the department has done on this. But that said, intuitively to me, given the fires that were up there, and I'm familiar with the aerial reseeding, and it remains to be seen, at least last I knew, the success or lack thereof that will bring. So I would have expected, when I looked at this, a bigger drop in the number of licenses in the Sheridan region. So just assure me, I guess, I don't really know if I have a question. I'm just surprised that it wasn't a bigger drop, given the destruction of the fires, the drought we're facing. It just kind of surprised me. So don't get me wrong, I'm not second guessing. It just intuitively, it just seems a little, and perhaps Commissioner Bell he walks that territory all the time, so maybe you can help me, but maybe I have an exaggerated idea of how bad it was. But just a little comfort would be appreciated if you could help.
Mr. President, I think Tim probably is best to answer this, and I saw him walk up. So, I mean, from my perspective and how how green that was and how it's coming back and looked to me like it was being used by Antelope. We just didn't, in public comment in that region, I didn't think we heard that the numbers weren't there. But I'll let Tim follow up on this.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioners Masterson and Bell, yeah, I'd invite Tim up to come talk. Tim Thomas is our Sheridan Region Wildlife Coordinator, and perhaps Tim could also touch on changes from 2024 to 2025 as well.
It would be helpful, and like I said, I don't doubt your numbers. It just seems counterintuitive, given the photographs and seeing what it looked like up there to now. I would have just expected a big drop off. So just whatever comments you feel would put me at ease or make me be quiet, whatever's easiest.
Okay, Director, Commissioner, President, and Commissioner Masterson. It does seem kind of counterintuitive. I'd like to step back just a little bit. We probably peaked in around 2000 or 2020, 2021 with our pronghorn numbers and started declining. Drought, EHD, blue tongue outbreaks, things like that. So we made some significant cuts in 2022, 2023 to our pronghorn licenses. Then we did have about 400,000 acres burned in our region in Sheridan, Johnson, and Campbell County in 2024. With those previous cuts, we felt we were at a good point, and we really didn't want to bring those populations back too fast because of the amount of sagebrush we lost in those fires. And even though we are doing restoration efforts, we're reseeding about 4,000 acres out of 400,000 acres that burned. So it's a pretty small drop in the bucket, and we're really trying to focus those on areas of sage-grouse importance, as well as our primary focus area. So we're pretty comfortable with where we're at with pronghorn numbers right now and our license allocations.
Mr. President, Tim, thank you for that. So we had some comment on Area 18 and issuing some Type 2 licenses, and that takes into some of that northern Thunder Basin National Grassland area. And I mean, I think we're only issuing 250 licenses in that area, maybe 300 total. I mean, I think I don't want to propose that change because we've had a couple comments, but I think it's something that we probably should examine a little bit more. There is some public land, but there's also a lot of private land. And so I guess maybe through the next year and looking at what it would take preference point wise to draw that license, I think maybe it is worth our while to look at that next year, something like that. But,
Hey, Commissioner Bell, we will definitely look at that. And so kind of the history behind this, the type ones are generally good anywhere within an area, and type twos are on private land. And like a lot of our country up there, animals sometimes do better on the private land than they do on the public land. And so by separating that, you can focus your pressure a little bit. So we will definitely look at that option going into the 2027 season structure.
it's just a little bit of back. Thanks, Tim, for that. That some of those other areas that we have type 2 licenses that are private land only, there's a significant amount more of private land, and there's also a significant amount more of antelope, and that population is very high. So those have been really successful, I think, in area 23, 24, and so I appreciate you looking at that and seeing what that would do instead of, that area is a little bit different because there's only antelope quotas in the hundreds or small hundreds instead of thousands. So.
Correct.
Okay, under our Green River region. So another one of our western regions that was heavily impacted by the 22-23 winter. We've seen some herd recovery there as well. The region is proposing to maintain conservative quotas as a whole overall, but there are places where they feel that some opportunity can be added back. There were some modest increases in both doe fawn tags and any antelope licenses. And this is another area where, regardless of antelope numbers, the region is needed to maintain some specialized doe fawn licenses to address damage in some isolated irrigated areas. The region really didn't experience any major issues with the public, and there was overall support for their proposals. They just had a lot of general interest in how pronghorn populations are doing. Antelope, and sorry, I'm using pronghorn and antelope interchangeably. I'm catching myself doing that. But there's an awful lot of interest in antelope hunting in the Green River region. Those are some really coveted, sought after, hard to draw licenses.
Any comments, questions on Antelope Green River region?
Okay, on to our Laramie region. The Laramie region is where we are, as an agency, proposing the largest increases in antelope license issuance, with a proposed increase of 400 any antelope licenses and 625 doe fawn. Their herds are certainly growing, experiencing population growth throughout most of the region. Had some fawn and buck ratios both increasing throughout, and they're able to provide more licenses to the public based on this increased opportunity. So overall, they received pretty good support for their seasons as proposed. They did receive requests for more type 1 licenses in Hunt Area 11. And then they also had some opposition expressed to proposed doe fawn increases in Hunt Areas 42 and 52. As a result of some of the public comment they heard and the formal comment to the commission, some proposals were changed. So with this, I'm going to take just a minute here to walk through what this means. So when the commission receives those revised drafts in April for the commission notebook, where we've incorporated changes based on public comment, Aaron Kerr and Stephanie White will highlight those in yellow, and they will show the original quota, a change if that occurred, and then what the final resulting proposal was to be presented to the commission today. So in response to public comment for the Laramie region, they did increase the Area 11 Type 1 licenses to 500, and they struck the Type 6 licenses, the Dauphin licenses in Area 52.
Do we have any comments, questions on Laramie region antelope?
Mr. President, I do have one question. So thank you for making the point on this modification. I think that's very important that the public needs to know that their voices are heard and their participation does matter because we see this. I'm curious, does this take place in the regional offices? Do the regions make these amendments to those proposals based on that public comment, or does that happen higher up the food chain?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell, good question. That change starts with the regions. So as all the regions also they receive all of the public comments, they get rolled up. They then consider them. Changes then are proposed. I guess they originate from the region, then vetted through the Wildlife Division Administration and ultimately the Director's Office.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And again, thank you to the public for participating in this, making your comments and doing it in a thoughtful and a productive manner. But also thank you to these regional offices for listening to the voice of the people and making these amendments. That's part of the process. That's how it works. Thank you for being a part of it.
If Mr. President, I can't help but comment on Commissioner Haskell's observation. Justin, you had an early slide that you made reference to a public comment that people's comments were ignored and that the public meetings were a formality. And I need anybody who is within the sound of my voice to know that that is nothing could be further from the truth. I get the best information from directly talking to people, from reading the comments that get submitted. It is absolutely a slog to get through your comments, but that's what they pay us the big money for. And I'm happy to do it. And your comments are priceless, and they do not go ignored. And I can assure you that this meeting is anything but a formality, as if you stay, I'm sure you will see throughout the day. So I just wanted to be on the record to note that to the degree anybody holds that belief, you are utterly and completely wrong. Your involvement is essential to our ability to manage wildlife. So thank you for participating. Thank you for being constructive, and keep the comments coming. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the opportunity for the editorial break, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll just add on that since everybody else is talking about it. But it is amazing when you go through comments and I appreciate the comments, how many of them specifically contradict each other in a specific area, or where somebody will say this about an area and then another comment will say this exact opposite in the same area. So it is very very interesting, and I continually have I think the public comment period this year, I was in KC. I think half the town of KC was there. And so, it was, when you have 20 or 25, 30 people in KC, that's a lot. And I'm just kidding about half the town, but it's a lot. It's a good turnout. And in Buffalo and so I think, that public comment is vital. And that relationship that those folks that are in that room that are passionate about that have with all of our department folks is vital. And so I appreciate all the comment and appreciate the attendance and people taking time out of their days, not only to write these comments and submit them, but also be at those meetings and talk to us. I think it's great. So I appreciate this, and we do make changes. I think that's I think it's been evident to me through this season setting process the last 3 years that we do listen to comment, and not only do we make changes, but then sometimes we also make more changes. So we appreciate that. One of the things that still has always amazed me and still does is that we always move numbers 25 increments. And I don't, I'm just saying that in jest. However, I feel like that those fawns and calves hit the ground in 25s. And so, just saying maybe it's a little jokingly. So anyway, thanks. And sometimes, yeah, sometimes 50s, but thanks, Justin.
So President Jolovich and Director Bruce and members of the commission, I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't editorialize a little bit here too. You know, it's always funny how we do that, but it also, if you go the other way, I remember a joking proposal I sent to my boss, Daryl Lutz at the time, where I was going to issue 78 deer licenses. And he kind of flipped out and was like, how do you know to be that precise? And so the other thing is it can send a message that wildlife management's more precise than it actually really is in reality if we do get really finite on those figures. But the other thing I would like to address, going back to Commissioner Masterson's and Commissioner Haskell and Bell's comments as well, regarding the public input process and changes that are made based on those suggestions. It's always a delicate dance that we have to do, because the simple reality is that we still don't make, I mean, we received 620 total public comments. And as you see, as we progress through the rest of the regulations today, it's still, we're at a handful, I think, of 6 or 7 different changes, correct? So, well, more hunt areas affected than that. But the reality is we can't make changes based on every comment, or our regulations would look like the old Denver phone book. They would be this thick. So we do appreciate that. We strive to make those changes where we can and where we feel they're reasonable and where they're balanced with the other interests that lie within those management decisions. The other thing that we always have to weigh that can be really tricky is it's just human nature. I'm not a social or a human dimensions expert, but it is human nature that a lot of the comments express frustration or want something changed other than what's proposed. So what Wildlife Administration, the director's office, and especially the commission often do not see or can't see are all the people that are actually just plumb happy with the way things are. Those people tend not to show up at public meetings. They tend not to write comments, that sort of thing. And so while we can't quantify that, that's something that's also always being balanced in the back of our minds. Okay, moving on to the Lander region. The Lander region is another area where there was some pretty significant increases in antelope license issuance proposed this year, with a total increase of 675 licenses. This is another area where there's been some pretty significant herd recovery in places. In other cases, it's just the recognition that more opportunity can be increased, especially for buck harvest based on higher buck ratios, good hunting success metrics, things like that. Fawn production throughout the Lander region improved this last year, modestly in a lot of places, but in other places it's still relatively low, especially compared to what we used to experience decades ago. Overall, in the Lander region, there was support for proposed seasons. There was some concern about hunter crowding on public lands in Hunt Area 62, and as a result of that, the Lander region changed their proposal. So within Area 62, this goes back to the 2022 season. So before that tough winter, which hit Lander region not as hard as Pinedale and Green River, but still pretty darn hard. Where in Area 62, their original proposal was to go from 25 licenses up to 100. Based on, improved buck availability, things like that. Based on that public comment that was worried about hunter crowding in the western part, the region proposed to go back to the season structure that they had in 22, whereby they segregated type 1 and type 2 any antelope opportunities, and the type 2 antelope hunters are relegated to the eastern portion of the hunt area, and that will better spread out hunter distribution based on relative pronghorn abundance within that hunt area.
Do we have any comments, questions on Lander Region antelope?
Okay, on to our last region, the Casper region. This is another region where the region wanted the commission to know just where they've been with recent license issuance. Again, going back to that 2019-20 winter, over a 4-year period, almost 8,500 antelope licenses were cut just within the Casper region. Winter losses and coupled with some EHD outbreaks. Now populations are increasing. They've had pretty good fawn production, pretty high buck ratios throughout the bulk of the region. The managers there feel like more opportunity can be provided given this herd growth, and they've also made some changes that really are just meant to simplify some regulations. They had several areas and where licenses were valid in more than one hunt area. This can sometimes complicate things like our harvest survey and things like that. So I'm sure members of our SRA unit that conducts our harvest surveys in WISAC were appreciative of this effort. So just a simplification there. They really received no major concern during their public engagement.
Any questions, comments on Casper Region antelope? Nope.
Sorry, Mr. President, I do. I was looking at the antelope management summary sheet, and for hunt areas, it's the herd unit, the Black Thunder herd unit. So it's hunt areas 4 through 9, 24, 27, 29. And it's about population objective of 49,000, and let's see, 2025 was 37,977, so call it 38,000. So we're under objective in that area, but we're going to bump up the quota. Can you help me reconcile those two things?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, I'm going to ask Brandon Werner, Casper Wildlife Coordinator, to come up and address that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission, Commissioner Masterson, thank you for your question. So the Black Thunder herd, as you talked about, is broken into a lot of small hunt areas. So when we go classify those pronghorn based on their fawn ratios, buck ratios, really good indicators of how the populations are doing. So this herd is managed recreationally. So we're shooting for about 30 to 60 bucks per 100 does. A lot of these areas where we're posing a modest increase have good buck ratios, 40 plus, and we've had really good harvest success, over 80% in a lot of these areas. So we're looking to add some more licenses in just a couple of them, area 7, 6 as well.
But is the population objective of 49,000 unrealistic or too high? Or help me square those. We're not at the population objective, but we're going to increase the proposed quota. So those are conflicting a little bit in my head. What am I missing?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson. Yeah, so when we increase type 1s, they're particularly any antelope, most of the time just bucks are being harvested on that, which has minimal to no impact on the overall population.
Okay, I think I follow. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, with that, I would like the minutes to reflect, and I would like Tony Bell to hear this, that we are at the conclusion of Chapter 5, and it's not 9:15 yet, right, Tony? No, so with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 5 antelope seasons as proposed.
Since I've been interrupting so much, Mr. President, may I have the honor of making that motion?
Can I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt a Chapter 5 antelope hunting season regulations. Do we have any discussion? I haven't, I thought he was going for the micro. Oh, go ahead.
No discussion. I'm just getting ready to vote yes.
Okay. Since we don't have any discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Same sign.
Mr.
Motion
President,
carried. Thank you.
Commissioner Mai never turned on his mic. So I really don't know how he voted on that.
Okay, on to chapter 6, deer hunting seasons.
We'll take a 10-minute break now.
So efficient. You gave us a break. Thank you. Good job. Good job.
My head is shiny from the back. I never knew. Okay, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission, on to chapter 6, deer hunting seasons. So there's a little bit of good news to tell about mule deer. I'd like to focus on that to start. We've grown some mule deer populations over the past few years in a fair amount of the state. Certainly not all the state. We still have some mule deer populations that continue to stagnate. By no means are we out of the woods with mule deer either. Don't want to paint an overly rosy picture, but it is worth noting that we have experienced some modest improvement in populations over the past few years. Again, just like antelope, same reasons, had some pretty good fawn production, fawn recruitment, and overwinter survival. Nevertheless, the vast majority, 33 of our 37 herds, remain below population objectives. But we've had some good news in the short term. We still have concerns remaining over the long term. But despite these low populations, we still almost across the entire state, across the board, we still have our buck ratios are still within those management parameters. So just a quick little refresher. Our recreational managed herds in the state of Wyoming, we manage for 20 to 29 bucks per 100 does postseason after the hunters go home. And then in that's our recreational. I'm not sure if I mixed that up, and in our special management herds, we manage for 30 to 45 bucks per 100 does. So despite lower than desired, below objective mule deer numbers across the state, we're still there with respect to buck ratios, and that's going to inform some of the changes that the commission will see here in a little bit. Our overall management direction is to allow population growth. We have conservative antler-only seasons in the vast majority of the state. We still maintain a mix of limited quota and general seasons across the state. That management framework continues to be corroborated by public input in the form of our mule deer hunter attitude surveys that we do on a 5-year basis. We still show strong support across our resident deer hunting community to maintain that mix. The commission will see that our proposals resulted in the removal of antler point restrictions in many areas and in multiple regions. And we also will continue, despite the conservative management that we have in the vast majority of the state, we still do have a need for some doe harvest on private and irrigated lands. That's a mix of both damage mitigation or for chronic wasting disease management to address deer densities and localized CWD hotspots. So across the state, this map for mule deer just depicts limited quota licenses only. You can see that there's very little change overall. That in fact, the net aggregate change across the state was just a reduction of 75 total limited quota deer licenses that exclude those type 3 and 8 licenses that are valid for whitetail only. Now, over the last 10 years for mule deer, the trends almost mirror exactly what happened with antelope. Again, starting in about 2020 is when some pretty significant license reductions were made, especially over a 3-year period. Both total licenses and total harvest has generally decreased over the last 10 years, but as there's been some modest herd recovery in places, a little bit of license issuance opportunity has been increased, which has resulted in a slight increase in total harvest just over the past couple of years. On to whitetail populations. The whitetail populations declined in parts of central and eastern Wyoming and the Bighorn Basin this past year due to sporadic EHD outbreaks. In some cases, again, like we've talked earlier, they were locally significant. Whitetail are the species that are most heavily impacted by those EHD outbreaks. Nevertheless, whitetail populations can grow very quickly when conditions are right through high fawn production, even younger deer having fawns compared to other ungulate species. So given that those populations can grow quickly, it still behooves us to kind of keep our foot on the gas, so to speak, with whitetails in terms of fairly liberal management. Part of the reasons for that liberal management are also the trends still continue today where we see just reduced tolerance from landowners for whitetails in most of the state compared to mule deer. Whitetails are generally speaking outside of the Black Hills a private land dominated species because they tend to occupy riparian area, creek bottoms, things like that, and irrigated cultivated fields. We also try to reduce whitetail densities or maintain fairly low whitetail densities as we can. It's certainly access constraints dictate a lot of that in areas where we have high prevalence of chronic wasting disease. There are many areas, the Sheridan region is a good example where we see prevalence of CWD in our whitetail populations that meet or exceed those of mule deer. Overall, with whitetails, there were significant cuts in a few places due to those EHD outbreaks last year. In particular, the Cody region experienced the biggest cut, and these are just the type 3 and 8 licenses. So just as a reminder, the type 3 are the any whitetail buck licenses, and the type 8s are the doe fawn whitetail only licenses. So the Cody region experienced the biggest cut due to those EHD outbreaks in the basin. Lander region had some modest cuts, and then the Casper region followed with the second largest cut. Whitetail harvest is generally mirrored mule deer harvest in terms of overall trends, although the reductions in whitetail populations are not to the extent that we've seen in mule deer in the past couple decades. But there was a reduction beginning in 2020 in terms of total number of whitetail licenses and overall harvest. And moving on for deer of both species, we're going to talk a little bit about non-resident region licenses. So right now, the proposal is, and we can talk a little bit more about this for each region that's affected, but the proposal that we have in front of the commission today is to reduce the Region B license issuance from it's denoted by those red circles up there, from 700, or excuse me, from 800 to 700, so it's a reduction of 100. And then there's a proposal to increase the Region H licenses by 50 back to 400. This is a slide that I've certainly never showed the commission before, but I think it warrants a little bit of consideration when we're talking about non-resident region deer license cuts in general. When we have general license hunting and we need to reduce harvest pressure on bucks or whatever it may be, one of the easiest levers that we can pull is to reduce non-resident region deer licenses because they are limited quota in nature. We can also, with a general season, we can always reduce season dates, season length, and then we can institute antler point restrictions. But the non-resident region thing is always one of the easier levers to pull. And I think as we talk about changes such as this proposed change to install 50 Region H licenses back, I'd like to call the commission's attention to just where we have been over the past 25 years with non-resident region deer license issuance. So just going to the turn of the century, beginning in 2001, and then really in 2002 and 3, as a state, collectively, all regions combined, we issued over 30,000 non-resident region deer licenses. Fast forward 23 years or so to today, to last year, we're barely over 10,000 non-resident region deer licenses. So we've cut that in that time frame, in basically a 20-year time frame, we've cut that by 2/3. So I just want, again, this is really just for the commission's consideration as we're talking about how we manipulate changes to non-resident region licenses going forward.
Mr. President, if I may interrupt here, Justin, can you go back to that slide? I think that's very important to note, those numbers. I mean, the math doesn't lie. We know that we've seen a decrease in mule deer. It probably hasn't, statewide, it hasn't trended that significant. What is it? I think Dr. Ember Hall, when she presented to the commission in our March meeting, I think she said that, is it, if I'm remembering the numbers correctly, I think it was 40% reduction of mule deer statewide. But you know, that's even a greater drop. And we've seen some increase with whitetail, but we have to remember those guys are paying the bills when we take this stuff into consideration. And so I think it speaks well for what the state has to offer in the resource. The mule deer are coveted, and some of Wyoming's herds are the most coveted in the West. And the non-residents still want to come participate in that, even at a cost of having their licenses reduced by 2/3. So that is very, very noteworthy, and thank you for including that in your presentation.
So under the public comment summary for Chapter 6, we received a total of 142 comments. There were several comments that either expressed support for or opposition to seasons as proposed. There was a general theme with some of just opposition to any mule deer doe harvest, or at least until populations improve. There was some advocacy for conversion of our season framework to limited quota statewide, doing away with general license opportunities. We did have a handful of comments wanting muzzleloader seasons or choose your weapon seasons or weapon restrictions for long range shooting. We did have some comments requesting some late season rut hunting opportunities for mule deer. That's generally a November timeframe. We did have some comments supporting or opposing the 87 Type 2 license, which we'll get into that here a little bit later when we get to the Lander region. And then really the most popular theme for commenting within Chapter 6 was in regard to deer seasons in the Jackson and Pinedale regions with respect to our Wyoming range and sublet herd units. And we'll get into a little bit more of what those proposals are here in a second. Another thing I'd like to do is just go through a very, very quick antler point restriction 101. The commission, I'm sure, has noted that the regions have proposed to remove antler point restrictions in several areas across the state, spanning multiple regions. So I think it just warrants a little bit of time here. Antler point restrictions they can really be a valuable tool. They really can. Antler point restrictions have their value. They have different applicability and efficacy depending on where in the state they're implemented. So if managers feel the need to really reduce harvest pressure on bucks, to really increase recruitment of those young buck mule deer, antler point restrictions can be a great way to do that. Antler point restrictions they basically will reduce harvests. They can, and in a lot of cases, and especially traditionally, they can also reduce hunter participation. That doesn't always hold true now, but generally speaking, it does. And so if you need to reduce your buck harvest, they can be a good tool to do that. However, it's been long-standing dogma, if you will, with wildlife managers, born out of a bunch of monitoring, data analysis, things like that, that antler point restrictions can be counterproductive if they're left on too long. This is not just an experience observed in Wyoming. This is across the board in western states, especially with respect to mule deer. So if we leave antler point restrictions on too long, gradually the hunter effort shifts towards focusing harvest on just the mature segment of those bucks. And you can actually increase your mature buck harvest by doing that. If we do have an infusion of younger bucks because we've had some improved fawn production recruitment, we can then shift that harvest onto all age structures of that buck population, and thereby decreasing that pressure on those older age bucks. Depending on the configuration or the limitations that we have with an APR, in some cases, they can also lead to more focus or more protection for what may be perceived by some as a less desirable buck. So in cases where we have a 4-point or better restriction, you may promote the survival of mature buck deer that are just 3-point deer or 2-point deer. And then the other potentially negative thing with antler point restrictions are they can, and in some cases have been documented to show that there is increased shot and abandonment issues where folks mistakenly harvest a sub-legal or non-legal buck and then leave that animal abandoned in the field and don't tag it. So those are some of the pros and cons with antler point restrictions. Again, they can be a valuable tool. They're best implemented for 2 to 3 years at a time and then removed.
Mr. President, so you don't have to go back, Justin, can we go back? If I could get, it's really interesting on the 3-point older bucks. Could you drill down on that a little bit more on the genetics?
Well, President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, certainly the department does not promote nor utilize antler point restrictions to try to manage herd genetics in any way, shape, or form. We merely implement antler point restrictions when we need to reduce harvest pressure on bucks, which could come in the form of decreased hunter participation or just the inability to harvest some of those younger bucks. It's just a potential concern. It's not something that we've really formally evaluated in Wyoming in terms of where we've had them. Are we seeing a higher preponderance of 2 or 3-point deer or anything like that? It's just a potential outcome of those, but that also it can be based on those limitations. Across Wyoming, we use a mix of either 3-point or better or 4-point or better seasons.
It seems to me where it's the antler point things, you see a lot of monster 3-points that are not getting shot because of the 4-point or better. But that's been in my experience down in a few things. So, and anyway, I just thank you.
So starting in with the Jackson region, So the Jackson region has experienced some significant herd recovery following those unprecedented losses of the 22-3 winter. They now estimate the Wyoming range herd, which is not all of the Jackson region. In fact, the Wyoming range herd, it encompasses a lot of the southern part of the Jackson, well, most of the Jackson region, I should say, but it also takes in parts of the Pinedale region and the Green River region. But the Wyoming range herd is the mule deer herd we certainly all hear the most about. It's certainly a crown jewel of mule deer hunting opportunities in North America. This herd has demonstrated some fairly significant recovery. 2 years of the highest fawn production ever observed, at least going back quite a while in the data. Had over 80 fawns per 100 does the past 2 years consecutively. Buck ratios have really rebounded. Buck ratios are really strong in the Wyoming range. We're at 38 bucks per 100 does. While there's a lot of good news there, again, this is going back to what I stated earlier about mule deer populations. I don't want to overstate things. We're not out of the woods. The population objective is 40,000. We were pushing 30,000, correct, Cheyenne? As recently as just right before the 22-23 winter. So while the herd recovery is certainly something to celebrate, we've got a long ways to go. We recognize that. But given that improved population performance, our managers in that part of the state felt like it was time to restore some of that opportunity and start to go back towards where seasons were in 2022, right prior to that devastating winter. So these seasons that are being proposed are designed to promote herd growth because they're still antlered only deer seasons, but there is a proposal to remove the antler point restrictions to avoid those potential longer term negative consequences. And then also want to extend season length into early October and also align all this season structure, limitations, et cetera, with the neighboring sublet herd, which we'll get to here in a minute for the Pinedale region. Throughout this process and these recommendations, there are opposition to and support for the season extension and the APR removal. There was some concern expressed regarding the Region H quota, which we'll get to here in a minute. Okay, with the Pinedale region, like I said, the neighboring adjacent sublet herd, this is an area that was hit hard by that 22-3 winter, but not to the extent the Wyoming range herd was. This herd is closer to objective, although it's still well below. Here, deer are there. It's the same kind of story in terms of fawn production, survival, recruitment, et cetera. We're growing deer in the sublet herd as well, and we have a really healthy buck ratio. This is also a special management herd, along with the along with the Wyoming range herd, where we're managing for between 30 to 45 bucks per 100 does. In this case, we're at 43 bucks per 100 does. Again, it was 38 in the Wyoming range. So coupled with some herd recovery, some herd growth, high buck ratios, the Pinedale managers wanted to mirror the season proposal in the Wyoming range. And so that involves, again, extending general season length into early October, a modest increase of 50 Region H licenses back to where that quota was prior to that winter, and removal of those antler point restrictions. Throughout their public engagement, they received pretty strong support for continued general seasons and the removal of APRs. The majority of folks that they visited with supported the season length extension. They did receive multiple comments against increasing the Region H quota. Again, that's what they heard at their public engagement. Within the formal comments for Chapter 6 that the commission received, there's a healthy mix of opposition to and support for these seasons. So with that wraps it up for the Jackson Pinedale deer seasons.
Okay, we have some comments. Let's start off with Jason West.
President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I'm Jason West, and I'm representing the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance today. And we have made comments that you've probably already seen, but just want to reiterate those comments with our support for removing the antler point restrictions. And we appreciate the department's recommendation to do so based on science-based management with that 3-year implementation of the APR with good reasoning. And we would like to see that supported and have it taken off as they have recommended. And just kind of reiterate what was presented as well was that the research shows that if you keep that in place too long, you'll start top cropping those bucks that we want to get older. And so young 4-point bucks will get shot early and never reach their potential. So it can be a tool like they used it after the 22-23 winter, but now is the time to take it off. So please consider that. And we also support increasing season dates as proposed to decrease hunter crowding and increase hunter experience. We'd also like you to consider we're 2 days away from that 2022 season closing date of October 6th. This year, October 5th and 6th would be a Monday and Tuesday. And so if not this year, at least by next year, let's go back to that full season. We're 2 days away right now with this proposal. So we would also support increasing those non-resident licenses as proposed. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Good, thank you. Bill Ames?
Thank you, Chairman Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission. I too am with the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance, and we do support doing away with the APR this year. I spent a lot of time in the Wyoming range and looking at deer in November, and I agree with Ken Roberts. There are a lot of mature 2 points and 3 points that's doing our breeding now. And with the population coming back as it is, and I think we all expect another fawn doe ratio exceedingly high this fall. I mean, we don't know what kind of groceries they'll have in the wintertime because nothing's getting any moisture yet, but strongly support that APR removal and support the Region H increase in non-resident tags. Feel there's plenty of deer to go around. And the season date, October 4th is fine, but it would be good to go back to the 5th and 6th. And I think originally when we did go to that, there was something about outfitters wanting to schedule their trips that the 5th and 6th worked better for them. But the 4th we're fine with, and that's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Representative Erickson?
Thank you, President, Director, and Commissioners. I come a little bit different than maybe the last two speakers. Maybe one side of the hill is a little different than the other, but after the season setting meetings and discussing them in especially region G and part of H, there's great concern about liberalizing hunting too soon when the herd is still only about half objective. And we do not believe that now is the time to expand the opportunity. And a lot of times the opportunity means killing small bucks. So that might lead into some of the other comments that I have. Let's get to at least 70% of the objective before we open it up. Recovery should come first, and measurable benchmarks should guide future decisions. We all know that the extreme weather is affecting us greatly with either way too much in 22, 23 and not nearly enough now. And I think it's too volatile of a time to liberalize these seasons, even with the additional days, with the additional 50 tags, the point restrictions. Those are all great concerns. And again, I would beg you to consider going a few more years before we make these steps. There's also concern that there's I talked about the point restrictions. Sorry, the Wyoming range still has some of the best mule deer genetics. Many value this herd for opportunity, but for not for opportunity, but for quality. And I would hope that we would gear more towards the quality in mind instead of, again, it has the opportunity to go shoot a meat buck. I think it's too valuable to put that into those categories. I'd also encourage keeping the season at 2 weeks. Shorter seasons help reduce prolonged pressure during fragile recovery period. Talked about this already, but please do not add the 50 tag allocations to non-residents. It's my understanding, and not speaking for them by any means, but the good outfitters are filled up and have a good opportunity to have the number of hunters that they need and can support. Also encourage, as always, put more resources towards stopping the cheaters, illegal use of thermals, abuse by bad actors, and then unethical scab outfitting practices damage trust and hurt honest hunters. And with that, I'll stand for questions, but I appreciate being able to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Jenkins?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Director Bruce, Commission. Appreciate the opportunity to get up and stand and be able to comment on this mule deer proposal. I kind of echo a lot of what Representative Erickson has said. I think it's way too early. I mean, we're not even knocking on the door of 50% of our objective, according to the numbers. I think it's way too soon. The APR, I think, is kind of a moot point because most of the people that hunt Region G and H are targeting old age class deer anyway. And so it doesn't, the APR in our country is protecting the meat bucks, if you want to call them meat bucks. That's a term that I personally absolutely do not like, but especially with a mule deer herd objective below 50% of, we're below 50% of our herd objective. I'm an outfitter. I hunt in the Grays River. I hunt both Region G and H, and I am strongly opposed to the increase of the 50 tags. I think it's too soon to increase the tags. It's kind of crazy. I was just having a conversation with another outfitter. It's kind of crazy. We're sitting here, us outfitters, and are, against increase of tags and longer seasons. And it seems like the resident hunter wants more tags. And it's kind of crazy how the tables have turned over the years here. So, but it just kind of, us outfitters, we're really concerned about this resource in the Wyoming range. And as of a lot of the residents, I'm not trying to differentiate anything here. I agree with Representative Erickson. I think there's a lot of difference in the way, what side of the mountain you're on in this Wyoming range deer herd of how you feel about it. But I would strongly encourage possibly going to a 3-point or better APR here for at least another year. That would help, I guess, my clients that come up and see a 30-inch 3-point, they're just as happy with that as if it had a 4th point on there. So I would, but it would help save some of these younger bucks and let them possibly get back into the age class where, even if they are 3 points, they could be harvested as trophy bucks. So I would strongly hope that we could go to at least a 3-point instead of a 4-point APR. I would strongly support that. And also the season dates, if we're going to extend it, please just go to the 2nd of October. Weekends are extremely, extremely tough on our deer herd in the Wyoming range. Unless you're got boots on the ground, especially in the non-wilderness areas of Region H, it gets hit really hard on the weekends. So if we're going to extend the season, which I would hope that we could leave it the same to the 30th of September, please just go to the 2nd, not the 4th, where we put a whole nother weekend in there and have an opportunity to have a whole bunch more harvest to a fragile deer herd. I know there's a lot of good news about this deer herd, but especially for us generational people that have hunted in that area for generations and years. I mean, yeah, it's good news to see him bouncing back after 23, because I'll be honest with you, after 23 season, I was thoroughly convinced this deer herd was done. When we were down to under 10,000 deer was extremely concerning to a lot of us in that area. And so I would strongly recommend, let's keep trying to increase this deer herd. I know that's everybody's goal, but I don't think the increase of season length and the increase of tags is the way to do it. And would encourage at least 1 to 2 more years of APR before we pull that off. Because as we all know, we've had 3 mild winters. That means one thing: we're due for another bad one here soon. So, and we will get it. It's just, it's going to happen. So we just got over the winter of 16 when 23 hit, and 23 was unprecedented in all of our lifetimes as far as the winter kill of our deer. So I would encourage you guys to please, let's keep it the way it has been the last 2 years. It seems to be working, and we'll go from there. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
I might have, Mr. President, Ted, and I need to drill down on this a little bit more. And I noticed the divide, with the Pinedale region and the Grays River and the Star Valley proper region. I mean, what areas are we specifically talking about that? I mean, as far as the other side of the mountain versus the other, I mean, what do you particularly want to know as far as more get it drilled down just a little bit for me?
Well,
do you understand my question? That was kind of a long way.
I think I get what you're coming from. You get in like in Region G 143 there, and that's the Grays River, and I actually am on the divide between 143 and 142, and then I also hunt 153 on the Region H side, and it's all that is non-wilderness areas of Region G and H. Obviously, there's no wilderness in G, but there is a northern part of Region H. But that them areas are, you get down towards the other side of on the other side of 142 there. It definitely the dynamics change between, I don't know what it is, because that's pretty much the same deer herd, but as far as the migration and stuff like that. But I think that I don't know why there's so much difference in the theory, other than maybe opportunity is opportunity. I get it, and I feel like the opportunity in the Grays River and the Wyoming Range is getting thrown under the bus, opportunity bus, especially the non-wilderness areas for opportunity. I just feel like that we need to be careful with our opportunity. Wyoming's really been really good over the years to have opportunity up here and quality up here. But as we have an increase of residents in Western Wyoming, which Star Valley is extremely grown. Representative Erickson can attest to that, and I'm sure the Pinedale region is experiencing the same type of growth. You know, the opportunity is still up here, but our quality is starting to slip. So we need to decide, not starting to slip, it's nosediving. And so we need to make a decision here of what we want that part of the state to look like. Do we want to still have the quality we've had over the years, or do we want to have an open-ended opportunity? That's my opinion.
Mr. President, if I may, Ted, thank you for being here and your comments and all of your work in this. Looking at these numbers in both the Jackson and Pinedale region and looking at the numbers of ratios, buck to doe, fawn to doe, those all that's encouraging. You know, three mild winters has certainly contributed to that. I think in a focus on managing predators where we can, killing the right ones at the right time is certainly contributing to that. But I'm glad that you brought up the winter of 22-23, because that's still fresh on a lot of people's minds. I'm wondering, and maybe some people from the department can answer this, and I probably know this, but when we look at the spring and summer of 23 and look at those ratios, our doe to fawn ratio was extremely low because there was a lot of die-off, right? And I think our buck to doe ratio, those decreased a lot too. That's just only 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. You know, I think we're still recovering from that. And I think we still see a gap in that age class of deer. Is that what you're experiencing, you know, when you're in the field? I know as an outfitter, I understand that outfitters spend a tremendous amount of time out on the landscape as well. And as an outfitter, I reach out to fellow outfitters just to get feedback from them, because I want to supplement information that they have with the stuff that we get from the department. And when that stuff lines up, all is well, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes we get a little bit of differences, and I'm trying to find the balance in all of that. So what are you seeing on the landscape in those age classes of deer? Maybe that little mature age class, are you seeing kind of a void there, or that we're still trying to recover from? Or
yeah, you know, it was quite interesting last fall. You know, I am, like you said, I'm in the field every single day of the hunting season. And you know, turning back to the fall of 23, you know, I've had discussion with a lot of the game and fish personnel about, you know, mule deer for a long time, because it's near and dear to my heart. And you know, the comment of if there's 10 bucks per 100 does, the does are going to get bred. Yeah, that's true. But what I seen in 23 was month-old fawns in September. And so that's a problem. And also, you know, 23 was absolutely heartbreaking. I'd get on the fall of 23, I'd get on a knob where I could normally see a couple hundred deer. I'd be lucky if I see 10. And 24 was a little better. We seen a little more deer, not the deer that you know, was kind of expected. It was a little better than 23. Last year, I started seeing a little more of that, you know, survive that 2-3 year old age class. But as far as age class missing, absolutely, it's there. The deer that come out of our country last year, there was some really nice bucks killed, but them were the age class of bucks that were 2, 3, 4 years old during the bad winter, and they were hit hard last year. And so definitely was more opportunity there to see the bigger or the more bucks last year and more deer period. But, and we are seeing good fawn recruitment, which is good news. Like I said, what we've been doing the last 3 years has worked. So I'm a little hesitant to, it's going to be an interesting fall this year because, usually the 3-4 year mark after the bad winter is where you see the worst because of the missing age class. And we had so many missing age classes of deer from that winter. And the deer are doing a good job to try to recoup that, but still we're at 15,500 to a 40,000 herd objective. To me, we'll never reach the 40,000 in the Wyoming range. I don't think that's ever possible. The herd objective used to be up to 60,000 and then we just lowered it to 40,000. I don't know when was it, a few years ago or whatever, but before the winter of 23, I think we were up to 23,000 deer in there, around in that area. Buck doe ratios were doing pretty good, and doe fawn ratios were doing good. But absolutely, after the winter of 23, that there's just definitely about 3 ages of deer that's missing, and I think we're going to really start seeing that this fall.
Okay, thank you for that perspective.
Thank you.
If I get
Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner. I wanted to comment on that, but go ahead. I'm just, I just want to tell you where I'm coming from so you understand. I've got this incredible input from people that and work with the department, who I mean, I think if anybody can be as passionate about mule deer as you are, they are. And I think they care, and they're trying to get to the same place you are.
Oh, no doubt.
Right.
No doubt.
So I'm for no particular reason, I'm telling you the struggle that I have when I hear what you're saying, which I take to the bank, what you see and what you want and what you've observed over time, and what I hear from Cheyenne and maybe Justin. I kind of believe what Justin says, not always, but it's kind of do. And I take that to the bank too. So I struggle internally trying to figure out, where to land on this stuff. So my point is, keep comments coming, keep us posted. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you see. I don't know where I'm going to come down yet. I just don't. But I don't want you to think that I ignore your comments or I don't hear what you're saying. Because like the point you bring up about don't add another weekend, down there because it's going to get hammered again. Never would have occurred to me. I don't know if it occurred to them, but I'm gonna grill them about that. I need your comments, but I just want you to know this is the struggle that I have. I got all this science stuff. They do great work. And you're on the ground and you do great work and you see the real world stuff like they do, but from a different perspective. So this is nothing more than me trying to work through this disconnect in my head. So if you have any
Absolutely.
advice, I'm happy to take it, but I really appreciate you commenting, everybody who does on this.
Well, absolutely. Everybody that's been here for very long knows that I will stand up and comment. I'm sure some of them are going, oh man, here's this crazy guy again. So anyway, thank you. I'll definitely keep commenting.
Representative Erickson, I have a question and thank you. I'm particularly wondering about in the Star Valley 145, that area that comes up there. Now, I wonder if is that really getting hit hard on the foothills of Star Valley? Is that where people are taken with the so-called 2 points that would take that? Because that's where the pressure I would think was going to come up from the canyons up into there. Do you think that? And I think that I'm getting a kind of a picture that from everything's from the Pinedale side, we're looking really, I'm real comfortable with that. I'm questioning of course, the Grays River, and I'm questioning the 145 and 144, 143. What's your thoughts on, I'd be interested for the 145 on the Star Valley proper in there.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. By your own numbers, I mean, through the game and fish numbers, we know that a lot of the younger bucks, we call it whack-a-buck on that last week because it's people driving along the roads. It's individuals that haven't planned anything else, and they're like, hey, the population of the deer are up, so let's go kill one out of the field, or let's go on, drive the roads and kill them. And that's where I'm very much opposed to that attitude, just in the idea that we can't be looking for meat bucks, and we can't be looking for opportunity bucks when we're in the 15,500 in comparison to 40,000. And I think that's something that really leads to a lot of young bucks. Even though we have the antler restrictions on it, it's still, if we drop those and we add that other season on, the Star Valley area will be significant contributors to whacking a lot of bucks, just because of the nature. Some people haven't recognized the what I consider to be the drastic situations we could be facing in the future with the numbers that we've lost through the winter, the numbers that are continuing to decline, and still keep coming back to that focus of we're 15,500 when we should be at 40,000, and we're opening these up. And that is a great point that Commissioner Masterson made about the that last weekend. There's people out with blood in their eye, and that'd be great if we had some of the numbers that our elk herds have, but we don't have those deer numbers to have that kind of hunting opportunity. And I'd just like to comment just briefly on this. Is I take this as a representative, and not through the legislature necessarily, but as a representative, because I've been to so many of these meetings and for so long and participated in them. People have a tendency, I get a lot of phone calls, I get a lot of comments, and it's kind of perplexing to me that we have some groups that have said, yeah, open it up, we got plenty of opportunity, we're in great shape. That is not anything what I hear. It's not that does not fit the type of comments that I get, and we talk about with all different levels of hunters and outfitters in that area. So it's very different.
And I appreciate that, because I really appreciate your wisdom on 145, and nobody, you know that territory better than anybody, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Representative, if I may.
Yeah.
What numbers would you recommend that the commission go with? Would you, if you were up here, would you say just keep the quotas where they have been, just status quo them for another year? Is that what you're thinking?
I would very much, Commissioner Masterson, I would, like I said, the good outfitters, I believe, and in talking to some of them, can't speak for them, but they had all that they could take, and still provide a quality hunt. And so I think the only thing that these additional 50 are going to do is maybe play into the poor outfitters that probably wouldn't be filling anyway, So I just think that there's too many at the end of the season that get killed, and let's keep a few more of those around. Let's stay the course. I think all of us have admitted that the last 3 years of what we've been doing is helping. And I would just like to crest that a little more than being on top of seeing some of these efforts move. So I would highly encourage to stay the course, not open it up. Be conservative.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
That's
cut you off. I'm encouraged by what's happened over the last 3 years.
Me too.
And I give credit to the department for managing it and for the hunters, like after that real bad winter, there's a whole bunch who just didn't go hunt.
Agreed.
Even though the numbers reflected that you still could take a few.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of sacrifices made by a lot of people who have brought us to the point where we're seeing a lot of forward progress. So kudos to the sportsmen from that area of the state and to the department for bringing us to where we are.
Yeah.
Like I said, though, you can see my disconnect. The people who have helped guide us to this point using their, well, I wouldn't say big brains, Justin. Cheyenne, I would say big brain.
That's fired.
They're saying it's okay if you loosen up a little bit.
Yeah.
You've got a little bit of room, and that provides some more opportunity for people who otherwise might not be able to get out, and that's appealing to us, so to enjoy the experience. So,
yeah,
thank you for participating. Really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, Representative Erickson? I get you twice today.
You do, maybe 3 times.
I going back to what Commissioner Masterson said earlier about the balancing act, because I look at where the department is coming from with this, and there's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of stuff behind the scenes that we don't see. I know, to reemphasize what Commissioner Masterson said, the people in the red shirts and the green trucks are absolutely passionate about this. And I think we have the best available people possible to do this job. And I appreciate the perspective of outfitters, landowners, sportsmen, everybody involved in this process. And thinking back in the summary of all the comments that we've received as a commission, I think about the one mom who said that she's a single mom and looks for these opportunities to provide food for her kids. I don't want to minimize these opportunities, and I think this is stuff that the department takes into consideration too. I don't want to minimize these opportunities by calling them and I'm certainly not picking on you, but by calling them a whack-a-buck, a weekend buck, because that may be that single mom's only opportunity to get out and provide food for her children. So I bring that point up only because this is the balancing act, the internal dialogue that I'm having with myself, and more of this participation and perspective kind of helps me weigh that stuff out. But I know the department takes those things into consideration because they want to provide that opportunity for as many people possible. So thank you again for being involved.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Haskell. And if I may add to that, I certainly don't want to be the bad guy in saying that a young kid doesn't have the opportunity to go out and whack a buck. But I think with our very generous elk seasons and elk numbers, that might be an opportunity that I would hope that we could steer more of those type of hunters to. However, I just don't, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, I just don't think that we're to the numbers that we can say we're managing for meat bucks. We've got to hold this deer herd at the top of our interest list. And one quick thing on some of the things, and Cheyenne has had a great open dialogue. We had a good meeting. But when I ask her, what exactly are these, who's driving these, extended season, the 50 additional tags, and she says, we just want to give more people the opportunity. There's not anybody really pushing and driving it. So I do respect that, but I'm just coming from a different perspective and saying, I'm just terrified that we're going to have another winter. And where we're seeing success, let's see out the success of the things that we've done for a few more years and then come back and look at opening some of these things up. But we're just on the cusp, and I'd hate to see us go 2 steps back. That's my driving point there. Thank you.
Are we, Mr. President, I had some questions for Deputy Chief Binford or Cheyenne. I didn't know where you were in the process. I didn't want to miss the chance.
Just starting right now, I guess we could go ahead and quiz him.
I didn't know if do you have any preliminary comments, Justin, or do you just want me to point out why you're wrong?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, I would relish that opportunity.
Seriously, Justin, I do appreciate the work that you and the department has put in. Cheyenne, thank you for your work and all of your compatriots. Never take anything that I say as undercutting your work. It's trying to figure out, how to thread this needle. So thank you. I'll never say that again, Justin, so enjoy it while it lasts. So one of the commenters mentioned measurable benchmarks as the herd recovers. Do you have, I'm just curious, do you have such a thing? Or is it, do you have benchmark numbers or benchmark buck-doe ratios, those kind of, what are you looking at to measure success that gives you the confidence to say we can do these changes and we'll be okay?
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, I certainly gave a 30,000-foot view at best presentation of this proposal. There's a lot more analysis that went on behind the scenes to ultimately culminate in this proposal. And so with that, I would ask either Cheyenne Stewart and Brandon Skurlock, or both of them, or either one, to come up and, I guess, elaborate a little bit more.
President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioner Masterson. I'm Cheyenne Stewart. I'm the Wildlife Management Coordinator in Jackson. Appreciate you allowing me to help, or the whole conversation. I see this as us trying to eat an elephant while walking a tightrope. So thank you for helping us along that process. The key metrics we're looking for is that population objective. So we have that herd number, that 40,000 number for Wyoming range deer. We also have our buck ratio objective. So those are our measurable benchmarks. We do not have paired benchmarks in terms of when do we pull the management lever of APR and or season length and or APR and or non-resident region numbers. And so what we do, I call it the 5 families. We get Jackson region, Pinedale region, Green River region. We often get our SRA unit, admin together to try to flesh out what makes sense, what are the priorities. And so one way that I take different bites of the elephant is in terms of population management and recovery towards our objective. And frankly, none of our season proposals affect population growth and management towards recovery. And we are significantly below objective, and that is a concern. If there were any silver lining there, it's that because we're under carrying capacity, there is incredibly great resources available for the deer that are out there. So that is why we're seeing population growth. That is why we're seeing pregnant yearlings this year. That's why we're seeing does carrying triplets this spring. But because the population did drop so much, that growth is slower. There were just fewer animals. So no matter how fast it grows, it'll be more of a, not a linear growth. The next bite is the biological opportunity, which is really affecting buck quality, buck ratios, buck numbers. And so and I feel like the conversation about APRs has been great. I feel like there's a decent understanding. Happy to get into that more. But that's kind of one of the levers. And here we were concerned that by continuing APRs, we might actually have negative impacts moving forward. So that's kind of the biological impact of buck harvest from APRs. We have seen with recovery of the herd increased number of hunters. So part of the season date extension is to spread that hunter pressure out over time. Part of alignment dates is a long time kind of standard of consistent date opening and closures. So when Commissioner Roberts is asking about 145, for example, and this was a commission's decision that's kind of set a precedence for this area, that if, for example, if you were to change a closing date for one of those hunt areas, how does that impact the rest of the surrounding hunt areas? And then there's the social issue. And so the reality is, our stakeholders faced a major loss during that winter range loss, and that is real. We felt it too. And yet there is very different preferences of how we manage that recovery. So we feel like all the data that we're getting from our change in ratio over the winter, from our annual classification data, that there is enough bucks in the population to sustain the seasons as proposed and maintain those buck ratios. So that's back to the key metric. So it's a very long-winded answer. Hopefully that answers your question.
No, Mr. President, it was a great answer. It was informative, concise. Justin, did you pay attention? Okay. No, I appreciate it. It was great. What is your magic wand buck ratio? What's the kind of, what would you like?
Commissioner Masterson, that's where we get back to that objective, that special management objective. And so the minimum there is 30. Is that right? Yes. Sorry, making sure I got those numbers correct. We're not shooting for the minimum there. We also, and this is a less hard and fast number, but that quality metric and that kind of multiple cohort thing. So we did lose significant two cohorts were significantly affected by that severe winter. So we are looking at age class diversity as well. And so I frankly would prefer not to give you a single number because we don't have that precision ability anyways.
Understood. Appreciate it. I think I heard you say that under the quotas that you have suggested, you don't anticipate that those would impact the growth back towards herd objective. I might not be wording that correctly, but did I hear that correctly?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Bruce, Director Bruce, Commissioner Masterson. Let me take a stab at that. The metrics we look at for population growth and recovery towards our population objective, that's all about fawns and does.
Right.
Survival and growth.
Right.
And so because our proposals are only affecting buck survival, and because so that's why there's not impacting herd recovery. Obviously, when we look at total numbers, we're also counting, including bucks in those numbers, but they're not nominally affecting that growth.
Understood. Thank you for that. And only one more, Mr. President, I promise.
Why am I looking grouchy or something?
Yesterday, we heard from Deputy Chief Hicks about weather. And it's not a pretty picture. It's a very colorful map, but it's not a pretty picture. How do you, or can you even take that into consideration when coming up with these numbers?
Mr. President, Director, Commissioner Masterson, great question. And I think it was Representative Erickson that mentioned that maybe 40,000 deer, like, will we ever get there? And that ties into the answer to your question is we have excellent habitat biologists that are out there measuring habitat impacts over time and looking at what that might look like. We also have a long-term research project that's helped us understand get a better understanding of carrying capacity. So in an ideal situation, our objective would be carrying capacity. But what this research has shown us is maybe another lens by which to assess carrying capacity is body condition and pregnancy metrics of the does in the population. And what we did see when we were at 30,000 before the big population crash was our doe quality fat was not as good and not even near as close as it is now. And so that is something that we will continue to monitor. And in terms of management decisions, that would probably play a bigger role in our 5-year herd objective review process versus our annual or maybe future 3-year season setting process.
As opposed to what you're presenting here today.
Correct. So at this moment, we're managing towards that current herd objective. Again, even if, yeah, I'll leave it there.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I might, Cheyenne, can we go to the next, the Pinedale slide, the other one? And it, okay. Because my question was, because like 135 now, we haven't addressed 135, but 135 is on a non-resident is a G region. And then so we have, and then the H regions for the non-resident, but I'm wondering why 135 is in the G. To me, I still can't ever get my head wrapped around why 135 isn't two separate hunts. I mean, and I've brought that up before, is once you cut 135 across, and it's 100% different hunts. There's the Kimmer side, and then the Cokeville side, and then there's the higher side up into the into the Weyer, the higher Hams Fork side. So I don't know. Do you know why that's different? Why H is? Brandon, do you know? Anybody know why who manages 135 at this point? Okay, Green River. And I'm gonna circle back. So I mean, I'm gonna circle back, but it's so on 135, okay, because I mean we're trying to liberalize a few things on 135, but it's the same region as non-resident G. Why is that?
Yeah, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commission. Commissioner Roberts, yes, 135 has always been historically managed a little different. It's not quite the same habitats as the northern portion of the Wyoming range. It is, by all intents and purposes, part of the Wyoming range herd. But again, you have lower elevation. We do have some of that more high country stuff you'd see on the northern end, but it's more roaded. It's transitional habitats, more sagebrush. So it kind of operates more similarly to
like Hunt Area 134 is also in the Wyoming range. And they're traditionally those winter range habitats, but there are resident deer there. So it's typically a different type of hunt and doesn't lend itself to that like September 15th opener quite as well.
I mean, 'cause to me, I mean, it's, I mean, 135 goes right up to the head of the Grays River, doesn't it? I mean, it's right up. Okay.
Yeah, there's certainly,
I mean, to me, it's, if there was a concern, you know, with the mule deer and the Wyoming range into the head of the Grays River, which 135 is part of that, why is it managed different? I mean, I understand it, but to me, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Commissioner Roberts, you know, that up there along that Smith's Fork, LaBarge Creek country where it meets into the Grays, that Tri-Divide Basin country, it's similar habitat there, but it starts to peter out pretty quick as you get further south. And so 135 and 134 being more your traditional transitional range, winter range habitat for Wyoming range mule deer. And it lends itself to be more, I guess, similar in similar to the Uinta herd as far as like the roadness, you know, probably warrants shorter seasons because accessibility to those animals. It's more, we have less above tree line essentially. So we just have different habitats on the southern end of the Wyoming range so that they kind of lend themselves to be managed more similar to the Uinta herd.
So why don't we split that? Why can't we, there's still two different, I mean, why can't we, the transition, there's a transition there, I understand, but I mean, to me, you're looking at the higher elevation is still, you've got a whole bunch of 135. Is there any way to bring that down from the higher elevation to the foothills? Have we thought about that any?
Yes, Commissioner Roberts, we've had discussions that haven't materialized into like any sort of recommendations, but you know, we looked at like on forest options, just kind of spitballing what some of that would look like, but we haven't come to any formal recommendations on splitting the hunt area or season date differences within 135 itself based off of land ownership. But we've had some discussions there. Yeah, it's, you know, 135 and 134 being part of the Wyoming range herd and just kind of different habitats and a different hunt. We've traditionally managed it different than the north end with the early season structure up there.
I mean, because it's like you have a liberalized 135, 134 is always seems to be a lot more liberalized, a lot more people. I mean, more accessible, whatever. But then it's the top of it's I mean, so you can have somebody that's 143 hunting up in the top of the Grays River or whatever like this, just hop, skip, and a jump, and they're getting a liberalized 135. So. And I don't know if they do that a bunch, because they're right up on them ridges. They can switch back over, to which ridge. And so anyway, that wasn't so much of a question. It was so much of a Masterson type of scenario. So and we'll that answers my question. And if I appreciate it. And Brandon, it seems to me that on the Pinedale side, there's really been it's kind of like you're sailing along. Is that fair to say? I mean, in a cautiously optimistic sense. Okay.
Right, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts. So I think maybe to help understand, Region G is the Wyoming range deer herd, pretty much. Outside of 135, 134, as you pointed out. Region H is a sublet deer herd. So in the 22-23 winter, we saw very disparate mortality events between Wyoming range and sublet. Sublet, we lost deer for sure, but we did not see near the mortality that we saw on the Wyoming range herd. So in order to spread hunters out, we've aligned these 16 northern hunt areas and the sublet herd and the Wyoming Range herd since the early 90s to make it so that they can understand the season. The seasons are the same in these 16 hunt areas. They're, pretty highly sought after hunt areas. But they're the same season. They can hunt 143. They can go over and hunt, the high country in 154. It just makes it so that there's not this jumping around. I think a good point with 135 being that we can extend the seasons now that the deer herds are starting to recover. We're buck only harvest. We're not affecting the population. It's something to point out. It's only buck harvest. We took the opportunity away from youth to harvest does after the 22-23 winter. So I think offering youth the opportunity to kill a small buck is something that needs to be considered. And yeah, just being able to hunt all 16 of these areas at the same season. We now have an overlap between 135 and these 16 hunt areas. When we ended on the end of September, we did see some shifting from these 16 hunt areas down to 135. If we have that overlap, they can hunt 135 or hunt on the other side of the river 143. So I think these seasons should spread hunters out. I think it's going to be a really good season, to be honest. People on Pinedale generally are happy. People are passionate about their mule deer. I get it. But we do see kind of a difference in opinion from kind of the core hunters in Pinedale, which you heard it today. I mean, that's our job trying to manage these disparate opinions. Did that answer your question?
It did. I'm just wondering how you're skating through all of this process.
With a smile on his face.
With a smile on his face. Region's good when you can smile.
I will just tell you, working check stations and checking hunters in the field last year, there were some happy hunters. There's some big bucks being harvested and things are looking good. And I think this year is going to be great too.
Okay, I've got one more commenter. Brian Taylor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Director Bruce, and other members of the commission, I appreciate the opportunity to comment. And you guys you were way too efficient with your presentation. I didn't get my sheet in time, but I would echo almost to the word what Mr. Jenkins had said about the seasons. And Mr. Benfit said that we have a long way to go. And you look at these numbers, and I would echo that. I mean, that's evident. But most of the comments have had to do with primarily the fringe of what is the Gros Ventre wilderness, and that's where I spend my time. I am a backcountry outfitter. I pack in. However, we do see a fair number of pressure in there. Commissioner Bell has hunted in there, I know personally, in time, but it's still a fairly accessible area. It can be a weekend hunt, so extending that season to that extra weekend, I know we get extra pressure just for the weekend. It's wilderness, but it's relatively accessible depending on the weather. But I would echo almost to the word what Mr. Jenkins said about extending the seasons, antler restrictions, and I get all the biological aspects of that. But let's not undo what we've done in just a couple of years. I feel like we got a long way to go. I really do. And we're nowhere near the good old days. It was mentioned a couple of years back about the hunting is what, this is the good old days. Trust me, I'm headed into my 43rd year in there. This is not the good old days. We don't have near the quality of bucks we once had or the population. So I would just, that was what I wanted to comment on was in Region H is I am in the more interior part of it. And I see the same issues that Mr. Jenkins and Representative Erickson have mentioned already. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Mr. President, so Justin, I'm going to ask you about the perfect slide that the 25 baby makers and 130 that we want to eliminate. And so let's talk a little bit about those. Are they, and I get it, it's within a half a mile of irrigated land in Sweetwater County. So we must have an area that we just have some damage happening. probably sound like a broken record all day today about the does, because we've talked about mule deer now, and we're going to continue to talk about mule deer forever, and limiting that doe harvest. And so let's talk about those 25. I know it's a small number. It's the smallest number probably that we use. But are they all mule deer, first of all? And then, is there any other option other than harvesting those? Can we do anything else there? And honestly, I'm certain some of our department's not gonna like this, but I'd rather pay damages on mule deer does, than harvest them. But, I'm curious if those are just hanging out there all year, if they actually are migrating, are they moving, or are they just fill me in a little bit on those ones in that area.
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, with respect to those 25 licenses, I'll turn that over to Brandon. And then to the extent you want to have a broader conversation, we can have that when you're ready.
Thanks, Mr. President. Commissioner Bell. Yes, they're all mule deer. These are just outside of Farson. Irrigated lands, they're kind of just resident deer that, hang out there and they cause considerable damage, and our wardens have to deal with it. And this is just a way to take care of that problem. It's 25 licenses. These aren't deer that are migrating with the red desert to Hoback, group of the sublet deer. They're just kind of resident. And since 22-23 winter, we've seen numbers build, and this is a way to deal with that situation.
Thanks, Brandon, for that. I appreciate it, Mr. President. Is there, what's our CWD in that area?
In the sublet herd, very low currently. We're sitting at 2% roughly, just under 2% actually. Yeah, so I wouldn't say that CWD is a concern in this particular area. It might be at some time, but not currently. And then I would say on the other side of 130 and 131 in Sean's district, there's some doe harvest there too, mostly for the same reasons.
Okay. Well, in those, and this, I don't want to get too much into the weeds of this, but I think it's something that we should consider moving forward. I think everything's on the table for mule deer, and looking at, especially in areas that we don't have a high prevalence of CWD. Hopeful that we'll have a live CWD test soon, in the next 3 years. But you guys coming up with an idea, let's take those deer somewhere else. You'd have all kinds of people in Wyoming raising their hand in that area saying, we'll take them, collar them. We could get money for that. We could do that and find out if they're just going to come back like your lost dog that you left on vacation, or something. But I think we'd all like to know some of that. Now I know there's some studies from Utah and some other places that just doesn't work. But I also know how many of them it's not going to work for when we shoot them. So if there's any other way to do it, I think we're all ears. I think everybody is, and you guys you're the best at this, and so I'd be willing to say, let us know what else can be done besides one of two things: shooting them or paying damages. I mean, I'm inclined to. I mean, if there was a way to do that, then let's look at it. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
Appreciate that. I would just add that we do have damage with elk as well as pronghorn, and we treat them the same way as mule deer. But I appreciate your comment.
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, do you want me to proceed? How would you like me to proceed?
Well, Mr. President, I guess right now we're ready to go to another area unless we have changes in this, unless we have proposed changes in this area, or do you want us to make those proposed changes at the end?
Right now.
Right now would be good. Okay. All right.
And I'm going to have some proposed changes. I mean, and as far as 144, 145, 143, and 135, I don't see I think I'd like to be another year off to do anything on those areas. I think it's just a little bit premature. I understand the department's recommendation. I'm just want to lay on the side of being cautious. I think that we're fine up in the Pinedale region. I just have my concerns with the Grays River region and changing anything on that. And I don't know, because 135 has a totally different, it goes about 4 more days longer than the 143, 145, I believe. And so it would be I'm going to move that we remain the same on 144, 145, 143, and 135, and that we do not adopt 50 licenses for Region H on the non-residents. So I don't know if I have to split them motions, with the, that would be, I'm just, so I guess I put in a motion that we deny the department's recommendation for 144, 145, 143, and 135 and keep them as is of last year. And that we also deny the recommendation for Region H for the 50 additional out of non-resident tags. That'll get it on the table here.
Second.
Okay. There we go.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, if I may,
Yeah.
just to make sure I captured that, did you add 135? So I heard 143, 144, and 145.
Well, I've did Region G not to be changed at all. And the non-resident Region G, which incorporates resident 144, 145, 143, and 135, not to take no action on moving them. Keep them the same as last year.
And that would be with respect to APR removal and season dates?
Yeah, same exact what we had last year to keep them in place this year for 1 more year.
And Mr. President, it came in right at the end, just, I want to make sure I heard it right, and that includes the season date. In other words, leaving the September 30th, not going to October 4th.
Keeping it exactly as it was last year. And then with the denial of the 50 additional non-resident in Region H. All the other take all the other recommendations.
Do you have any other discussion on that?
Mr. President, just for clarification, so Commissioner Roberts' motion is is just for what's been presented in the Jackson and Pinedale region. When you say the hunt areas of Region G that you included, that does not include 135, correct?
G includes 135.
But are you wanting to, does your motion include 135 right now, even though that's in the Green River region and we haven't really been presented on that yet formally?
Yes.
Okay. And then to deny the request or the recommendation of the 50 additional Region H non-resident licenses.
That's correct. In my eyes, I just have a hard time with 135. I view it kind of a different way than the department does. So, and that's a very good point that you brought up with being in the Green River region. But that would be my motion then. Be it now. I mean, it'll be the same thing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, let me back that off. I'm not going to include 135 at this time. This is going to be, and if we need to redo the motion, because director brings up a very good point that we hadn't had public comment on 135. I'll wait for that, but beware. So my motion is that we deny the department's recommendation to do any movement on 144, 145, 143, and that we maintain it as we did, exactly the same dates, the same antler, the same everything as last year. And then also on Region H, that we deny the 50 non-resident to increase it for the 50 non-residents for the mule deer.
I would accept that on the second.
President Jolovich, sorry to interrupt, but if I may, just as a point of clarification, Commissioner Roberts, as part of the 145 season proposals, there were also 2 recommended changes to the Type 3 licenses. One which would extend the Type 3 to November 30th, and then as it reverts to an antlerless whitetail season on December 1st. Would your motion include reverting that season back to what was in last year or not?
Yes, my motion is to do exactly what it was last year.
Thank you.
Have I muddied it up enough where everybody understands? Just get it, because I understand that why we're doing it, but I think the department did outstanding work this year, outstanding with what they brought forward. I'm just, I think that both sides absolutely, I think everybody considered everything we could possibly consider and how we did it. And it's just mine that I'm just going to take the conservative approach this year on this, and then not to say that next year won't be a different thing.
So President Jolovich, if I may, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission, I guess in hearing this motion, if I may interject something that I would request the commission consider, should this amendment be passed, I'd be remiss if, and Mr. Skurlock just pointed out to me that that would create a difference in season dates and limitations for 3 areas that would be different from the other 13 areas between the Wyoming Range and sublet herds. And both the Jackson, Pinedale regions have a strong preference to align those regions. So regardless of where the commission goes with that, I would just request that be considered and acknowledged.
Mr. President, also to Deputy Chief's point that he just made about the season dates, I've been getting text messages, and I know there's going to be a public comment there. I've been getting text messages of if we change those season dates, then that really changes things up and really muddies the water. So I think there's going to be some people commenting of keeping the dates in those regions and in keeping them the same as they've been. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of throwing a wrench in the works. I do have a comment. Dustin Child.
Yes, sorry about the late comment, Director Bruce, uh, President Jolovich, and Commissioner Roberts. I really didn't want to get up and comment today, but when your motion was made, Commissioner Roberts, my phone started texting. I was getting phone calls and texts and people saying, "Get up, get up." So I appreciate Commissioner Roberts and I understand what you're trying to do. But Region G and Region H, and I believe that, Cheyenne and the department will agree, they go hand in hand. So if this motion is passed as proposed, if your motion passes, you are going to single out Region H and leave it open and shift those hunters. They're not going to be able to hunt in Area 145, the areas that you mentioned, but they'll be able to hunt in areas 152 and 142 and some of the other areas, and it's going to shift it. And I agree, there's been some progress gained in our deer, in our numbers, and the progress that has been gained. I fear if this motion is passed as proposed, is going to undo the progress that has been made in we'll call it Region H. So that is my concern here, that if this motion does pass, that the ground that has been gained in Region H is going to be lost this year because that's where it's going to shift a large portion of those hunters for the extended days. That's the text that I'm receiving from other people that are watching online and from people in the room, and I hadn't commented. I was hoping not to comment, but I feel this is important enough that I needed to get up, and I believe I would have the backing of the department with Brandon and Cheyenne on this, that Region G and Region H needs to stay together, whichever way it goes. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President. So I know I seconded this. I'm going to vote no on it. I just wanted to have the discussion. I think there's a better way to do some of this and leave the season dates the same. So.
And I'd be interested to see, how do we, on the original motion, then, I mean, I'd be, if we need to adjust the other end. I understand yin versus yang and it goes on with things, but I'm not willing to do anything on my motion. I'm not gonna give on 144, 145, 143. I'm not gonna budge on those because I don't feel good about budging on them. Now how it affects the other ones, I understand that we have to understand, but if, and I understand the hunters will surge in different places and stuff, but until I can be, feel at heart that I can help those regions, then I'm not willing to budge on the other ones. So.
We can come back with another motion.
When?
What's that? We can come back with another motion.
I guess what I need to do is listen to the department. G and H, the hand in hand part, I don't know about, but if somebody from the department explain to me if my motion went through, all of the tragedy that it would impose on everything else.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, I'll ask Brandon Skurlock to take that one.
I understand everything tipples when you do one little thing, but on the other end, you can't put me out on the ledge and say, my job is to make sure that I absolutely do what I think is right for these other regions, but then so I'm not gonna, so anyway, go ahead.
Sure. Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts. Yeah, my phone was going off too. A lot of the law enforcement folks contacted me and saying it would be a nightmare to enforce it because you'd have APRs on one side of a boundary, no APRs on the other side. You'd have season dates, so you'd have people shifting over. So, I mean, that's why we aligned all these hunt areas in the early 90s to not have that, to have similar regulations. So I think maybe instead of having such different regs for G versus H, maybe we could shorten the season in H to P something, maybe just remove APRs, keep the seasons the same. You know what I mean? If I understand the concern correctly, in that Grays River portion, the Wyoming range herd, which isn't performing as well, even though we're at buck ratios, the objective is not there yet. Even though we're just hunting bucks, which is not the reproductive segment of the herd, perhaps we could come to some sort of consensus to reduce the length of the season, maybe cut out that last weekend. Still remove APRs, but cut out that last weekend if that's a big concern. And then just have the 16 hunt areas align. Does that make sense?
It does. And this is the collective wisdom of the commission. I want my thoughts to be out there and my motion to be out there, you know, and then we can sort through the detail afterward. But they're big details. I understand that it's not just it's just a thing, but I just feel it might need to. I'm just not ready on 144, 145, 143. And how we get out of that, I don't know.
Mr. President, I guess my recommendation is that we try to tackle some of that we do not change the dates, at least right now, that we, you know, if you want to tackle the going back on the 50 non-resident licenses, maybe we do it smaller increments on a motion instead of a motion that is all encompassing of something that is going to change both G and H or H but not G. And so I guess my recommendation is let's get to the heart of each one of them, each one of these first. And so I'm not because I don't like your motion, but I think because it does end up being confusing for enforcement and those kind of things. My recommendation is either withdraw the motion and we tackle it a little bit differently, or that we just vote on it. And I mean, I'm going to vote no, just because I think we should kill it and start over. But that's my take on this.
And I respect that. And I'd be willing to. I'm going to maintain my motion whether it goes or not. And then if it's killed, it's killed. And then you want to do break it down a little bit more. But I'm just going to be set for this. We have to go over this regardless of, this is too important for everybody. Great. Just to move it on down. So I'm going to maintain my motion. And then if it dies, then I'll motion again on something different if I need to. So, but that's my thoughts.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? So I'm not going to reiterate what Ken said on all these areas. We know what he's talking about. We need to have a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The motion did not pass by unanimous vote against.
Okay, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I'm going to make a motion and I'm going to I'm going to put two things out there in this motion, and then I don't think we should expand on the motion. If it fails, fine. But then I think we should look at season dates, okay, as separate, because I don't know if that's the issue. I don't know that that's the issue. Actually, I think it's more so the 50 licenses, the extra 50 licenses. And so my motion is going to be to that we deny the department's request for 50 additional licenses in Region H, and deny the 25 doe fawn licenses in Area 130.
And I'll second that.
That's it. That's it.
We have a motion and a second on dropping the two. Would you repeat that,
Sure,
please?
yeah, Mr. President, it would be to deny the request for the 50 non-resident licenses in Region H, which would bring that back to 350, which what it was last year. And then to deny the 25 doe licenses in Area 130, doe fawn licenses in Area 130.
So we have a motion and a second on that. Do we have any discussion? There being no discussion, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Mr. President, then I guess my next question is to Commissioner Roberts. Is it that do you want to have a discussion on the seasons being different in Region H and Region G, or I mean, is that or am I mistaken on that?
No, I mean, I was just using the G and H as just kind of a geographical lump together. But I do, I think that we have heard that the extended season is not going to be beneficial in some people's opinion. So I think that is on the table, and antler points, and we have heard discussion on that. And I'm trying to balance the Pinedale region, because it's the same range, but it's not the same range, kind of, but it's the same thing. So everything is fine, and everybody's agreeing. Oh, the seasons are fine. Everything's we can open up this little bit more breathing room on the Pinedale side, on the Big Piney side, and then I'm hearing on the other side it says, you're just too premature on our side. So I'm trying to balance the difference between the two regions without putting the department into a spin, or the outfitters, or everybody into a spin. That was just my concern.
So on that, I get it. I think there's two things here then that we haven't discussed, and one is the APRs, and the other one is the season dates. And I guess because we haven't really got into all of Region G yet, which we're going to next, I'm guessing, is that we don't make any of those changes until after we hear that, and then we combine those two things. That's my recommendation. Otherwise, this is going to get extremely confusing with enforcement, with outfitters, with all of those things. And so, I mean, I think, and then at that point, we can say, okay, we're going to tackle this thing and do APRs on this side and not on this side. But I guess that wouldn't be my recommendation. But I think we should hear the rest of the Region G area, and then discuss that, because those things are, I mean, they're really tied together. And so, I mean, I'm willing to have that conversation about moving those dates, but I just don't think it's a good idea to have a different area dates in part of a region. And I think that's those regions that are bumping up against each other, and that enforcement, I think we're just going to hear that I'm okay with going back to what it was for the whole area, but not part of it. So anyway, that's just my thought, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I just, say argument 135 is just in my head. But I feel like I'm getting is because I'm trying to feel like the department's trying to box me in and everybody's trying to box me in to say either all or none. And then if you do one thing, then you're gonna, you gotta do one, all for one, one for all. I mean, I don't, I understand what the season setting. I've been around it for a few years now, but I just feel like, it's like trying to get strong armed because enforcement or whatever. But I understand the science too. So it's just we can hear the Green River section. I don't personally think there's that much that the two have together, but I might be 100% wrong. So go ahead.
Okay, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, members of the commission, we'll move on to Green River real quick. This won't take long. So essentially, we've talked about the Hunt Area 135 proposals. Really, the only other thing to visit about within the region are, there is some other continual rebound within mule deer populations in the region, most notably the Bags area. That's an area that sometimes gets forgotten. That was also hit really, really hard during that 22-3 winter. Been some noticeable increase in fawn production and survival in that herd and is now growing. The Green River region does deal with a few damage concerns on private land. They, in general, had pretty good support for their general season structure. The Green River region does have a few youth opportunities, both in Area 135 and down by the Bags area. They have really strong support from the public for that. And they did, through their public engagement, get both support for and opposition to APRs.
Okay, I've got a couple comment sheets for the Green River region. Joe Hickey.
I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you folks today. President and director and commissioners, I'm not used to this formal of a meeting, so forgive me, please. I'm from a little place called Lone Tree there in 132, and we've been there since 1874. And my family's a little different than a lot of ranchers there. We let everybody on. We always figured no trespassing was Spanish for welcome to Utah. So we also have a reserve areas for the handicapped, especially veterans. And so that's a little bit of where we're coming from. And also I might have more or be out of line. If I am, you guys shut me down. But first of all, in 1992, we had a horrible winter there. We weren't so bad that last one that everybody's had in 22. But for 15 years, our deer just were decimated. And nothing was getting better. The buck-doe ratio was like 16 per 100. You started seeing lots and lots of spike bucks. I'm sure you guys have seen them. Spotted deer, spotted fawns in September. Neither the fawns and the mothers, the fawns darn sure aren't going to make the winter. The mothers have trouble. Well, finally, after 15 years of trying, we got 132 to be 3-point or better. We thought that would help our bucks out. And if you can get more fawns born in that first heat cycle, the bigger they're going to be. Well, it worked out great. I've got a handout here. If I could, if you guys, yeah, would you just let it hand around? Actually, this is 2007 was the first year we started it. And that year, there were 443 resident hunters in 132. After 6 years, I believe it is, or 5, we had 892. The harvest, well, it went from 137 to 390. The hunter days, which is so important to our economy, went from 1,986 to 5,581. Just think what that done for the local economy. Well, that was about 18 years ago. And we've had dry years, we've had bad years, we've had all kinds of years, but our deer could keep going on. Sure, they drop in a bad year, but there was enough bucks to keep going the next. And I was quite disappointed when last year you guys dropped that. A lot of folks just couldn't believe that something that was working, we dropped. Now, I've heard the story of you start getting big 3 points. Well, yeah, but they're young, most of them. There's a lot of 2 points now with brow tines because they're born earlier, they're older. Even the yearling does are having fawns. I don't know why in any area that struggles, we don't do this for quite some time. I know that's not what the professionals say, but I guess my lion eyes are seeing different. And we really appreciated that long time. I'd really wish we could go back to the 3-pointer better. Now, and another thing that's worked great to keep our youth coming into hunting is they could kill any buck. And as time went on, you'll see here where and they, in some years, they were even offered does. That is a good deal if you've got them. Again, now I'm stepping a little, I just hope that you'd consider going back to 3-point in 132. But also there's another thing that has made a big difference, and here's where you might want to shut me down. I went to the setting meeting there in March. One of the game and fish guys says, well, how long you been coming to these? 30, 40 years? I said, no, 50. I was coming to them before they really had them officially. There was only 2 game wardens out there, Tom Ward in Evanston and Phil Riddle in Green River. Well, now we have lots of game wardens, lots of people working for the department, but we have a lot less deer. I don't know what's wrong, but I got an idea. They handed this out, Wyoming Mule Deer Conservation Strategy. 75 million to treat grass or weeds, 15 million to expand routine habitat, 15 million annually to remove fencing, 50 million to implement high priority wildlife crossings. Well, I got another handout. A few years ago, I live about 1.5 miles from the home ranch, and I went up there in the morning to visit my dad to line out the day, and there's about 5 deer just along the road out from my house. When I come back, 3 of them looked like that from coyotes. In all this brochure here, there's not one penny for don't even recognize predators. I was president of the Uena County Predator Board for about 12 years. We worked really close with the Game and Fish. We, every spring, they know where the fawning grounds are, so do the coyotes. But we'd split the cost of a helicopter, and one year they couldn't come up with it, so we paid for the whole helicopter to just fly fawning grounds. The sheep aren't there, so those fawning grounds don't get any protection. Well, we also used the Predator Board used a private person to fly all year. There's these tracks for 1 year that's labeled. And a lot of those, if you'll notice in those areas, down in the middle, down at the bottom there's no sheep there. That was all for deer and sage grouse. Lots of those more southern areas were for that. That was another reason of the huge increase in deer. Is my mother, who is 80 some years old, started commenting, wow, where'd all the deer start coming from? Well, there's one reason.
Mr. Hickey, if I might make a comment really quick, I appreciate how prepared you are on this. I really like this.
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, I had to prepare this for Governor Meade a few years ago. But so you can see the number of predators, how it dropped in just a few years that we got. But we kept it up in the deer areas. I can't remember now how many years we went in with the Game and Fish and split the price. Well, like I said, 1 year they messed up and didn't get the finances, so we paid for it all. Now, and in 1 day of flying the helicopter over there between Bridger and Evanston, this could happen because it wasn't around the sheep. They killed 74 coyotes in 1 day on fawning grounds. Now that last picture there, you see that coyote? Those are all, most of those government trappers check the contents of the coyotes they get. If they're full of jackrabbits, there's no need hunting them. But as you can see, those are all sage chicken chicks. There's like 40 of them. Well, sage grouse, I guess. I was on the Southwestern Wyoming sage grouse group until it got disbanded a few months ago. And, but I hope you'll bear with me. I'd just like to say a few things about that. I'm not sure that's our agenda, but 30 years ago, where I live at Lone Tree, there were no ravens, no fox, no raccoons, and I might see, when I was a kid, you might see a coyote once every 2 years. Well, now there's dozens of predators. There was a study Uena County Predator Board paid for from Utah State, collared chickens and followed them and everything. And out of every 100 eggs that were lost, 80 of them was from ravens. I mean, this isn't rocket science. There's the problems. a very interesting thing I learned while on that committee or group, those hens nest within 2 miles of the lek. Well, you can wipe out every predator there is within 2 miles, and the game and fish knows where every one of them are. So on my own, I had the fellow that does that flying. He's my brother. I had him go to some leks before they started their mating season, and for 3 or 4 years, every year the roosters doubled. If you had 4 roosters one year, the next year you had 8 or 9, the next year you had 18 to 20 every year. Something interesting in our group, it shocked me. I said to him, have you ever been to a lek you didn't see an eagle? Well, we can't do anything about the eagles, but what shocked me, 80% on the group had never been to a lek. We've got to have people that have been out there and know the problem, seen the problem. That's about it. But I mainly really encourage you to adopt again 3-point or better. I know in 132, I don't know that other country too good. I often say I've never been east to Cheyenne or west to Elko, but I've been in there a lot. The last 72 years, I know it. And I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. President, Mr. Hickey, thank you for all of this information and the background. I'm going to specifically talk to you about the 75 doe fawns in Area 132, and it's not the white-tailed doe fawns that I'm talking about. It's the mule deer doe fawns. What's your thoughts on that? We know that there's some issues across the state. Most of those are within, certain area, within irrigated lands. I mean, what's your thought on that? We're trying to do everything we can for mule deer, but we're still going to harvest some does because there's some issues. Is there anything else we can do with them, in your opinion?
Well, you're starting to see a lot of deer in town, Mountain View and that. But what we blame that on is they've got good dog laws now. They don't keep running out of town. But as far as our area, those are no problem. Now, we don't have alfalfa. We're at 7,600 to 8,200 feet, so we don't really have alfalfa. We don't have a lot of problems other folks would. Like, for example, between Evanston and Bridger, they have those big alfalfa fields, hundreds of deer on there. That's a deal. Down towards Manila, they'll have 200 deer out on a field. And if we got deer there, they stay in the willows and don't bother us. So what can I say? All I can say is us, and we're fine.
Would you want some more if we catch them?
Boy, you really are pressing me. No, we don't care. Any other questions or comments? I really appreciate you folks. I know you put in a lot of time, and it's really important for not only is our game important for Wyoming, it's important for the culture we have here. If I could we've been landowner of the year twice. The last time I went up to Thermop, my dad wouldn't go. So he sent me. And I told a little story and this is Wyoming. My oldest grandson had heart problems when he was born. So he never grew very good. He's only like 5'6", and all his sisters are 5'11", play ball in college and everything else. But he really liked hunting, but hadn't really had the chance. Well, one day I heard elk come through there, and he was at school. We called the school up. He had a license, so he ran over and got him. When he got to the school, the secretary had him out there waiting. We brought him down. He got a pretty big 5-point bull. That changed his life as a 13, 14-year-old kid. He couldn't play sports. It flat changed his life. That is how important this stuff is. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. Hickey, thank you for that story. It matters. That's what makes Wyoming, Wyoming. I appreciate this information, from the Predator Board. I served on the Crook County Predator Board, and I know there's a lot of work that goes on there. I know the Cody region, worked with the Park County Predator Board, and they did hammer on coyotes, and they did see numbers like you're seeing here. And so it does matter. But yeah, you're probably old enough to remember 1080, huh?
I didn't want to bring that up. That's the deal.
But yes, sure, we can't do anything with it
No.
now, but when it was around, we had the good old days, right?
That's when you'd see 150, 200 sage chickens at a time.
Absolutely. Among all species.
Yeah.
But now, the federal government has forced and tied the hands of the state of Wyoming in some regards, that there are, predatory birds and stuff like that we can't control, but the people in the red shirts and the green trucks and the landowners and everybody that is interested is trying to find the balance in that. And this data absolutely matters. And thank you for bringing it to us, because I want to have as much information as I can before making a decision. And this stuff helps. You mentioned the antler point restriction. There are places that you can see that it works, and it helps get deer to a mature age and a mature breeding age. And the people that are on the landscape all the time see the effects of that. And so that's the struggle with the department is trying to find that balance, because they want to provide opportunities for children like your grandson. And good on the school for getting that boy ready, because they knew the importance and the significance of that experience, right?
Right.
And the people in the red shirts and the green trucks. And sorry, Brandon, I'm not excluding you because you're wearing a gray shirt. I want to include you too. But that is the balance that we're all trying to make here. So thank you for being here today and bringing this information to us.
Well, thank you. And there's one word, the first time I heard it made me mad, but I've worked a lot with Forest Service, environmental groups, and them Utah ones they're pretty tough. And on the BLM, and now I'm on the state grazing board, but there's one word they use, and I am believing in it more and more all the time, and that's collaboration. When you bring us all together, and I mean, even those environmental groups, you find out what you've got in common, and you're a force. Thank you.
Okay, we got one more commenter on the Green River. Jim Shell.
I'm only 5'6" too.
Yep.
He breaks horse.
Okay, I got Mr. Erickson again. Who'd like to come up? He's done.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Bruce and other commissioners, I believe that I have a little bit of as we wanted to wait to make all those motions that Commissioner Bell was talking about, I'd just like to reiterate a couple of points. I believe the concern for the extended seasons and being a little too liberal with those and extending them too fast is for both areas, G and H. And so I would ask that a motion be made possibly to not have those two different, but actually make them the same and go back to last year's 2-week season instead of extending that through the weekend and on to 3 weeks. Because apparently there's plenty of action wanted when you struck the 50 tags, additional non-resident tags in H. So I would hope that the extended season in both is what I see needs to be cut back. So go back for the whole areas on seasons and APRs is my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I could hear from Sean, if Mr. President, if I got to ask one question here on 132 and 134 and what area. Last year we took away the restrictions. And what did the hunter survey say this year as far as how did the hunters, what was the satisfaction survey that they came? Do you know?
Yeah, President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commissioner Roberts, we do take those metrics into account. And so in 2024, the APR was removed throughout the Uinta herd. And satisfaction, I may be off by a percentage point, but I believe it went from 37% to 52% from the people that we were able to survey. So people removing the APR, people seemed to be a little bit happier to go out and be able to hunt and harvest some bucks. And I worked the check station at 5:30. So that's mainly catching people coming from like Cedar Mountain, if you know 132, and then coming up back to Green River Rock Springs, and talked to a lot of people. We saw a lot of yearling bucks that were 3 points that wouldn't have been protected under the APR. We saw some forked horn bucks that people were happy to shoot. We also saw some really good bucks. But in general, people seemed happy to be able to go out and hunt without those APR restrictions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So President Jelovich, members of the commission, will there be any proposed amendments with respect to Jackson, Pinedale, and Green River regions?
It's all my regions. Why do we do my regions first all the time? We get to go. But
We don't like boring.
yeah, I mean it's I'm going to move again to incorporate the bottom region as far as region K, and 135 to be the same as last year and not do anything with them, just for the same reasons that I've stated before. Yes, that's a motion.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? We don't have a second, so it's died for lack of a second.
Well, Mr. President, so I'm just trying to figure out, we talked about the seasons in length. And I just want to make sure I'm making this motion correct, but I'm just going to propose whether it gets second or fails or passes, I'm going to propose this, in Region G and H, that in Region G, we would set the season the same as last year, which would be September 15th through October 4th. Is that right? That's the way it looks in this. It's interesting when you go to the regions down on there, it doesn't have, you have to go back up to all the areas specifically and look, but, and then in Region H, September 15th through September 30th. Is that, those are the dates?
That's right.
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, so the Wyoming range seasons for general license for the rifle have a September 15th opener. That was not proposed to change.
Okay.
Then the closing dates were September 30th last year.
Okay.
And they were proposed to extend October 4th this year.
Okay. So that's okay. That's my motion, and that would be in H, correct? In Region H?
Both regions G and H.
Oh, they're the same. Okay. Okay. All right. That would be my motion then to
No change, G and H.
no change in G and H. Correct.
So for clarification, that would be to just the general license season dates and the antler point restriction limitations.
Correct.
As of now, I'm not tracking any changes to any of the limited quota license opportunities.
Correct. Okay. That's correct. General only. That's right.
Commissioner Bell, for point of clarification on that, so going to last year's season, your motion is to go to last year's season to include the 4-point APR.
Correct.
And not lifting that from this year.
Correct.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on that?
Mr. President, I just said, if somebody thinks that they just want to change the dates, not the APRs, then just kill this one and do that separately. That's my suggestion for ease of it.
Commissioner Jolovich, may I ask a clarifying question? So is 135 included in this?
So I think it would be the recommendation to include 135 in this because it would coincide, the dates then would coincide the same, correct?
Well, 135 has separate dates from the rest of regions G and H.
Okay.
So the question becomes if you would still want 135 to revert back to the dates and the APR limitation from last year.
I'm gonna say yes. Yes. Yes, I'll include area 135 in my motion if that's accepted by the second.
So are you still going to second that with the change?
Yes.
Okay, do we have any other discussion?
Mr. President, so just to put it, make sure I'm tracking, the motion is to revert G and H back. That's what it is. Right? 135 is in G, so it's part of it. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I knew it. Is that?
Are you square with that?
Yeah, President Jolovich, I'm square with the motion. There would be one thing I would like to point out when the time is right.
So we have the motion, second. Any more discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, I guess I'm confused that G&H 135 has different dates, although it's incorporated into Region G. It has a little bit different dates, but also these were presented by the Jackson and Pinedale region. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of this. I think we probably need to be more specific on our motions, like doing season dates just separate. And anybody can make any motion that they want, right? But I think just for clarification and simplicity and not to confuse things, and because sometimes I look at the guys in the red and the gray shirts when we make motions and they kind of make faces. They don't have good poker faces, which is good because I don't want to make things hard on them either. But yeah, I think just for simplicity, if we do dates and then if it's so be the pleasure of the commission, antler point restrictions in a different motion, and but I don't know. That's just me. I'm confused in verbalizing that. So,
And President Jolovich, if I may, to add to Commissioner Haskell's point, I think is what would be most helpful would be to actually specifically enumerate those hunt areas, then talk specifically what the motion is, because there are two different things going on. We also have then some potential misalignment from hunt areas 135 then to the south, which is out of region, which is now in Region K, but there are some season date alignment issues there that we would like to consider. And then the other thing would be, as Deputy Chief Smith just pointed out to me, later on within Chapter 6, we do have a proposed hunt area boundary realignment that would affect regions G and H. So my recommendation to the commission would be to have the utmost specificity with respect to these amendments.
So we still have a motion and a second. And we've had discussion. So we need to vote on this. All in favor?
But
Signify.
let's,
Yep.
excuse me, Mr. President, let's absolutely clarify what we're going to vote on right now. So everybody's clear with everywhere. So we're not, okay.
So, Mr. President, and Justin, you can, and Director, you can help me. So the motion is to make Region G and H and including Area 135 revert back to what the season dates, opening and closing, and leaving the antler point restriction in place as they were in 25-26 season. That's what it is. That's the motion.
And that's what I second.
Okay, so we've had the motion and the second. Everybody understands what it is. Hopefully. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm just making it clear that I don't understand, so, but I'll voice that in my vote, so.
And I'm going to vote against the motion, not because I am against where Commissioner Bell and my colleague from west of the Continental Divide are coming from, but because I think, God, it hurts me to say this, Justin's point is well taken, that we're trying to do too much with one big motion when we've got a whole bunch of moving parts. And so I'm afraid that the motion, I'm going to vote against it because I think it's just going to lead to mass chaos.
And Mr. President, I think it's going to lead to mass chaos if we break it down more too, because that's what we heard is, oh, you can't mess with this particular area because it's the enforcement and everything is right across the ridge from that area. So, I mean, I don't think that, I mean, it's getting that point where, like I said, if I feel like it's all for one or nothing that we're doing. And the intent is to be able to identify a few of these things to get a few of these areas protected and keep the same while opening up the other ones. but the resistance is coming like, you can't do that. You mean, that's what's confusing to me is it's like, oh my God, you can't do that without affecting everything else. So, I would like to, I would like to protect that, like I said, and, but not, throw out all the water on the other stuff, the good that's coming through. So, I mean, and I feel like that I'm being boxed into one or the other, but nothing in between.
I guess my response is, Mr. President, is that the problem with that I think you're alluding to, Commissioner Roberts, is that we pulled 135 out, and we were talking about making changes to it without realizing the areas that were around it and the impact that those changes would have. I don't think anything precludes us from making changes to 135 and 143 and 145 and 144 that are adjacent. We can do all those changes, but we're talking about changing dates and antler point restrictions in two different non-resident areas or regions and like 8 different hunt areas. So I think we can do everything you want to do, but I think the problem we ran into originally was we can't just pluck this one out. Be aware we're going to have to make changes to these other things, and that was what made the gears grind. I think that was the problem, not the idea of where you want to go with antler point restrictions and dates. Doing it in isolation instead of in coordination with its regions and the adjacent areas.
And I don't, with all due respect, we're sounding like the legislature doing this and how they do things. So, but because one there's back and forth, but this is something that's, well, but it's, and it's not my intent to muddy the water and to throw everything out of balance. I just don't know how to get there. That's my frustration is how do I get there? And I'd be willing to, anybody that can help that says, hey, this is a good solution. We can get to this end thing I just feel strongly we've got to protect them. We're not ready on 144, 143, 145, and they just need a little bit more time to nurture. Now, I mean, you can debate all the other ones, of course, but and I'm maybe more sensitive. But on the other end of the thing is in the Pinedale region, it's everybody's saying this is great. We want to open it up. We want to do some more stuff, and I'm for that. But I don't want to. But I can't seem to protect this without messing up that, and that's my frustration.
Mr. President, I have a recommendation, and I'm just gonna, and maybe to the chagrin of Commissioner Roberts, but I'm gonna withdraw my motion. Because my motion was actually, the intent of my motion was to make this easier, and I didn't, and I, of all people, should realize when you pull a string here, it pulls one over here and over here and over. And I didn't realize that G was going to be connected to K and K might be connected to W. And we might end up all the way back at the beginning of the alphabet by the time we're done with this. And that was not my intent. And so I think that Mr. President, I think that just because of the time, I think this is a perfect time. I think the department understands what our intent is in this region, in these regions, in these areas, that we give them the opportunity to take a working lunch and bring us back something maybe after lunch that is an easier way to move this motion forward, whether it passes or not. I think is helpful, because I think what we're doing in our intent is unintentionally muddying the waters, and I apologize for that. Was not the way I wanted that to work out, but it is the way it worked out. And so I will withdraw that motion at this time.
Okay, so we have a motion. The second was withdrawn.
No,
Do we
he
have?
made the motion.
What?
He made the motion.
Rusty made the motion.
He's
Oh, you're
withdrawing the
withdrawing.
original motion altogether.
Okay, so we don't have anything. Everything's done. We're gonna break for a 1 hour lunch.
Mr. President, I have one question before we break for lunch.
Okay.
Can you just give us an idea of, I understand every time we do season setting, we try it like a little bit different way to try to be better and we always screw it up. So we apologize for that. But I understand how we're going region by region. And then is there any wisdom in getting through the regions and then going back? Or how many more of these are going to possibly tie into other ones? Like, I don't want to come back after lunch, think we've got this one fixed, go to the next region and just screw it all up again.
President
Not that we've
Jolovich,
ever done.
Commissioner Lundvall, it's my understanding that there are no more public comment sheets or folks signed up to address the commission for chapters. Oh, one, it sounds like one more came for Lander. Beyond that, that's the only one. So anticipate the remaining regions would go fairly quickly. And then there is a deer hunt area boundary change that does affect these regions to discuss at the end.
Right, and I apologize, maybe I didn't word it right. I don't mean anything about quicker. I'm just saying that last point you made, is there anything besides that boundary suggestion that might possibly affect any of the other regions that we have to still discuss? Or that we've already discussed?
Commissioner Lundvall, no, I don't think so. Okay. And frankly, the boundary change, there are some effects because of hunt areas moving to different regions. So yeah, that's something that probably should be considered as well. And I'm happy to run through that when you want.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna break for lunch till 1 o'clock.
We're back in business.
Okay, President Jolovich, members of the commission, as the presentation's loading again, my recommendation to the commission would be to do this a little bit out of order than we were originally planned, given where we were. So like to talk through a quick hunt area boundary realignment, revert back to the Jackson, Pinedale, and Green River region seasons, and then go through the remaining chapter 6, if that's okay. Seeing nods, that's what we'll do. Okay, so the reason for skipping ahead is this proposed boundary realignment does have a direct bearing on the previous discussion prior to the lunch break. So just really quickly, this proposal is born out of really the investment that the commission has made in enhanced mule deer monitoring through increased flight budgets, through, collaring projects, things like that. It's really a good example of where we have gotten with technology and increased effort in monitoring populations to improve management. So really essentially is what this entails is we have found, our regional managers have found through collaring lots and lots of deer over the years, is that the herd unit boundaries as they existed did not necessarily align with where the deer were going. So this boundary change proposal is an effort to better align the herd units, better contain the herd units within the hunt areas that belong in there, which would also entail moving some non-resident regions, and it would also entail the dissolving of a hunt area and just realigning those herd unit boundaries. Our managers put a lot of work into this. Don't feel like the impacts to hunters, they'll be negligible based on hunter distribution within, the Grovant and some of that upper Wind River Valley, and then the northern parts of regions G and H. One potential snag they looked into is how that would potentially influence outfitter permitting on the Forest Service, but feel like those issues were resolved fairly readily. So is what this would do, okay. So is what this would do in a nutshell would be to move deer hunt area 148 from non-resident region L into F, and that's based on collared deer movements from this part of the world, like going over two ocean places like that into the Absarokas. It would then be dissolving Hunt Area 146 completely. Feel like that would no longer be warranted. 156 would then move from region H into L based on deer movements that go down the Wind River Valley. And then 155 would absorb this other part of 156, but that would remain within region H. And then there would be a minor boundary change in 138 and 143. And so the reason why this is important is based on the motion that was left on the table that has not yet been decided, would involve all of region G and H areas, and 146 would no longer be a part of that. So with that, I'll stand for any questions regarding this proposed boundary change. Okay, hearing none. So back to where we were prior to the lunch break. The commission directed the department to come forth with a recommendation to help assuage some of the concerns that have been brought up by commissioners, by especially Commissioner Roberts, but others. And we feel like we've reached a pretty reasonable compromise that should hopefully alleviate some of these concerns. So here's our recommendation.
Justin? I'm sorry, Justin. I'm sorry. Do you want to resolve the boundary issue before we get into this amendment? In other words, do you want a motion to change the boundary, or do you need it?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, it's really at the pleasure of the commission. I'm happy to incorporate that within the motion that I'm about to suggest.
How about I really like simple. How about I just move that we approve the boundary change as you just proposed and is set forth in the presentation. We just kind of keep this as lean as possible.
Gotta keep them separate.
Yeah.
Second.
So we've got a motion, a second on the proposed boundary change. Do we have any discussion?
Sure, Mr. President. Is this going to affect, if we make this motion and do it, you'd mentioned that it affects the next phase of what we're going into, but we'll be all right with just this solid motion right here.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, it would not affect the intent behind the motion that we're about to discuss. Is all it would do would affect the specific hunt areas that we would enumerate.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any more discussion?
Mr. President, I guess I should have asked sooner when Deputy Chief Binford asked if there was any questions. So in Deer Area 148, that going to Region L? Oh, F. So from L to F, is that right?
That's correct.
And so would it stay in the Cody region, or would it be absorbed into the Lander region?
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell, that the hunt areas just stay within the region that they're in regardless. It's more based on the herd unit that it would then be part of that data analysis unit that would then be managed by the Cody region, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Okay. And I think that's part of the confusion that we got into earlier, is that the, regional offices and their area of authority versus the non-resident deer regions. I think sometimes we confuse those because they don't share the same boundaries. There's a lot of overlap in that. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah, and Commissioner Haskell, just to reiterate, so for the purposes of moving these hunt areas into different herd units, it's really all about just data analysis. So when we estimate a population, it's on that herd unit level, not on the hunt area level. So it would be lumping those deer appropriately with the other deer within that herd for the purposes of that analysis.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And with the proposal from the department to the commission, obviously that comes from a place that simplifies things for you, makes it easier for you guys to do things, but also get a little better subset of data and analysis. So I like it.
So we have a motion and a second on the boundary change. We've had discussion. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, President Jolovich, if I may, I'll now make a suggested motion from the department for the commission's consideration in reference to the previous discussion before the lunch break. So the department is essentially proposing at this point to revise our recommendation for the general license seasons only in hunt areas 130, 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, 145, and hunt areas 149 through 156 to have general license season dates from September 15th through October 2nd with an antler point restriction of 4 points or better on either antler. This recommendation excludes the hunt area 146 that was just dissolved. This recommendation is still, it's not a full reversion back to last year's season dates, but October 2nd is a Friday, so it does cut off that last weekend. Hunt area 135 is left out of this motion at this time.
I would move to accept the department's proposed on this.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the department's proposed changes in deer hunt areas in which region?
Yeah.
Justin mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this has been an issue, hasn't it? Do we have any more discussion?
Mr. President, Justin, could you just read through those areas one more time for us? That'd be great.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell. So in order, it's be starting with hunt area 130, 138, 39, and 40, 142, excuse me, 142 through 145. And then hunt areas 149 through 156.
Anything else, Rustin?
No, I don't.
So we have a motion and a second on the proposed changes to regulations in Pinedale and Jackson regions. Do we have any more discussion? No more discussion. In that case, call for a vote. All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
President Jolovich, do we?
Okay, we have some I have a Jackson Pinedale region request for comment. Jason West.
President Jolovich, Commissioners, Director Bruce, I'm Jason West. You've heard from me earlier today. I stand in some disappointment here with the public process. I'm going to push back on you a little bit. If we're just changing our recommendations as a whole, there is no public process when the discussion's one thing and then it gets voted to a different thing. So I'm disappointed in the process here today. We founded this group, Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance, to advocate on behalf of mule deer herds and mule deer hunters to perpetuate sound, science-based management to promote public support of mule deer hunting opportunities. I try to avoid my own personal opinions and perspective when I give comment to you guys, because it's my own observation. I'm not a biologist, I'm not a scientist. What I see on the landscape isn't the whole population. So I would like to see you guys seriously consider if science-based management is part of what we're doing here in Wyoming as we move forward. And I was going to ask you to put forward a motion to approve the recommendation originally put forward by the department, but that's gone now. So I'm going to withdraw that ask because it's been done already. So.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, Bill Ames, Pinedale area? Okay. Green River, no.
Mr. President, just to make it clear to everyone, we have not voted on the entire thing yet. So we have every prerogative to change our mind before we vote on that, just to make that clear.
President Jolovich, members of the commission, if I may, thanks to Aaron for pointing this out. With reference to that motion, and my apologies, but Area 130 should not have been included in that. Area 130 has a regular season date of October 1 through the 6th. That was not proposed to be changed this year. And that is the traditional date. So that motion that just carried would have put that from September 15th to October 2nd.
So, Mr. President, then I would make a motion to, because we've already changed that as of now. I would make a motion to move Area 130 back to the original date of which is October 1 through October 6. Is that correct?
And then Commissioner Bell, there was last year an antler point restriction in Area 30 that had been proposed to be stricken this year.
Okay. And so we will, I guess, take that off also. Is that okay?
Are you saying for the last year or this year's recommendation?
Sorry, this year's recommendation of, this year's original recommendation. Yeah, that will work.
Just so I'm clear, Commissioner Bell, are you suggesting we maintain the 4-point antler APR in Area 130 or strike it as was proposed for this year? Well,
Let's do, I have no recommendation on that, but you had an issue with the season date.
I guess President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, at this stage, my recommendation would be with reverting back to the way we did in those remainder hunt areas in Region G and H to just be consistent.
Okay.
And therefore reinstall the APR in Area 130.
Okay, that would be my motion then, as presented.
Want a second?
Second.
Been motion. We had a motion and seconded. Do we have any discussion? There being none, which this was pretty simple little thing. Those in favor, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? There being none opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
So moving on to the remainder of chapter 6, I'll go through these fairly quickly. Within the Cody region, mountain mule deer populations are doing well. The migratory populations are doing better than the lower elevation Bighorn Basin resident populations. Like we talked earlier today, there were some EHD outbreaks that have affected some things, particularly with whitetail. There was some significant proposals to decrease whitetail license issuance. Issues raised during public engagement where the public continues to be concerned about CWD and its impacts to both species of deer, and concerns that whitetail populations concerns about the decline of whitetail populations given the EHD outbreak. As a response to some of that public concern, the Cody region proposed a change subsequent to public comment. That is really the archery season dates were not necessary. This actually wasn't born out of public comment. Rather, it was correcting an oversight. But that's why the archery season dates are being stricken for Area 121. And that's because the month of September is covered by the regular season dates already. Then, based on public comment for the 127 Type 8, the initial proposal was to go from 100 licenses to 75. That got further reduced to 50. And then in the 164 Type 1, there was a limitation for those 50 licenses for antlered mule deer or any white-tailed deer valid on or within 1 mile of irrigated land. That proposal was just changed to any deer valid on or within 1 mile of irrigated land.
Do we have any comments or questions on Cody region deer?
Mr. President, so Justin, I know it's kind of one of our hot spots for CWD. So I'm not going to grill everybody too hard on the mule deer doe harvest, but we have general areas that are any deer and significant amount of potential mule deer doe harvest in this area. And so I think it's that those reasons are a lot of irrigated land, a lot of density, and CWD. Is that correct?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, yeah, that's correct. And in this particular case with these Type 1s, in recent years when they've looked at this both on field checks and harvest surveys, the harvest has been 100% mule deer bucks. Frankly, some of the other motivation for this change was to alleviate some confusion where some folks thought you could hunt an antlered mule deer area wide, but only a white-tailed deer next to irrigated land. And so it was also considered to be a simplification. Okay, moving on to the Sheridan region. Here, deer numbers are generally stable but below management objectives. There are continued APRs in select hunt areas. The Sheridan region would like to run them for 1 more year. The commission may see proposals to remove those next year. Whitetail seasons in the Sheridan region still stay pretty liberal. It's based on landowner tolerances, perceived competition with mule deer, and manage for lower densities for chronic wasting disease purposes. This is an area, like I had mentioned earlier this morning, that CWD prevalence in white-tailed deer meets or exceeds that of mule deer in many places. The Sheridan region, through their initial discussions with their constituents, had already proposed to add a general any white-tailed deer season in Hunt Area 21. That was also a request that was born out of public comment for Chapter 6. Another issue that came up during public engagement and the formal comment that came to the commission was also to ask for a November white-tailed deer season in Hunt Area 18. The regions did get just general support for their proposed seasons, and concern for low deer numbers was expressed. But based on that, ask for a general whitetail season in Hunt Area 18, where they had already proposed a new one for Hunt Area 21. Subsequent to public comment, the Sheridan region is proposing a 15-day general season for any whitetail deer in Hunt Area 18.
Any questions or comments on deer in the Sheridan region?
Okay, President Jolovich, this next slide will take about an hour. We're going to talk about Green River mule deer seasons. No reaction? Okay, moving on to the Laramie region. Laramie region's pretty straightforward this year. Laramie region experienced pretty good fawn recruitment in several herds, but especially in the Platte Valley over the past 2 years. They had a real noticeable uptick in hunter success really across the region. They're still proposing to maintain some minimal doe fawn harvest to address private land issues in parts of the region. During public engagement, Laramie region did receive overall public concern with just depressed mule deer populations. And there was some interest, perhaps, I guess I would say increasing interest in raising licenses in the Platte Valley that had all gone limited quota back in like 2013. The Laramie region is proposing no changes to any limited quota licenses in their region. Oh.
Questions or comments on the Laramie region? Nothing?
Okay, moving to the Lander region. The Lander region is proposing to remove APRs, expand some season dates, and increase limited quota license issuance to allow increased buck harvest and also across all age classes. One of the other motivations the Lander region has for allowing some increased buck harvest opportunity is to address CWD where it may be becoming a problem, and certainly keeping their foot on the gas, so to speak, with the intensive CWD management project that is going on in that project herd, which is Hunt Areas 157 and 171. I will take a little bit of time here and talk about a regional proposal that it's unprecedented and fairly new and warrants a little discussion. So the Lander region in Hunt Area 87, which is that Ferris Seminole Mountain area, are proposing a new license type. This would be an 87 type 2, and this would be a 3-point or less license type. Now it's novel in terms of mule deer management. It's not in terms of the way we've done things with elk. We've had those raghorn 4 and 5-point or less elk seasons the last several years now. The reason for this is not, and I really want to emphasize this is not the Lander region's attempt to try to manage genetics and cull quote unquote inferior deer or anything of that nature. People quickly forget that does contribute 50% of the genetics to a fawn. There's only so much you can control with that, nor is that a message that we want to send to the public that the Game and Fish Department is in the business of trying to pick and choose which deer are more or less inferior. Having said that, the reason why I really support this proposal is areas like 87 have chronically and continually high buck ratios. Area 87 within this herd, in an average year, the buck ratios will be in the low 40s. There's years when it's even eclipsed the 50 per 100 doe mark. It's an the type 1, is an extremely sought after license. You'll get well over 1,000 residents applying for, after you take away landowner licenses, things like that, for in a lot of cases, less than 30 licenses. So the drawing odds are a fraction of 1% to draw the type 1. But as what that does is it results in some really high expectations for large antlered bucks, trophy quality, so to speak. And that area can furnish that, but when the buck ratios get really high, regional managers intend or try to just increase the type 1 license issuance, they do run into some opposition from folks that are worried that we're going to harvest the top end bucks and therefore reduce trophy quality in the long run. In the meantime, there's an awful lot of these older age bucks. This isn't about young buck management. This is about managing a kind of a preponderance, if you will, of older age class bucks that become just giant 2 points and 3 points. I call them Justin Benfit size bucks, right? So they're old. I'm 49 years old, but I'm only going to get 5'6" tall, right? Not every deer can grow to be a 220-inch Boone and Crockett deer, yet they still live to be an old age. We have these high buck ratios, which also can open the door for more CWD coming into those areas. And frankly, it's just wasted opportunity to manage for that many buck mule deer when those mouths on the ground could be does and fawns instead of old mature bucks. So this is a novel concept. We feel like it may grow some legs, but it's worth trying. The Lander region is proposing to issue 25 licenses just to start, just to dip our toes. This is also going to be followed by plans to tooth age these harvested deer to get an idea of the age structure that we harvest on this license type, and also test all those animals for CWD. So with that, the other issues that were raised during public engagement were, just general support for the focused CWD work in the project herds, which is also aimed to protect some of the surrounding herds. And then with the removal of APRs in parts of their region, they're addressing past requests for changes in hunting opportunity and license allocation.
Mr. President, so Justin, 3 point or less on either antler. Could you then also shoot a 4x3? I'm just clarifying that 3 point or less is we have 3 point or more or 3 point or less. So as long as one side or the other has 3 point or less, you can shoot it.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Just checking.
Any questions or comments on Lander deer? Nope.
Okay, wrapping up Casper region. So the Casper region is continuing with very conservative seasons overall for mule deer in the entire region. All their herds are well below objective, but they're one of the parts of the state where deer are increasing. They've had above average fawn ratios, good survival, and they have high buck ratios throughout the region. One of the more significant changes the Casper region is proposing is Deer Hunt Area 65, which is just south of Glen Rock and Douglas in the northern Laramie Range. They are proposing to change that opener from October 20th to, it's been a traditional October 15th opener that either runs through the 24th or 31st, depending on the year. The proposal is to shift that opener later to October 20th, run it through the 31st. And is what that would do is match a change in the rest of Region J, the hunt areas to the south, like 64 and going south from there. Those season dates actually changed last year. So this is a proposal just to align those. The Casper region is also proposing to maintain a traditional 20-day season in the Black Hills. Certainly in recent years, and especially with the bad winter a few years ago, the Wyoming range and sublet herds are getting all the attention. The Black Hills have been kind of quiet the past few years. And I think maintaining that 20-day general season is partially responsible for that. I guess the primary concern that they dealt with during their public engagement was just concern over low mule deer numbers across the region. I should also say in the Black Hills, there is somewhat of a change proposed on the general license limitations that will allow those for any white-tailed deer on private land.
Do we have any questions or comments on deer in Casper region?
Yep. Mr. President, Justin, so Area 88, normally a lot of these doe fawn valid on private land that, I mean, we've been seeing irrigated, I'm guessing these are just deer that are going to refer to them as like the pumpkin patch deer. They're just deer that are in areas on private land that we're having issues with.
So President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, actually, this is not necessarily about damage mitigation. So Hunt Area 88 is a skinny little hunt area just west of Casper. It's part of the Kendrick Irrigation District, so there's a lot of cultivated irrigated lands, so that is true. That's where the harvest will primarily be, but this is much more about a CWD management project where it's a true hotspot in some of those cultivated lands. Prevalences have exceeded 35% the past several years. Yet the neighboring hunt area to the west, which is Hunt Area 89 and the rattlesnakes, that's part of the same herd unit. We've had really low prevalence of CWD in Hunt Area 89, and so it's a protection measure to try to avoid CWD from marching west.
Appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
President Jolovich, that concludes what I have for Chapter 6.
Oh, I do have. I missed a Green River comment. We grab that real quick, Jim Shell.
President Jolovich, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jim Shell from Glenrock. Thank you for this opportunity. I had to kind of see where the dust settled on G&H before I could really speak to anything in W. We hunt the fringes of the Sierra Madres in W, but as you know, the lion's share of that entire region, very high percentage of public land. And strangely enough, after the winters of 22-23, and it's been said here several times today about the hard-hit populations in GH and in specifically the Bags area. In Region W right now, it's the only areas that I can find in the whole thing. This has been traditional for a number of years, and I've brought it to the attention of this commission before. But it's the only region in the state that offers youth seasons, extended youth seasons. I'm all about youth hunting opportunities if the resource allows it. But when we're talking about a hard-hit area in Region W that's literally coast to coast, border to border of W that took it in the shorts, and it's barely starting to come back now, I don't see there's any purpose in extending the proposal by the department right now is to extend the general season by 2 days for anybody, and to extend the youth season for 4 days. And all these youth area and extensions are only in, strangely enough, Region W, where we've had tremendous winter kill losses, and we're just starting to see our heads above water again. I think it's premature to extend any of those seasons, just like you guys did vote on, and I commend you for that in G&H. And then one other thing, I might draw to your attention, while you did per request, you denied an addition of 50 non-resident quota licenses to those regions, which is what the crowd asked for. But effectively, all you did is actually took $40,000 out of the department's operating budget, basically, and did nothing to manage mule deer in terms of the resident population. And that's what my focus of this moment up here is. We'll keep talking about it. I've got to keep talking about it. We've got to keep talking about it. We've got our problems right now with mule deer are way over and above what I think most of us even realize. Just because everybody wants a mule deer in 2026 does not mean that everybody should get a mule deer in 2026. We've been managing antelope for decades on limited quota. We've been managing our non-residents by regions now for several years, but our deer by regions and our antelope by areas on limited quota. It's about time that we start looking at the reality of having to manage our resident population for our iconic mule deer. That's not something that's going to go away. We're going to keep bringing it up. We're going to keep infiltrating your ears with this. It's time to do something seriously proactive for our mule deer. So that my platform here today, why it minors around Region W's extension of seasons and opportunity that for youth hunters, which I'm all for it. I'm 100% for it. This gentleman here said the same thing. The youth hunter is where the programs are today. That's what we need to endorse. But the lion's share of those areas are public land. It's the only areas in the state offering an extended season for youth hunters. We're already talking about a sizable resident population right there in that country between Rawlins, Evanston, Rock Springs. And you're putting a lot of youth hunters out there for any buck deer. And I also, unfortunately, see a problem there where it creates a little extended family hunting, a little extended opportunity for old dad too. That's the sad reality. But if you're blind to that, well, that I don't know what to tell you. But that's another thing negative about that youth only deal. But moving forward, I would think you would be consistent with these areas in 82 and 100 and all the way through Region W. It's not time to bring those back to another couple of days of whacking and stacking either. And certainly at this point, when the resource recovers and the opportunities there, by all means, bring back that youth hunt that's been sort of traditional in that region only. If you look through your orders, you'll see what I'm talking about. At some point, that might come back, but it isn't in 2026. That's not where we should be. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Mr. President, Jim, thanks for the comments. My question is going to focus on those doe fawn licenses, which there's only in area 131 and 132.75. And they're irrigated. They're fairly directed at certain areas. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think this gentleman already hammered on that, and I don't know, I can't speak intelligently to that area and what kind of damage is being done on the ground for the landowners, but bottom line, the lion's share of the hunting pressure that's going to occur in that entire Region W by resident and non-resident because of the nature of the land ownership is BLM. And there's going to be the lion's share of that's going to be fully accessible BLM hunters. And anybody in the state that wants to hunt there as a resident can go there. And I have no problems of addressing any kind of management problems we have on private lands. Any kind of mitigation there, that's between the landowner and the department in my mind, 100%. But when we're talking about generalized hunting opportunities for Joe Public, whether they're resident or non-resident, that's where I see problems here. And to be consistent with what we just seen you folks do with G&H, I would think you would be looking this very same thing because Region W is every bit as hard up as G&W or G&H, excuse me. And the winters there, I mean, it was horrible. And I can tell you, I have the pleasure of hunting some of the very best habitat and mule deer habitat in the entire Rocky Mountain West on the west slope of the Sierra Madres. And as I stand here last year in 10 days of hunting there, I seen 2 young bucks total on about 10 sections of private land and about 6 or 8 does total for the year. And if they're there, I'm going to see them. But that's what I seen last year for in the field. We're in no way, shape, or form ready to bounce back and offer a couple more days of hunting for anybody. So,
Jim, I'm going to put you, Mr. President, put you on the spot one more time. So, I mean, you talked about more limited quota areas. You would be in favor of more limited quota areas for mule deer across the state.
I think it's a stretch to think we're going to go ahead and get a lot more limited quota areas, but I think that is not a stretch, and it certainly could be looked at strongly. that we start regionalizing our resident hunters at least. Our population continues to grow, just like you've heard witness here today numerous times. And the last frontier is filling up with outsiders. And they're coming here for the wildlife and for the bounty of this state and the beauty. And at some point, we got to get ahead of the curve and start managing our mule deer, the iconic mule deer. Again, I'll say it, everybody wants one, but that does not mean everybody's going to get one. Everybody wants a moose, everyone wants a sheep. It doesn't mean they're all going to get one. It's a matter of supply and demand. Simple as that. Any other questions? Thank you for the opportunity of visiting with you.
We don't have any more. Do we have anybody who wants to comment on anything mule deer?
I have my ass back.
Yeah, come on up real quick.
Thank you for letting me come back and get my pass in. I just want to say, I wish we would have had a little public input before we passed, the Pinedale-Jackson deer herd, but there's no science-based evidence that says 4 years antler point restrictions do anything. Everything science-based says 2 to 3 years. And I don't know if I'm not a biologist, so I have not seen anything like that, but maybe there is. We've got a extremely dry year over there. Drought conditions, the winter range is going to be horrible. If we kill a few more deer, we're probably on the upside. The science base that the Monteith shop has been doing, it's not quantity of deer, it's health of deer that is most important. And we got 80 fawns to 100 does over there this year. And the fawns that are going to hit the ground this year are probably going to be every bit that high. And so our buck doe ratio, it's probably going to be in the mid 40s. I mean, it could be with these fawns coming up, which is on the upper end of the objective. I'm asking the commission to put forward a motion to approve the recommendations as originally proposed at the meetings taking place in the regional offices. I think this APR, 4 years is, nobody recommends 4 years. There is nothing science-backed to recommend 4 years APRs, especially when we got a buck doe ratio, 38 to 100 is what it was this year, and it's probably going to go higher. So I stand for questions, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. So we've got a recommendation from the department to the commission to adopt Chapter 6 deer hunting season regulations as proposed. Go ahead.
So President Jolovich, members of the commission, at this point, our recommendation would be for the commission to adopt Chapter 6 as amended, and I will recap those amendments if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the amendments are first and foremost to reduce the Region H quota from 400 back to 350. Eliminate the hunt area 130 type 7. Then for the general seasons only in hunt areas 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, 145, and 149 through 156 to have general license season dates of September 15th to October 2nd with a 4-point APR in terms of, and I can read those limitations if you need me to. Then the last part of the amendment would be for hunt area 130 to have a general license season from October 1 to October 6th with a 4-point or better APR.
Okay, so we have a recommendation to the commission from the department for the deer hunting season regulations with, we good? With the amendments, as proposed with the amendments. Do I have a motion?
And
So moved. Who seconded?
I'll second that. For,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do you have any discussion?
you did say 143, right?
Commissioner Roberts, that's correct.
Okay.
Are we good? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
President Jolovich, members of the commission, if it's okay with you, I had a lot more background information to provide on elk, bighorn sheep, moose, et cetera. I may skip over some of this in the interest of time, if that's okay, and kind of get into the meat of the proposals. I'm getting a thumbs up from the commission president, so I think that's what we'll do. Okay, on to chapter 7, elk hunting seasons. Essentially, you guys know the drill. We've got over objective elk populations in parts of the state, central and eastern Wyoming. Feed ground herds are kind of treading water, one being over, the rest being pretty near objective. Still trying to manage elk populations towards objective as aggressively as possible while trying to preserve the integrity of public land hunting quality, especially in those areas where we have a mixed mosaic of land ownership. So with respect to elk hunting, there were some changes here and there across the state. It resulted in an aggregate increase proposal of 960 elk licenses. Very little change in the western part of the state, with the biggest change coming from our Lander region. There are no proposed changes to any of the 3 non-resident regions E, S, and W, in terms of quotas. With respect to elk hunting, over the last 10 years, it has been a gradual, long, slow uptick in both licenses issued and total harvest. Last year was the first year we eclipsed 30,000 elk harvested statewide. It came down slightly this past year, but was really about the same. With respect to Chapter 7, we received, as is typical, we get more comments for elk than any of our other regulations. We received 225 comments. We had a lot of opposition expressed to shortening general seasons, both in terms of archery season length and the regular season length in hunt areas 84 and 85, as well as 89 through 91. We did have numerous comments, either supporting or opposing the season proposal in hunt area 7. We can get into that a little bit later. The opposition or the concern with respect to hunt area 7 really centers around 2 main issues, and that is the early season antlerless framework and the differences between the north half of the 7 and the south half, as well as the conversion of the type 2 raghorn 5-point or less license to an any elk license with later dates in November and December. We also had a few requests for muzzleloader elk seasons, but one of the predominant themes with respect to Chapter 7 were just the support that was expressed for expanded Type 9 archery license opportunities. This is really the 3rd straight year that the commission has received a fairly galvanized push, if you will, from the public expressing interest in Type 9 archery opportunities around the state. A lot of this has been focused in central Wyoming. Last year, there was a little bit more focus outside. This year, the predominant focus was in areas 16, 22, and 111, which are like the Shirley's, Ferris, Seminole Mountains. But given the third straight year that this has occurred, it's just not going away. There's increased interest in this Type 9 license issuance. And so again, just to refresh the commission, Type 9 licenses are the archery-only licenses. One of the issues that we run into when people submit these comments are there's really three ways in which the department administers Type 9 opportunities. They can be what I will from here on out refer to as the choose your weapon seasons, meaning where you have Type 9 licenses. And let's just for example's sake, make it simple. We're going to talk about elk. This galvanized push here for more Type 9 opportunities is not restricted to just elk. It's most commonly associated with elk opportunities, but there have been requests for antelope and deer Type 9s as well as even some other species. So we can have choose your weapon seasons where only the Type 9 license holders are able to archery hunt during, and they don't need an archery license, but say the month of September in the case of most of our elk seasons. Then the rest of the regular license holders, whether it's general or Type 1 or whatever, are not allowed to archery hunt during those special archery seasons at all. That's the choose your weapon framework. The other way in which we can implement Type 9s, or we can have Type 9s that are simply issued in addition, where the other license types also get to hunt during the special archery seasons as long as they buy an archery permit. Or then we can have a hybrid version where the Type 9 hunters may get the entire month of September. The rest of the license holders only get half of the month. So there's those three ways we can implement those and have implemented those. When we get all these requests from the public, they very rarely specify how they would like us to administer those. The point for bringing all this up is just given the increased interest, it's really time that we broadly survey the public on how we administer archery opportunities going forward. And so we have never done in the history of our agency a really focused archery survey. So as the commission may remember, a couple of years ago reported back on the 2023 mule deer hunter attitude survey. That's something that we've done every 5 years. We did one elk hunter attitude survey. In both of those survey efforts, we've actually asked a singular question whereby we gauge support for choose your weapon seasons. In the past, especially with the elk one, the public has been fairly consistent that 75% of the Wyoming resident public does not support a choose your weapon framework. 25% did. That was borne out in the earlier deer surveys as well as the elk survey. Those percentages shifted a little bit during the 2023 mule deer hunter attitude survey, but again, it's still a singular question in an otherwise more broad survey effort. So it's time for us to ask the public in a focused manner how they would like us to allocate archery opportunities going forward. This is a big deal because depending on how it goes and where the support lies, it could potentially change some opportunities across the state. So we need to be very thoughtful how we do this. We need a pretty broad survey effort. We need to reach out to not only the Wyoming residents, but non-residents as well. We intend to do that hopefully later this spring, if not by the summer, with results available by this fall that can then inform season setting going into next year. Okay, every year with respect, and President Jolovich, please stop me if I'm going too fast, but every year with respect to the Grand Teton National Park Elk Reduction Program, this is something that we are essentially obligated to based on the congressional enabling legislation that authorized the formation of Grand Teton National Park. Every year, our Jackson region managers get with Grand Teton National Park personnel and discuss where to go with respect to elk management for the 2 hunt areas that are open in parts of Grand Teton National Park. This is governed, elk management in the Jackson herd as a whole is still governed by the commission objective of 11,000 elk, and also the National Elk Refuge winter feeding objective of less than 5,000 elk on feed. The recommendation this year is to, in hunt area 75, run a season from November 14th through December 6th still closing the Snake River Bottom and Antelope Flats portions. And this would represent an increase of 40 total permits with 20 type 4s and 20 type 6s. The increase would be from 20 the previous year, and Hunt Area 79 would remain closed. Moving on into the Jackson region, most herds are within objective range. Their seasons are essentially designed to continue to manage elk towards objective and prevent and reduce damage where they have it. As we all know, very, very mild winter conditions this past year. Those, excuse me. That actually, those really mild conditions actually affected a lot of winter counts on feed grounds, not just the National Elk Refuge, but some of the state feed grounds as well. There were also some seasons designed to begin to incorporate recommendations from the Jackson Feed Ground Management Action Plan. And really there, the goal is to try to target those shorter distance migrants to, ultimately reduce the number of elk on feed while alleviating harvest pressure from those more migratory segments that are more desirable and more readily available to the hunting public. Issues that were raised were concern with the lack of elk wintering in the Grovant and opposition to proposals to reduce archery seasons in hunt areas 89 through 91 and the rifle season length for the general licenses in hunt areas 84 and 85. That galvanized that resulted in the biggest public comment theme for Chapter 7 this year. As a result of that public comment, proposals were changed in response. So for hunt areas 84 and 85, it's a return to the original regular season dates, the rifle season, if you will. And then for hunt areas 89 through 91 is to return to the whole month of September for the special archery seasons, and then keeping the November 1 opener for the reversion to antlerless elk and running area 91 through the end of October.
I have some comments for the Jackson region. You want to do those as we go?
President Jolovich, if I may, I could go through Pinedale real quick and then lump those two together.
Okay.
So in Pinedale, those herds are within the upper green and the Pinedale herd. Those hunt areas in parentheses there are within objective. The Piney herd is the one herd in the region that's over objective. That's those western hunt areas 86, 92, 94. The region's still proposing liberal elk seasons region wide. They're still going to continue. They would like to continue for another year the Type 8 licenses, which were a novel addition last year in hunt areas 93, 96, and 98. Wow, there was very little harvest on those Type 8s this last year. It's because of the mild winter conditions and the elk just didn't show up, but feel like it's a valuable tool in the toolbox. It is worth noting that chronic wasting disease was detected on 3 feed grounds in the region. That's something our regional managers are certainly keeping a very, very close eye on. Really, the primary concern the Pinedale region folks heard with respect to elk was just general concerns regarding the establishment of CWD in elk populations that attend feed grounds.
Okay, I have some sheets for comments for Jackson Pinedale. Jason West.
President Jolovich, Commission, Director Bruce. I'm Jason West with Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance. Been up here twice already today, so I won't reiterate that. I just want to express appreciation to the department for listening to public comment and removing those archery restrictions that were proposed for hunt areas 89, 90, and 91. That's Wyoming range. And that's why we're commenting on it, because we would like to preserve the carrying capacity for the mule deer resource and not decrease harvest of the elk over there. So we appreciate them taking into consideration those comments and changing the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Erickson, what's your step counter at right now? Getting all your steps in today?
Barely. Thank you, Mr. President and Commission. I'll run through these quickly because a lot of them were addressed. And again, I would echo that change. That was one that I heard a lot about was the cutting the 5 days off of the archery season. But that also led into some good discussion, I think, and that is to move more Type 9 licenses and choose your weapon. And it sounds like we're headed in the right direction with that. I would highly encourage us to all look more at that because I think it would take some of the pressure off, some of the bowl quality decline in especially general areas there in 89, 90, 91. I do still feel like, and we call it the, in quotes, fear the bear, where it's putting a lot of the archery hunters that maybe used to hunt more up north and in the wilderness down towards where bears are less frequent in the Wyoming range. And so that's come about crowding. The bow hunting season is just about as big as the old October 15th hunting season. So we're just as crowding reasons we're seeing that. Just make sure. Oh, I also would bring up the concern, and I'm glad that that was also listed. I appreciate the department's response there. I went on a tour up into the Grovant, and that's shocking to see those 3 feet grounds up there with no elk on them or very few elk in comparison, and then not have to look very far for the culprit in that situation, and that's the wolf predation going on. So that I hope that we can do some things to remedy that and hopefully save that group because it is kind of the heartbeat of that elk area. And if we lose them there, we're going to quickly lose them in other places. Just the initial wolf kill from in the season that opened up on March 1st is they were moving farther and farther down into the Grays River and almost down to Kemmer. 2 of them, at least 2 to my knowledge, 3 of them were taken during that time in areas where they haven't typically been, and one was they figure he was booted out of the Grand Teton National Park area and was killed in the Middle Ridge area of Grays River. So that's coming in, and hopefully we can do some things to tweak those situations. But back to, and I'll end, but back to the choose your weapon. I think that has great potential to help with some of these concerns, but the goal should be the balance, quality hunting, healthy elk herds, and opportunity that remains fair and is sustainable for the future. And I would end with that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Todd Jenkins?
Mr. Chairman, Commission, I'm Ted Jenkins. I'm sorry for the messy handwriting. It was a bumpy table out there. Sorry. So anyway, I just wanted to take a few minutes and reiterate some of the concerns that we had that's been addressed, and thank you guys for that, and reiterate the support for choose your weapon. It's just something that is going to fix, I understand why the original proposal for the shortening of the archery season come about, but the shortening of the archery season I don't think was going to fix the problem. So I think that if we can figure out some way to do a choose your weapon thing, and it's long overdue, I believe, and I would definitely be in support of that, and appreciate all the other concerns that were addressed there. So I just want to say thank you, and let's keep going on this choose your weapon thing. I think we got something there. So thank you.
Thank you. Bill Ames?
Thank you, Commissioner President, Commission. I'm here with regards to the west or the east Piney Front. The elk are over objective there, and they've been over objective for quite some time. And we just have a hard time killing elk. And elk hunting has never been better, in my opinion. We're living in the old days, good old days. But we've got CWD knocking on the doorstep. And you've got a captive setting in a normal winter where all them elk are confined in a pretty close space. Right now, we can buy 3 elk tags, and that's great. And I'm as guilty as everybody, but we buy 3 elk tags, stick them in our pocket. We'll look in September and October for a bull, and then, yeah, we'll be 5 miles from the truck and see a herd of cows, but it's like, well, I'm not going to shoot a cow here because it's going to snow in November, and I can get one a quarter mile from the truck. And so nobody fills that early season type 6 tag. And they got 3 of them in their pocket until late November. And the last 2 years, we haven't gotten any snow. And the fellow earlier that talked about the woman with kids feeding her family, you know, and didn't want to shoot deer, go out and find an elk. Well, that woman isn't going to climb 2,500 feet 4 miles back. It just isn't going to happen. And our kill is down. And I don't know what the answer is, but I'm proposing to change the type 6 tag, cut the number in half and make them good for the month of October. And they expire the end of October. And to take the other half and make them good for November. And maybe with the end of that license occurring in October, maybe a few more people will go out there and try to kill elk and a way to get elk killed. And also those type 6 tags, the non-residents, for whatever reason, most of them think they got to be here on opening day, which is October 1st. And even the game wardens in that area will tell you that the non-residents, well, where are all the elk? Where are all the elk? And the wardens try to convince them to come in November. Well, they just don't. They have it in their head. They got to be there on opening day. And they would find much more success if they would come in November, especially if we got snow. And like I say, I don't know if this is the answer for sure, but we're going to a 3-year cycle starting next year. And then if we try something new like this, we got to live with it for 3 years. We have 1 single year that we can try this to see if we can increase the kill before we get into that 3-year cycle. And I also, the way it's gone lately, I think we should get into December hunting there. You know, offer 25 licenses, good till December 20th or something. Not a lot, good on private and forest, but we have to do something to kill elk there with CWD knocking on our doorstep. We just can't continue the same old thing and be so far over objective and continue to do nothing. So I stand for questions and thank you for your time.
Mr. President, if I may, thank you for the comments. As usual, I appreciate it. You mentioned type 6 licenses. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
See, we got a multitask. We got maps and charts and PowerPoint. So I want to make sure I heard that right. And which area?
It's 92 and 94. And I think they issue 500 type 6 tags in both areas.
Okay. Have you chatted with about that with with the local biologists?
Yes.
To get their take on it?
Yes.
Because my follow-up is as soon as you get to go sit down, I'm going to ask the local biologists what their take is on that, because that's kind of an intriguing idea to me. Maybe it's because it's unusual and I never heard it before. So I appreciate the comment, and we're all for creativity. So
Well, it's just frustrating that we just can't kill the elk. I mean, people, I don't know what it is. In October, they'll go back a ways. Come November 1st, if they can't see it from the road or a quarter mile from the road, they're not going to go back where the elk are. And we just can't kill elk. And I don't know if this is the answer, but it's an attempt to try something different.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I got a question for Mr. Ames. Mr. Ames, thank you for your comments today, and I think you've made some really good observations. Elk are tough to kill. I have a philosophy that, or a theory that 80% of the elk are probably getting killed by 20% of the hunters. You know, that's give or take. But I think when you look at numbers of outfitters, they have high success rates with their clients. I guess throwing a question out to my fellow outfitters in the room, I know, speaking for myself, I'm getting a lot more interest for clients to book guided cow elk hunts. Are you guys experiencing the same in the western part of the state? I know, Cy, you are in the central and part of the state too, but you know, I think there's people that are looking to increase their opportunity and success in reaching out to outfitters. That could be an option to helping out with this problem with these over objective elk herds. Is you know, outfitters have all the tools and means necessary with horses and everything to get off the beaten path, because killing elk's tough. And then the work starts once you get one killed,
It
right?
gets tougher after the kill.
It gets tougher after you kill one. So I think you bring up really valid points and have made a very good observation that this is a good way to maybe help that. But as my friend Dustin Setter said, elk have one thing to do, and that's survive. And they're really, really good at it. So we do have to get creative in finding ways to help manage these numbers. And so being able to be flexible, I think these are good suggestions, being able to be flexible on maybe season dates and license types and not having them overlap could be a good solution.
Well, and again, this is kind of our last year to try something new without being locked in for 3 years. And maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, but.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good solutions. Thank you.
And I want to reiterate that the 3 years hasn't came about yet. And it's still under, still under the process. And in that 3 years, the commission is going to have the authority to step in if there's anything kind of emergency to change that, to change the numbers or whatever. It's just a better for the department wants to do it because they can get a better understanding from 3. But then if something changes or something gets in front of the commission, we can always change it. It won't be that total locked in. So, but I appreciate your comments and I appreciate your wisdom on all your wildlife stuff, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, Mr. President, I was just gonna follow up on that. What Commissioner Roberts said, that 3-year season setting that is being proposed doesn't mean that we can't re-look at any given area every year. In fact, it probably, if we know we're having 10 out of 400 areas that we need to focus on, we can actually do probably a better job of focusing on just those 10 areas than we can 400. So I just want everybody to understand that process, we want to hear your feedback on that, but that there's always the opportunity to look at those areas, no matter whether we go to 3 years or 2 or stay at 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to ask Cheyenne, he mentioned type 6 licenses. Is there any thought given to that, or is it, it's an idea I hadn't heard of before, and I'm just curious if it has any legs from the biology point of view.
Sure, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson. Yeah, we struggle to kill elk in the piney elk herd. And as we struggle to kill elk, in other herds throughout the state, I hate to say this because I always push managers to put more licenses out there, but there is a saturation point, and we have so many licenses and so many access points to get to these elk. The piney front too, what we're seeing is an increase of elk use of private lands, which is something new for Western Wyoming, but we do have some large ranches that are now harboring elk pretty much year round. It's a struggle to get on there. Those people don't really care about having elk on their place. They don't care about damage, so we're struggling there. We've continued to push seasons back. We've got general season structure that goes from 15th October to the end of October, and then November 1st through the 20th for antlerless elk. That's a general tag that anybody can go buy. Plus we have 500 type 6s and 92 and a 94. And in 94, we have a type 7, 150 tags that goes through the end of January in a portion of that area. So we're trying everything to get these elk killed. They're good at not getting killed. And yeah, we just continue to push seasons back, and we're just pretty much every third or fourth year we get a hard winter and we get a pretty good harvest. And that's kind of what's keeping us afloat. But obviously we're 29% over objective. So we, no opposition to get creative on these licenses. We did have a good discussion with Mr. Ames at our local meeting. And yeah, he brings up some good points, and we try to get creative, but right now we have the maximum opportunity we think we can afford, and we're just hoping for one of those good winters to get a harvest.
Mr. President.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Just following up on that. So then we have area 94 with type 6 licenses, general licenses, type 7 licenses. But the type 6 licenses, which there's 500 of, ends November 30th. Is there any, I know that, I mean, I'm in eastern Wyoming, and we have basically areas that are just open all the time. They're open more than they're closed. And is there any, would there be any better harvest if we took type 6 licenses and just moved them to the end of January also? That we're just, I mean, I don't want to say it's a free for all, but we literally have the most liberal seasons we can. Does it really help or not?
Sure, Mr. President. Commissioner Bell, yes, you are correct. We do have those type 6s that end November 30th. We used to go, I mean, I remember 25 years ago in Pinedale region when we went into November, people got nervous. And one of the reasons in Jackson and Pinedale region is we have feed grounds, right? So feed grounds really help to control elk distribution to keep them out of trouble from other areas. And if we go too late, sometimes we can find that those elk, they're usually coming down. They meet these feed grounds that are between their summer range and their traditional winter range, native winter range. So if we run those seasons too late, we run the risk of not allowing them to attend those feed grounds, and they end up on private grounds. And we've had issues in the past with that. And then we spend all winter chasing elk, and it's not fun. So it's a balance again.
Mr. President, and I don't know if you have followed, but I'm looking at the outfitters. Is there any talk in the outfitters, in associations, or to do these cow hunts more to get, if the interest is there? It seems like a win-win to me if we can get some of these elk killed and then benefit with the clients and that. I don't know, is there any kind of a effort as far as the outfitters to go ahead, Dustin?
Chairman Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, yeah, you can axe my comment that I just sent up there. I guess I'll take this turn, but good question for Commissioner Roberts, Commissioner Haskell. I put several hunters. I probably 10 to 12 hunters a year in for that area 92, 94 type 6 cow license. They're really hard to draw. We take 1 or 2 a year, but it's a sought after license. They're issuing 500 type 6 licenses for area 92 and 500, I believe, for area 94. And there's a lot of demand for those licenses. So it's hard for me to get the hunters out there that are interested in going on a cow hunt, because there is quite a bit of interest in that. Yes, it's just a matter of getting them the license. If there was something implemented where outfitters could get a type 6 license for our clients that was additional some way, I could sell a lot of them. I'm sure some of the other outfitters in the area could sell a lot of those. I have a camp that's located in area 92. We hunt both, mainly 92, but we hunt 94 some. And the elk, it's really good elk hunt right now. It's a really fortunate thing that we're able to get up here and say we're 29% over objective, because there's a lot of areas in the Jackson area that's not over objective. We're under objective. So to have an elk unit that is over objective is a positive. I've hunted that area a long time, and as Brandon said when he was up here, when we get a big snow, we have a big harvest up there. I hunt till the end of the season out of our camps up there, and if we get some snow, there's people that access it with snow machines. That's big snow machine country. I've seen guys hunting with snow machines before. You know, there is a big harvest that can go on up there, and there's a lot of hunters. It's a very, the way I sell that hunt, it's a combat hunt, is the way I sell it to my hunters. Because if you see a herd of elk, you better be going after it because there'll be someone else going after it. There's a lot of hunters in that area, like Brandon. Brandon said it's a popular area to hunt, and I don't know why that area, that herd is so hard to get under control, because there is a good harvest up there. I watch it. I see, you know, guys, you know, shooting them up all the time and getting a good harvest. So that area is taking a lot of hunters. They're having a lot of success. And I think as soon as we get a big winter, which we're due an early fall, you know, and we get some snow, the latter part, we get a foot or two of snow, the end of October, like we can do, they're shooting them off the roads. So I would recommend that the commission pass this as the department has proposed and not look at any changes. Because, you know, if you start really extending those seasons into December or something, it could get messy and we could be here in a year or two significantly below objective if we get too creative and giving too many of those licenses out. But thank you.
Mr. President, I have a question, and Dustin, maybe you can help answer this, or Brandon. These type 6 and type 7 licenses, how long have they been in place?
Mr. President, Commissioner Haskell, they've been in place for quite some time, at least 25 years. Not to the level that they're at now.
Okay.
We've had the type 6s for a long time. Type 7s are relatively newer in 94, and that's to kind of address some private land damages that have started over the last 7-8 years.
Okay, good. So you've been proactive in trying to keep ahead of them, but they're elk, they're dang good at surviving.
Sure. Our field managers, every year, I yell at them to bump up tags and get more creative and lengthen seasons, and generally they do. But it just takes that snow
Sure.
for the elk to come down, and we get a harvest, and then we're good for a few years.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner, and like Brandon said, there is opening day. I was on the ridge and I was looking at 300-400 head of elk in my binoculars down on private property. They're just laid out there in the sun, and hunters all around, and there's just kind of a refuge there. And those elk, it didn't used to be that 5 years ago. There was no elk down there, and they're figuring it out. We call it the Little Yellowstone Park down there because there's a lot of elk that's starting to figure out that instead of being up on the mountain getting shot, they can be down there hanging out in the field. So that is an issue.
Mr. President, it's just, and I was looking at the sheet, and in area 94, the buck ratio is 75. Oh my God. Bull ratio, bull buck. Holy cow.
Mr. President.
No pun intended.
Commissioner Master, I think that seems a little high. We do run high ratios, and you might be thinking from the aerial, or it might be data from the aerial surveys that we did this year.
Yeah, it's just on your management summary. That's all. That's just striking.
And that's because we didn't feed on a lot of the feed grounds. So
Yeah.
some of the counts we did from the air.
Amazing.
We probably counted more bulls from the air than we normally do. But yeah, we have had high bull ratios in the piney herd in general. They've been in the 30s, a little higher than most herds. But yeah, the 70 thing is just, that's not accurate if we would have a good count on all the areas.
You have a lot of elk, though.
A lot of elk.
Okay. You want to do final Jackson's?
Mr. President, I would move to accept the the department's proposal for the Jackson and Pinedale region for elk.
This was moved and seconded to accept the department's recommendation on Pinedale and Jackson. Any discussion? There being none.
President Jolovich, if I may, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to be consistent with how we handled chapters 5 and 6, it would be not to vote on that portion of chapter 7, but rather make amendments if the commission chooses to do so at this time.
I will withdraw that motion, and I don't have any amendments.
We're highly offended that you motioned that prematurely.
Commissioner Jolovich, if I may bring one other thing to your attention, I'm pretty sure I heard a cell phone ring just a minute or two ago that somehow escaped your attention.
I always thought that the silent setting of your phone meant it didn't go off. Thanks. Here's your wildlife fund.
My question is Deputy Chief, did you organize somebody to call him or plan that?
President Jolovich,
That's
Commissioner
what-
Haskell, you're giving me too much credit, but had I thought of that, I darn sure would have.
However, when we meet next time,
Turning my phone off now.
Okay, moving on to the Cody region. So Cody region elk seasons are fairly straightforward. There are some proposed license decreases within the Clark's Fork herd. So those are hunt areas 51, 54, and 55, and that's to allow that herd to increase towards objective. While 65 is not necessarily part of that herd, they're still wanting to maintain low elk numbers in hunt area 65, which is in that that north central part of the Bighorn Basin. The commission may see some more conservative seasons in place, but that's really an attempt to try to maximize harvest in that area with reduced pressure. There are minor adjustments made to some otherwise liberal cow elk seasons in the Cody herd. That's also, in that case, that is to decrease that herd toward objective. And then one of the bigger discussion points here, and this is not part of the proposal for the commission's consideration today, but just to update the commission, and that is that both the Sheridan and the Cody regions have begun exploring a proposal to convert 5 hunt areas in the southern Bighorn Mountains. So it's hunt areas 33, 34, 47, 48, and 49. Just for perspective, 33 and 34 sit right in here. So it's just on the other side of the divide of the southern Bighorns. Exploring a proposal to convert all of those areas from a limited quota framework to a general license. Overall, the Cody region received support for their proposed seasons during their public engagement.
Mr. President, so Justin, just looking forward to probably a commission that would deal with some sort of license, some sort of season setting adjustments in that proposed general area that would now split 2 different regions, and we would have this same kind of issue potentially in the future that we had this morning into this afternoon on trying to move the season date and from one region to another in a general area that incorporates 2 different areas. Is there any way to fix that? If you understand, if you get how I'm tracking on that.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Bell, I'm not, conceptually I get what you mean, but specifically, I guess I'm not quite tracking.
Well, I mean, I think into the future when right now there's a lot of elk and actually everywhere, but 47, 48, 49, you combine them with 33, 34, the other one's on the other side of the mountain. And we look at changing we have the same issues we have with G and H that we were dealing with this morning, where honestly, it's just confusing. It's confusing to have to try to change those season settings as a commission. It's trying to try to make any adjustments and overlap different regions and maybe different dates and maybe all of those things. Is there another way to present that, or is there another way into the future? I mean, this is something that we don't need to, I probably shouldn't have brought it up, but something as we continue to move forward, we can look at something like that.
So Commissioner Bell, are you talking with respect to just these 5 hunt areas?
Yeah.
So really the season date, there's a lot of alignment with season dates as they exist now in terms of openers. However, the proposal would be predicated on a way to increase flexibility, if you will. So right now they're all limited quota. It's a real mixed mosaic of land ownership. There's an awful lot of public land, but there's a lot of private lands interspersed. And as of now, you are a hunter, a license holder is pigeonholed into one area. Right. They're really easy to draw. So we're exploring things like drawing odds and all that sort of thing, but really to enhance flexibility so hunters can go where the elk go.
I understand actually all of that. I do. And I was in KC and Buffalo, and I've been in those areas, and I understand that actually. I just saw some confusion this morning on an actual season setting process that between two different areas and trying to make a change and then having to go back and say, well, let's look at it all together. And anyway, probably not for this meeting. So I apologize for even bringing it up, but because it happened earlier, I'm just trying to see if there's a way to avoid that in the future. Maybe it doesn't ever happen, but maybe it does. So
yeah, Commissioner Bell, I guess I'm picking up what you're laying down, and I do think we'll have maybe a more efficient way to go about this in the future.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
So that concludes the Cody region portion. Okay, moving on to the Sheridan region. Sheridan region elk populations are generally at or above desired levels, as is with most of eastern Wyoming. They have a mix of very long seasons, some split seasons, and liberal cow opportunities throughout. One of the bigger license increases the commission may take note of are the Sheridan region is proposing an increase of 300 any bull licenses. In reality, that's not an increase at all. That's restoring opportunity that we had to remove last year on behalf of the elk fire. So the elk fire in 2024 and the bighorns burned a lot of elk area 38 up. An awful lot of those license holders reserved or carried over their license for the next year. So in 2025, that quota went from 400 to 100. We're now just simply restoring that back to 400 as we don't have the carryover issue. Again, I won't go back into the southern bighorn conversion exploration. They are proposing some additional type 6 opportunities in hunt areas 37 and 38. In general, the Sheridan region received support during their public engagement for seasons as proposed. They've so far gotten some mixed responses to, the exploration of conversion of those areas to a general license. They did receive a request for a September 1 rifle opener on private land in hunt area 123. Okay, moving on to Green River. In Green River region, most herds are at or above objective. There are proposed increased cow-calf quotas in areas with growing elk numbers, reduction in antlers quotas where necessary to manage herds towards objective. Overall, liberal season structures and general license areas to address increasing elk numbers. One of the more common themes Green River region heard about were perceptions of declining bull quality and numbers in their special management herds. Green River region has a few of those. Also support for reduction in antlerless quotas in the Steamboat, which is that famed area 100, and the South Rock Spring herds, which are hunt areas 30 through 32.
Mr. President, A lot of that area, we have a place called Fossil Butte National Monument that precludes us from getting any kind of a kill in that area. They've all got park passes when as soon as they've gotten to the point now that they hear the first vehicle come up the road, and then they all go and they don't leave until thing. So I don't know how we can ever remedy that with the park service, but that's one of the main reasons that we can't get to kill in that area.
Okay. Moving on to the Laramie region. President Jelovich, Mr. Hickey to my left is asked to make a comment. I don't know that you have a blue sheet for that, but.
He just asked if he could. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Mr. President. Again, could you move that map back, please? I live there in the bottom of 107, just a few miles from Utah. And this year, 7 people asked to hunt on our place. The first 2 days, they killed 7 bulls, 5 and above. There's nice bulls. And there was probably 200-300 cows. And the cows stay there, but where there's that Utah line, once you start shooting the cows, they're the leaders. They're gone. And we didn't see another elk come there, which, I mean, that's okay by us, but for the hunters, for 4 or 5 weeks, there wasn't another elk in that bottom of 107. And most of 107 is elk country. I would just suggest that, and that's how it used to be for many, many years. It was bulls only. And then when they started the cow season, the cows was there and they didn't leave so bad because winter started coming. And also it splits the hunters up so you don't have so many hunters in that small of an area. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the Laramie region. Again, elk populations in eastern Wyoming are objective throughout the region. They did have some requests for some increased hunting opportunities in hunt areas 11 and 125. Laramie region is proposing to increase season length on type 8 licenses to address damage in 3 hunt areas and hunt areas 3, 6, and 8. Those license types have been really successful all over eastern Wyoming in terms of increasing cow harvest where needed. During public engagement, issues raised were, well, just general support for the continuation of those type 8 licenses, support for the hunt area 11 type 1 and type 2 split season structure, general landowner concerns over too many elk, and concerns from the hunting public over limited access to those elk in places.
I have one sheet for the Laramie region, Dax McCarthy. Welcome.
Well, thank you, President Jelovich and commissioners. And I don't know if I need to wait till, I was going to talk specifically about Area 7, but I was told to put down both regions since Area 7 covers that, so.
We got you on Casper and Laramie both, so you can just go for it.
All right. So I guess I guess I'll speak to Area 7, which is in the Laramie region, as well as the Casper region. We have land. I'm an outfitter. We have land in both the Laramie region and the Casper region, Albany County, Platte County. I've hunted there or outfitted there for over 20 years, probably hunted there for over 25 years. So I have a fair working knowledge of both the Converse County side, the Albany County side, a little bit on the Platte County side, not as familiar with the Platte County stuff, just because we don't have as much land there. Basically, how do we kill elk in Area 7? I know we're not really, last year we had a pretty progressive proposed season changes that kind of got, I don't know what the best word to use is, but it kind of scrambled at the very end, put you guys in kind of a tough position. I understand that. I think from what I've heard from the managers, I commended them on last year trying to do something outside the box. They all kind of got along and agreed to try that. It didn't happen. And I think I've been told it's kind of taboo to try to push that through again the very next year after it kind of got shot down. And I can respect that. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that I think can help even more so than doing kind of coming up with a split season type of a structure like was presented last year, that maybe we could even implement this year in the proposed season changes. I've said it for a lot of years that I don't think we're going to get the elk killed that we need to in Area 7 until there's an incentive for landlords to do that. And I know that's not very popular, especially with the general public. And so I think with the implementation of the auxiliary license or the auxiliary permits, Chapter 34 and the Type 8s, that enable those landowners to get licenses into hunters' hands that they know will go kill elk. They trust can go kill elk. They aren't just going to go to try to drive as close as they can, run them off, and then look for the next herd. I think that's, even though they're not getting anything monetarily other than a $16 off a coupon, I think that that is at least they feel like they have a tool that they can put guys out there on the landscape. They're going to actually kill elk. So one of the questions I think that Commissioner Roberts asked is about, the one area of have outfitters considered, using clients to kill cow elk. Although we do now have an easier tag to get for our hunters in Area 7 with the Type 8. It was a tough draw, especially on a reduced price cow-calf tag previous to that. And you just don't, when guys are trying to draw a premium elk tag, they don't want to use points to draw a cow tag. So that has been a roadblock. It's not anymore in Area 7, which is good. But frankly, talking to a guy here we've been trying to make an effort to kill a lot of elk, and we've been doing it. But you can't do that with your regular old paying hunters, not in quantities. Yeah, it's a way to supplement some of the damages, some of the incomes on a ranch or an outfitting business. But realistically, when you're trying to get someone who's maybe not as physically abled, can't shoot as well, you have to go sometimes shoot into 2 or 3 herds to get a cow elk killed for one guy, where you can take, a handful of guys that kind of know what they're doing and you can kill significantly more. So I'm talking about this in an extreme situation like Area 7 where we own a lot of land and we're trying to kill a lot of elk and we're donating that to the Food for the Field thing. But basically, how do we pressure the private land more and distribute those pressure and those elk kind of onto the public where the public does have access to them? Because frankly, a lot of the private ranches, we don't need more elk to hunt. We don't need more elk to run an outfitting business. So how do we do that? One of those ways, I think, is to, a split season type of a structure would be great. I'm not going to harp on that because I'm hoping that we can kind of get through this year and then look to 2027. And I do like the 3-year season setting structure if that ends up being approved by the commission. Because then we can try some things and see what, implement them for 3 years, see if they work. And for planning purposes, that just makes sense. The Type 9s kind of goes along with that. How do we split up pressure and add licenses without making it just a miserable hunt on public land? In history, in Area 7, the answer has been more licenses and longer seasons. And that just hasn't worked. I mean, yes, we kill elk. When you give more licenses, you're going to have more people on the landscape. Theoretically, you're going to kill more elk. Longer seasons, they have more ability to hunt. Theoretically, you're going to kill more elk. But I agree with some of these folks that are talking about narrowing these guys down, hunters down, to a little shorter season. So they do have to actually go out there and hunt, because as a landowner or representative for a landowner, you get a lot of calls the last week of December. And when it ran through January, you got a lot of calls the last week of January for access to go hunt cow elk. And so I think if they have a limited amount of time, you'd also split the pressure up. But those folks that have to go out there and try to kill an elk when they have that, I guess it's good for their tag. I think by the longer seasons and more licenses, I think we've made these elk, we've changed their distribution and behavior, and we've made them theoretically harder to kill. I think the biggest thing, in my opinion, that has caused a big change in the distribution of elk and the behavior of elk is the early cow seasons in August and September. And I know the intent of those back in, I think it was 2007 when they first started, we first started shooting elk on hay meadows. And if I remember right, it was like 50 tags intended for some hay meadow ground that folks were having trouble with. Those elk, when they're trying to put up hay and grow hay, it eventually morphed into private land August 15th on a type 6 license in Converse County. Now, we have all of Platte County is good August 15th. All private land in Albany County on type 8s is you can start shooting cows August 15th. And the private land thing, I think, originally it had good intentions, but the problem is a lot of landowners are allowing guys to just go shoot elk up in the timber and the high country where I think they need to be living, and they're more close in proximity to where that public ground is, where the public can go access them. They're not necessarily shooting elk all the time on hay meadows and problem areas in August and September. And heard this gentleman over here just say it. When you start shooting at these cows, they start leaving. And when these bulls have their nose kind of directed towards those cows that time of year, they're going to follow those cows. And so a bull will take some pressure. You can shoot around bulls a little bit. They'll take some pressure. You start shooting cows, and their defense mechanism is to group up into giant herds and get into open country where they can see for miles and miles, and they have their friends right next to them. And that's what these cows are doing. So the way we hunt them in Albany County directly affects what we see in Commerce County in the lower elevations, or even in Albany County in some of the lower elevations and all around the area. But where those elk should be during the rut and pre-rut in August and September, we're pressuring them harder, trying to kill just for the sake of killing elk. And in turn, we're making those more of a burden on some private ranches that frankly don't need more elk. We don't need more elk to run an outfitting business. We don't need more elk to, fill a hunter out. So I'd rather see us lay off those cow elk in August and September, except for on a Chapter 34 auxiliary permit. So the Game and Fish can have more control over what elk we're targeting in August and September, and not just on private land on 40 acres, 120 acres, and up in the high country where landowners don't care. They just want to kill an elk. A lot of these guys' attitude is, if the more elk we kill, the better, but at what cost are we doing that when we're hunting them up in the high country? So I think that's what I would love to see even this year, just have that season for the type 8s. However, I'm going to get to that here in a second, but however you guys decide to do the type 8s, or if we keep it like proposed, that season date for the type 8 opens October 15th and not August 15th. And that's just area wide. And any problems you have August and September can be handled on a Chapter 34 auxiliary license. And you can get pretty creative how you write those, because the Casper region's using them for a lot of ranches. I also think because of those auxiliary licenses, you're having a lot of private landowners who are providing access, maybe not to everybody, but they're providing access for people to go try to kill cow elk early, late, and during the season, because they can, anybody can get those licenses, and they have them in the hands of guys they know can do damage. So on to the unlimited type 8s. That's my second, red flag, in my opinion, is this is the second year with the unlimited type 8s. I personally would like to see them private land only, and that's what they are in Converse County, is they're private land only. But in Albany County, they are off national forest, I guess. So they're good on state BLM and private, and in plat area wide. So I was over on the Albany County side on our stuff off the Marshall Road this October 15th, opening rifle for elk, for bulls, type 1s. And I've never seen the traffic that I saw over there. And even the year before that, it was increased, but not to the extent it was this year. But 2 years ago, when the first year of this type 8, we saw a flagrant trespass issues. And I think a lot of this is because you have all these guys with type 8 licenses, and they can, whether they're coming in from out of town or out of state, or they just aren't familiar with the area, they're buying these licenses because they're available without any homework on where they're going to hunt or what the area looks like. So they're coming in, they're flooding a lot of these public areas, which is very limited in Area 7. I have a lot of friends. I grew up a public land hunter, and I feel for the public land hunter, especially when it's overrun with people. But they're coming in, they're not finding elk on some of this state BLM land. They don't have access to private. So now we've run into those trespass issues. And now, obviously, the courts opened up the corner crossing deal. And so when you have saturated public lands and frustrated hunters, there's a lot more incentive or temptation for these hunters to trespass, and they're doing it. And we're seeing it. And we're seeing flagrant wanton waste issues with just, cutting heads off and taking a quarter and leaving the elk, and we're finding them later. Some guys we catch, more guys you probably don't. So anyway, the type 8s, I'd like to see in private land only, then go ahead and increase those type 4s and 6s, so you do have opportunities for guys to kill them on the public land. So if the private landowners have these licenses available with the type 8s, they can get into the guys who can kill elk. Hopefully they're going to pressure these elk, kill elk, and also distribute them out throughout the public land so these public land hunters can have a chance at them. I think, there's roughly 900 more licenses, and it's kind of over the last 2 years average that we're selling, and we're killing close to 500 more elk. That's kind of a ballpark average over the last couple years. I know that in 2024, the first year of the type 8, Wagon Hound, our ranch alone, with about 4 of us donating to the First Lady's Food for the Field deal, we killed 150 of those on a type 8 license. So that's 150 out of 482 that were reported harvest off the type 8. So that leaves you only 332 more elk being killed on roughly 900 licenses, more licenses and more people out there in the landscape. My question is, we don't really have a way to track how many of those type 8s, when we're saying let's go with the type 8s off national forest because we're killing more elk, well, how many of those are killed on private ranches? Again, I do like the 3-year season setting, but I would love to see this coming, clean up the regs too. It'd be a lot easier to look at the Area 7 regs if we did this, but if we could have these type 8s on private land only, increase the type 4s and 6s where we need those so that you have plenty of opportunity on the public land, and those guys can draw those licenses. But we could see how many of those type 8s are actually getting killed on private land if we make it private land only. Because I will argue that a lot of the harvest we're getting off those type 8s is on private land anyway. And so I think that would help take away some of those congested public land issues and the trespass issues. The last thing, I guess, on that's proposed for Area 7 is that the type 2 is going to be area wide, but they're proposing that they change it to open to any elk or any bull. So previously the type 2 was a 5-point or less, and now you'll be able to kill basically any bull. So trophy bull, sky's the limit. I do like the idea of going area wide because I've been, I guess, advocating for the type 2 5-point or less tag to be area wide for years. It's only been in Commerce County. We actually have 40-some thousand acres over in Albany County that we could let folks hunt those type 2 bulls, but we can't because it is only Commerce County. So I do like that it's area wide. I would like them to keep it 5-point or less, because I think that we want to kill bulls. Our bull to cow ratio being high is why we have that 5 point or less. And so there is still a very good trophy quality in area 7. I think, you know, the less bulls on the landscape, the less elk on the landscape, the better our quality is going to be. And it's going to probably climb to what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. But I think if we do have any elk opportunity for the type 2s, you're going to have a lot more folks hunting until the end of December. So it'll be good November 21st through the end of December. I think you're going to have a lot of these guys looking for a giant bull until the very end, and then they're not going to end up killing a bull. Whereas the 5 point or less, they're kind of a little bit more, can be less choosy, so they're more apt to just go kill a bull. The other issue I see is those bulls are now going to be worth a lot more money. And this kind of sounds counterproductive for an outfitter to be trying to talk down on an opportunity to sell a trophy hunt. But for years, I've wanted to kill management bulls. I've wanted to have more opportunity for folks to come in, hunt for 3 days, not have to kill a 350, 360 bull because it took them 15 years to draw the tag. But if we start making that any elk, that tag's going to become very hard for non-residents to draw. It's going to take more and more points. Right now, you can draw it on a special tag with 0 points as a non-residents. The residents can draw it fairly easy. Most times, I mean, my kids have drawn it on a second choice for a couple, you know, several different years. But it's going to become harder to draw, and then people aren't going to want to hunt those type 2 or those management type of elk. And I think you're going to see less access from private landowners once you make that any elk, because now that bull's worth more money to them from a trespass fee or an outfitter. So I think you're going to have that type 2 tag become tougher to draw. So I guess in kind of wrapping it all up, I'd say we kind of, for the most part, stay status quo, I guess, this year. But I really do think let's just pull the Band-Aid off this year and do the normal season dates, make them October 15th again rather than August 15th, because we're always told you can't use an auxiliary season or permit if we have a regular season in place. Well, the regular season should not be August 15th, in my opinion, because it historically was not. So I think the regular season should be October 15th. Anything hunted earlier should be problem elk, regulated by the Game and Fish on an auxiliary license or auxiliary permit. And then I think the type 8s, private land only, increase the type 4s and 6s, so you have plenty of opportunity for those guys, or for public land hunters to go kill elk on the public land. And we can maybe distribute those elk off private onto public so they have a better crack at them. And then I'm not going to die on this sword, but I would like to see the type 2 keep it area wide like they're proposing, but leave it 5 point or less. So that's about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Dax. Okay. That's all I got.
Okay. Moving on to the Casper region, or excuse me, Lander region. All right. Not a whole lot to say with the Lander region. Elk populations are doing well throughout the region. Their proposals essentially center around maintaining or increasing harvest to manage toward objective. They would like to increase harvest on those raghorn 5 point or less bulls in the Ferris herd, so hunt areas 22 and 111. And they would like to do that on both the type 1 and the type 2 licenses. The Lander region did experience, is proposing the highest increase of any of the regions in the state for elk this year, and most of that being with cow-calf licenses. In general, they receive support for their seasons as proposed. Okay, moving on to the Casper region, in the other part of Hunt Area 7. So as with the eastern regions, most herds are again over objective. They also want to continue the use of type 8 licenses to maximize harvest in places. Some of the changes proposed in Area 116 were another form of regulation simplification. The region is proposing to increase any elk licenses both in areas 7 and 23, where they feel like they have the good harvest success and bull ratios to do that. As Mr. McCarty just discussed with you guys, there is a proposal throughout Area 7, so it's not just Casper, but it's Casper and Laramie Region both, to change those type 2 limitations from a raghorn limitation to an any elk and have those valid area-wide rather than Converse County. Then there was a modest proposal to reduce type 4 and 6 licenses in Hunt Area 120. The Casper region probably saw the highest level of interest in expanding type 9 opportunities, but they weren't limited just to that region. So there was support for those unlimited type 8 license and any elk opportunities. And then the usual concerns remain with landowners that have concerns over too many elk and the hunting public that has concerns over access to those elk. It is worth mentioning this time last year, the commission, I'm sure you recall that Elk Area 7 was also quite a topic of conversation. There was direction from the commission at that time to, if I'm quoting Commissioner Masterson correctly, get all those folks in a room. And the Casper and Laramie region for over 20 years now have had annual landowner meetings in 4 to 5 locations, and a couple in the Casper region and 2 to 3 depending on the year in the Laramie region. That's occurred for a long time, but those 2 regions did in earnest attempt to follow the spirit of that direction from the commission and held 2 landowner meetings, consolidated those, and did the best they could. They also launched a very broad survey effort where they surveyed over 11,000 members of the hunting public, including landowners, and evaluated those survey results, which helped formulate the season as proposed. And then they also surveyed those landowners in a separate time when they attended those 2 in-person meetings. So that effort culminated in the proposal for Area 7 that the commission has before it today.
Mr. President, just in commentary, I do want to express my appreciation to the department for doing those meetings and doing the outreach and hosting those meetings and putting all this together. They did everything that I had in my mind to try to get everybody in the room and try to get some of the Area 7 issues worked out. It's just an intractable problem. And a difficult one, but I truly do sincerely, Justin, I appreciate the efforts that you and everybody put into those meetings. So thank you for that. And I hope you can continue those in the run up to next year. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may. Thank you for that, and thank you for all the work you're doing with especially Area 7 in both Casper and Laramie regions. That's a very nuanced area, I think is a fair way to say that. With your meetings that you held post-season setting last year, how many of the people present said, hey, we would go for 2025's initial proposals again? I know it's I asked this question because I want the department to know that if you guys bring something back, at least I can speak for myself. I can be open-minded and objective and not say, hey, we heard this last year, you're out of here. Come back, because then I'm able to form a more informed decision, I think. But I'm just wondering how many people in those meetings said that with 2025's initial proposals, they would go for that again.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell, I think it'd be best to hear that one from the horse's mouth. And so I will have either Lee Knox or Brandon Warner come up and address that.
Okay, thank you.
President Jolovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Haskell. Yeah, so as Justin Biffett previously mentioned, we surveyed about 1,100 members of the public that have applied for an Area 7 Type 1 and 2 license. We received back, it's skipping my mind right now how many we got, but I do know that of that, about 220 landowners had indicated that they were landowners in there. And we had asked several different segments of season structure, existing season structure, October 1 opener. From that survey, over 60% of the landowners and about 50% of the public say that they liked that October 1 opener. Moving to the season setting meetings that we had with the landowners, where we had about 65 landowners attend, the results were substantially different. So only about 30% of the landowners there indicated that they liked that October 1 opener, where over 60% indicated they liked this proposed season.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for that. Laramie region, did you experience the same?
Yes. President Jolovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Haskell. Yeah, it was all part of the same survey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's all, that's combined between both meetings.
All right. All right. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Not from us, President Jolovich. So at this point, we would, the department would ask the commission to adopt Chapter 7 elk hunting season regulations as proposed.
I will make that motion, Mr. President.
We have a motion made and seconded. Do we have any discussion?
Mr. President, I guess I should have asked this question earlier. How many people present or listening online? I certainly don't want to look like I'm showing favoritism to anyone, but I think Dax's proposal or suggestions or recommendations made a lot of sense to me. But I want to know, you know, he and the Wagon Hound unfairly, I think, are a lot of the target of a lot of unfair scrutiny when it comes to elk in Area 7 getting on private land just because they're a big landowner. But his suggestions, I'm wondering how many people that are recreate or operate as outfitters or are landowners or people that are present here, how many other of you would support his suggestion? Jim Shell? Okay, I'm seeing a few hands here. So, I mean, that makes sense. I'm just having an internal dialogue that do I make I guess a motion in a second's been made, but should I have made a motion sooner to amend? I can still amend it?
Amendment. And then we vote on the amended motion.
Okay, well, Mr. President, I will make a motion to amend the motion to accept Chapter 7 proposals from the department, with the amendment being the recommendations from Dax McCarty of maybe you'll come up here, Dax, and help clarify that for me if you would. On the type 2s.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to, on the type 2s, I'd like to see it remain area wide like they propose and increase the number of licenses, but make it for 5 point or less.
Okay.
Instead of any bull.
And season dates to be the same?
Yeah,
As
for the type
proposed?
2. Correct.
For the type 2. And then I know you had mentioned something about the type 8s. I know in other areas, like in 123, type 8 is valid only on private land. And I think that makes sense too, where the other license types exist to help or give people opportunities on the public land. So you would like to see those type 8s be private land only, or
I would like to see them private land only. We've done it the last year is private land only in Commerce County, but I would like to see it type 8 private land only, but I don't know if this throws a big hitch in all the work the Game and Fish managers have done, but they would have to increase the type 4s and 6s, or, to allow, because you're going to need licenses to be able to hunt on the National Forest, BLM and state, but I don't know. I think it would make a big difference. Yeah, but it'd be private land only, just like it is in Commerce County. So it would just be private land only. But you'd have to increase the 4s and 6s so that you have opportunity for folks on the public land.
All right, to alleviate any confusion or making things more difficult, I'll stick with the type 2s for now on my amendment to be area wide, but 5 point or less. That's my amendment. Deputy Chief Benfit. So my amendment to this is to accept as proposed, with the exception of Area 7, the Type 2 licenses, making it area-wide, but maintaining the 5 point or less restriction. Is that doable? Good. Yeah, I would like to hear from the department and both Casper and Laramie regions as to how that may complicate.
Thank you for that,
things.
Commissioner Haskell.
Yes.
I think we need a
I'll second.
point of order. Oh, thank you. Never mind. Needed a second.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell. I'd like to talk about how we got to this proposal of an any elk on the type 2. So for a long time, we had speculated that we have high bull ratios. In 2018, 2019, we did a large comp abundance survey where we classified about 9,000 elk, came up with a bull ratio of about 50 bulls per 100 cows. Now, our management objective there is 30 to 40 bulls per 100 cows. Now, it is pretty difficult to get an accurate bull ratio data like annually. We're usually doing a lot of mule deer surveys. Those groups of cows and calves get in big bunches. We can find them. We can't find those smaller groups of bulls as easy. So it's pretty difficult. Well, this year, we did fly a very big comp abundance survey. We spent 30 hours in the helicopter. We flew about 200 random 1.5 by 1.5 polygons, and we classified about 1,500 elk. So we know that's a segment of the overall population, but it's a random segment. So it really gives us a pretty good estimate of actually what our bull ratios are. What we found is 53 bulls per 100 cows, 42 of those being adult bulls. So that really nailed down what we thought. We have high bull ratios there. But on top of that, we've been increasing our cow harvest by about 500 cows there since we put in the type 8 in 2024, but we haven't really increased our bull harvest. So our bull ratio is going to continue to go up. So we're looking at ways to increase overall bull harvest. Now, another really cool data point that we have with as many elk that get harvested there is tooth age data. And we've been increasing the average age of elk being harvested there. In 2025, we took 49 samples from elk harvested on the type 1 license. It was 8 years old, and last year was 7.5. So our thought process with making this type 2 area wide for any elk is to not limit what bull can be harvested on and provide maximum opportunity.
You're speaking for the entire area for both Casper and Laramie region, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I appreciate that, Brandon. Laramie want to weigh in? I understand that Brandon's covered stuff and you guys are simpatico on this, but I'd love to hear any thoughts you have in addition.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, members of the commission. Brandon covered it really well. Area 7 is enormous. There's a lot of stakeholders at play. As you can tell, we see you a lot over this subject. We're trying to do the best we can to make this all work. So everything that Brandon's discussed has been kind of a unified front between regions. The only thing I guess I would add is we have the opportunity, we have the bull ratios. Dax is correct that it is likely that type 2 will become harder to draw. It should be a coveted tag. People not harvesting, we have these late season type 2 or late season bull hunt options in other places, and hunter success is usually north of 60, 70%. We usually keep a metric where once hunter success gets over 60%, we try to add more opportunity into that. We have a type 2 in area 16, though that only runs through November. It is often over 60%. We also have a type 2 in hunt area 11. It's the same scenario. So I think when people have that opportunity, given late season, success is incredibly high on those tags. And so it will work in harvesting bulls.
President Jolovich, members of the commission, my name is Matt Withroder. I'd be happy to entertain any of the type 8 questions you had with regard from the Laramie region. So,
Mr. President, I would ask you, Matt, what was your experience with the harvest on those type 8s? How was it spread among hunters?
you bet. President Jolovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Mai, we have harvested, as Brandon mentioned, probably 400 to 500 more cow elk each year for the last 2 years. And that was specifically on that type 8 license. And we just looked at some recent timing of our harvest. And starting August 15th through October 3rd, we harvest about 25% of that type 8 license during that front loaded part of the season. So how we've done it in the Laramie region is we open that August 15th to allow producers, if they have damage concerns on private land or just elk objective numbers concerns, they can address those type 8 licenses. And to remind the commission, those are just on private land with the exception of Platte County, which has pretty limited public land access. So it's basically, if you have an elk problem, we have a solution. It's a type 8 license. You can go purchase as many as you want of those. And again, just on that private land with the exception of Platte County. So we have some landowners that are in support of those as well. They want to solve their problem. I think it's a good season. I think it's effective. So happy to stand for any other questions.
Yeah, Mr. President. So thank you for that. Would it make a big difference if we just made it private land only area wide? Do you think it would have an impact?
It currently is from August 15th to October 15th, with the exception of that Platte County. Come October 15th, in Albany County and Carbon County, we have a lot of kind of broken land ownership. So you have a little piece of private, a little piece of public, et cetera. So I think that's probably where, we're getting, again, bringing this elk herd towards objectives. We're getting 400 to 500 more elk harvested each year. So I think for some of our landowners, that would be maybe challenging where their ranch has that split ownership, whereas that type 8 license come October 15th, they could hunt on any of those pieces.
We heard this a little bit in some Southern Bighorns about making sure that our type 6 licenses coincide with the type 8s so that they could shoot those, even if they were on landlocked public land, that they could still harvest an elk on those properties. And is there any reason to, you would have done it if you would have asked for it, but increasing the type 6 licenses, is there any reason to, it's already 2,000. Would there be any reason to increase that?
President Jolovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Bell, I don't believe so as currently written, unless my other counterparts they don't seem to be saying anything with regard to that. I should note that those type 8s come October 15th through the end of January. Those are valid off of national forests. So at no time are they valid on the national forest. So again, to those type 8s, it would be a lot of private land, some BLM, et cetera.
Matt, Mr. President, Matt, before you go, so those type 8s are available. You can use those on the WHMAs that are in that area too, correct?
Yes, you
The
can.
ones that are on state ground, I'll say.
Yeah, so the type eights, 7 type 8s would be cow or calf valid on private land in Albany and Carbon counties, and also valid in all of Platte County. And then they're not valid in Converse, Natrona counties, or on those commission-owned lands. So they are not from August 15th to October 14th. And then come October 15th through January 31st, our proposal would be cow or calf valid on private lands in Converse County, and then also valid off national forests in the remainder of the area.
So Mr. President, I know you and I talked about this quite a bit, Matt, over the ensuing year, and I know you and Lee at least are of the opinion that provides a lot of public land or public, sort of public hunter access and recreation days and quite a bit of harvest too. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that would be accurate. We actually saw, President Jelovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Mai, we did see last year with that open winter that we actually extended several of our hunter management areas that are usually closed first part of December or at the end of December. We extended those into January because elk were available and roads were open and folks were having success.
Mr. President, just one more going back to the type 2s on that 5 point or less kind of issue. When you have those tags available in the late season like that, aren't folks shooting a bunch of broken antlered bulls anyway? So mature bulls that would qualify under the 5 point or less, that if they'd been earlier in the season would have been 6s or bigger.
President Jelovich, Commissioner Mai, members of the commission, that's kind of hard to say. That I'm sure some bulls do get shot that maybe were, not broken in the early season, but maybe might be later. But I couldn't speculate on how many or if that's common.
Mr. President, a follow-up, if I may. Matt, I appreciate it. Can you comment on the use of Chapter 34? And Brandon, I guess, can weigh in on whether the Casper region is using it, but are you using it in your region?
President Jelovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Masterson. Yes, we do use Chapter 34. We use that as a tool to get us to an early cow season. And so in our case, in our portions of Area 7, that is August 15th. So we have utilized that to address some localized damage places, probably use it 2 to 3 times a year to get us from that very late July to August 14th. If this season were to change and be only open to October 15th, that would be a pretty significant ask. We'd be doing a lot of Chapter 34s. And therefore, that's why we feel it belongs as a Type 8 season early.
How difficult is the management of the Chapter 34s as far as your manpower, recruiting people, if you do the recruiting or if the landowner does? Just real quick, I don't have any idea if it's a phone call or if it's, a week of your work to make one of those come off. Just give me a rough idea.
You bet. President Jelovich, members of the commission, Commissioner Masterson. I think as far as recruiting the access, that's largely done. These are done on private lands. And so that's largely done by the landowner. As far as department involvement in that is obviously we see a need. We will then make a recommendation to our administration. It'll require commissioner approval of the area or district that the commission is, and then coordination with our license section. Usually we use these Type 8 licenses for Chapter 34s because they're there and available. Hopefully that answered your question while I'm at the podium.
We need to vote, have we had enough discussion on the amendment?
And Mr. President, I'm just gonna say, I mean, I seconded it so we could have discussion, but I think that the department has done a lot of work in this area from last year at this time to this year at this time. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the DAX and the other folks that have weighed in on this. And it's a big area. It's got a lot of elk. It's not the same in all the area. And I think the proposals that you've brought are reasonable. And I'm gonna vote against the amendment that I made, the second on, just so you know.
Any more discussion?
With my, with my love for Commissioner Haskell and my respect for the creativity of the ideas, because I do appreciate it, seriously. I'm with Commissioner Bell. I just want you to know I'm going to vote against it because I think I'm very comfortable with where the department ended up and the work they put in.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the amendment to Chapter 7. So do we have any more discussion? There being no more discussion, we need to vote. All in favor of the amendment? Say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, it did not pass. So now,
I'd like to, Mr. President, I'll make a motion to then just accept Chapter 7 as proposed.
I thought we already did that.
No, because it was amended.
Oh,
We
okay.
formally amended the motion, so now that didn't pass, we have to go back to the original.
Okay, so
What I'm doing, yeah.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second.
Did
Do
you
we-
yay or nay Ken, did you yay or nay so it's 6-1 or 5-1 because he doesn't vote.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to accept the department's recommendations on Chapter 7. Do we have any more discussion? If Ken? Oh, okay. There being no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:50. We're back in business. You're on, Justin.
Okay, President Jolovich, members of the commission, moving onward and upward to our Chapter 8 moose hunting seasons. Okay, so in general, moose populations, while are lower than desired in a lot of the state, have been relatively stable over the past several years. So it's a good thing from the perspective that we're not losing any more moose. We've also able to put a little opportunity back as we've actually seen some growth in some of our herds in some places. 5 of our 10 established moose herds in the state are meeting objective or mostly meeting objective. We do have these limited opportunity objectives where we don't manage towards just a postseason population number. Rather, there's some secondary metrics that we also manage for, such as average age of bulls and a percentage of bulls, 40%, for example, being over 5 years old in the harvest. Those may be coupled with a trend count. We have had some concern arising, not just this year, it's really been for the past several years in both the Snowy Range and the Bighorn Mountains with excessive utilization in our willow stands. That's certainly not just solely from too many moose on the landscape, elk, to a lesser extent deer, and also livestock play a role in that as well. But that has prompted some concerns and is starting to result in changes in management. I would like to point out that just hunter contacts and harvest data are very critical for moose management. We don't get our hands on all these moose. We issue so few licenses relative to other species in the state that it can be hard for us to check moose that are harvested. And that's going to factor into a proposed change here in a little bit. The general reasoning behind our moose management is we still want to continue to maintain high quality hunts and provide those cow opportunities where population can support it. We do make some minor changes to license issuance to accommodate residency splits. And by residency splits, I mean based on the statute that went into effect in 2023, where 90% of those licenses go to residents and 10% go to non-residents. So occasionally we have to do a little bit of license quota shuffling to adhere to that statute. In general, the harvest that we're going to propose for 2026 is going to mirror that of the past 5 years. And we're also going to propose that we adopt a mandatory sampling regulation as part of this going forward. So there will be we are proposing a modest increase in moose license issuance. The license increase is pretty much coming from increasing type 4 antlerless moose licenses. That is a direct result of moose doing really well especially in the Snowy Range, the Snowy, Sierra Madre, and then that Pole Mountain portion of just east of Laramie of the Medbo National Forest. Well, I guess I'll get into that here in a little bit with the Laramie region, but some added opportunity there and also up in the Bighorns. Just want to call attention to just the residency breakdown. So our total proposal is to issue 296 type 1 licenses and 73 type 4 licenses. One of the things that we also have to balance, and I won't belabor this too much with the other species, but for moose, for bighorn sheep, mountain goat, and bison, we also, as we have to balance that 90-10 residency allocation, we have to accommodate any non-resident super tag winners. When the enabling statute that created the super tag, there was a provision within that essentially said if a non-resident wins that super tag, that has to come out of the non-resident quota. So we also factor that in when we're deriving these residency splits. With moose, as I've said, they've been relatively stable. You can see we've had an overall uptick in licenses issued and total harvest over the past 7 years or so. So that's been a bit of good news. Moving on to the actual comments that came for this regulation. So there were 15 comments received as part of the Chapter 8 regulation. Most expressed general support for moose seasons as proposed. There was a couple comments expressing some opposition to a proposed shortening of an archery season in Hunt Area 8, in Hunt Area 9. And then there were some, rather than comments, but questions regarding changes in residency allocations between the different regulations. And I'm going to go into that here in the next slide. One of the things that I would really like to call attention to, on the public's behalf, but especially for the commission, are the changes that the commission will note. And this is also going to be relevant to Chapter 8, which is moose, but Chapter 9 for sheep and mountain goat, and then for bison, which is Chapter 15. And that is, we are removing the parenthetical denoting of those residency splits within the regulation. We're doing that for really a couple reasons. So it's caused confusion on behalf of the public. As I stated at the very beginning when we opened this morning and talked about the season setting process, we issue a draft regulation, the first draft regulation in early February. That essentially is the previous year's regulation coupled with some of those changes we had shopped in advance that we know we're going to propose. That would carry over those residency splits based on last year's quotas. Then when we change and we go through our season setting process and data analysis, et cetera, derive new quotas for that year, we come up with different splits. And so sometimes we have to move things around, and all of a sudden we've created a discrepancy between what the March draft says and the February draft. That can confuse people. And it also makes it really challenging for us when we have to do a little bit of horse trading between hunt areas and across license types to balance that 90-10. So for a bunch of reasons, that's why we decided to remove those from the regulation. But rest assured, we know there's a lot of interest in this, especially from a hunt planning standpoint. So a lot of our moose, sheep, goat, and bison licenses, well, bison and goat are not the best example, but especially moose and sheep licenses, all areas may alternate between some years having a non-resident opportunity and other years not having a non-resident opportunity. So in the interest of transparency and hunt planning purposes, we will post those on our website, and we will still continue to balance those residency splits on a statewide aggregate basis every year as per statute. But then the other thing that we're trying to do that we're not necessarily beholden to within the statute is balance those across hunt areas and license types over time. It's really tricky. What would be seemingly simple is actually very involved, but that's something that we are trying to do through time. So we ensure that every hunt area and license type will get an eventual non-resident opportunity when its time comes. The other regulatory provision that we are proposing as a change for Chapter 8 that I alluded to just a minute ago is mandatory sample submission. So within Section 4, we are proposing mandatory sample submission where the department may mandate hunters submit biological samples from harvested moose from designated hunt areas within Wyoming. Our goal for this, really first and foremost right now, is centered around garnering tooth age samples. So as I discussed just a bit ago, some of our moose herds have these alternative objectives, and with some of those secondary objectives where we're managing for age structure in that mature male segment of the population. In order for us to do that, we need those tooth samples. There are some places where that's proven, despite our best efforts in mailing hunters and sending out postcards and mailing tooth boxes, et cetera, we don't always get a return on those from successful hunters. So we feel we need to make that as a mandatory sample submission provision going forward to get the data that we need to manage those moose herds for the public. For now, our focus will be on tooth submission. We don't need to do this area wide. We have some of our areas, particularly our Pinedale region, where they get really good compliance, and they issue an awful lot of moose licenses where they have a pretty adequate sample to get the data that they need. But we will highlight which areas and license types are mandatory for tooth sample submission in our regulation brochure that'll be coming following this meeting. This mandatory sample submission could also potentially expand to other tissue samples in the future as needed. In the past, we've also done things like asked hunters to submit kidneys or maybe heads even in cases where we're testing for that Eliophora, which is that carotid arterial worm. So it just really depends. But yeah, for now, the sample or the sampling effort will focus on teeth.
Mr. President, I have a question, I guess, for clarification on this proposed mandatory sampling for teeth. Is that something that department personnel you would encourage the department personnel to conduct these? Because I can only imagine, probably speaking for myself here, that some of those tooth samples probably look like they're extracted with a hatchet. So to preserve it and make sure you get a good sample, I like the principle behind this, and I think it's good and certainly helps get more data. But I don't want you guys getting boxes full of broken teeth either.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell, that's a good question, and thanks for asking. Our department personnel are always going to be available to pull samples from hunters whenever asked and whenever it's feasible, whether it's chronic wasting disease or in this case, 2 samples. However, we did want to stop short of mandating that hunters actually bring in moose heads for the sample submission, because that invokes a whole nother set of challenges. If you harvest a cow moose in the backcountry and we're forcing folks to pack that out or that sort of thing. And so in general, I would say that yes, and maybe our tooth lab might correct me when they hear me say this, but I think hunters do a pretty good job with 2 sampling. It can be a little trickier with some of our other biological samples. Okay, on to the jack. Oh, and I should just, we've been at this all day, but just would like to reiterate, if this is okay with the commission, that now moving forward with these regulations, we do not need to be asking for input or comment by region, and we'll just go through them and ask for that at the end if that's agreeable. Okay. So on to the Jackson region. The long-term trend of the Jackson herd, which encompasses pretty much all the hunt areas you see there, almost all. That herd has long been below objective. They do, despite it being below objective, still continue to see high bull ratios that they feel can adequately support the season structures they propose. There has been concern with long-term harvest trends in the region in terms of some years have seen increasing effort required to harvest an animal, lower success, and lower age structure at times. The Jackson region has engaged in ongoing research to better understand sources of calf mortality, which is something that likely continues to contribute to a below objective population. They're not proposing any changes and really didn't come across any major concerns during the public process. Pinedale region, their moose hunters have done pretty well in recent years with pretty high license success at 93%. High bull ratios at 68 per 100. That's kind of a sweet spot for moose. Our moose managers like to be right around that, maybe as low as 50, but around that 70 bulls per 100 cows. So this is a trend count objective for this moose herd. The trend count is 1,500. And they're at just over 1,000. So at the lower end of that 20% doesn't quite get them there. They're still below objective, but moose are doing relatively decent in the Pinedale region. Their 5-year average age of harvested bulls was about 4.5. And with that, they're meeting some of those secondary metrics. They're not proposing any changes and didn't receive any public concern. Cody region, both the Absaroka and the Bighorn herds are within objective. So Cody region gets the west half of the Bighorns. They are proposing, they have a really, really conservative season west of Cody and hunt areas 9 and 11, but they are proposing a shorter archery season, but that also would lead to an increased regular season length in hunt area 9, which would then mirror hunt area 11 to the north and just allow for more selectivity during the regular season with a rifle. There was a comment or two in the public process expressing concern regarding that, but during public engagement, most of the comments supported the current management framework and regional management efforts. Sheridan region, the Bighorn herd is another one of those herds that are doing relatively well for Wyoming moose. As far as Wyoming moose goes, Bighorn herd's a very highly popular herd with hunters and wildlife watchers. There's a lot of opportunity to view moose along some of those highways, especially up on the North Fork of the Tongue and some of those. So, but I guess given population performance, those managers felt like they could increase some opportunities. So there is a pretty significant increase in cow-calf licenses, those type 4 moose licenses with no change proposed to the INI or the the bull moose licenses. The harvest metrics that they collect there suggest they can sustain this harvest going forward, and they had general support for seasons as proposed. Green River region, Hunt Area 26 moose numbers are strong. On maybe the other side of things, moose in Hunt Areas 33 and 44. Those areas have been managed together. 44 especially, we're getting into some of that desert country. There's occasional moose through there, but it's really not ideal moose habitat. 33 does have some moose habitat along the green and seed skidding and things like that. But based on low moose numbers there, they felt like a closure was warranted. So that results in a reduction of some moose opportunity in the region. They still maintain some type 4 licenses in some place. They actually have some localized moose damage issues in just a couple places. And they also had some concern with some of those harvest metrics not being met in their Uinta herd, which is Hunt Areas 27 and 35. And therefore they proposed some conservative seasons there. They also did not have any concerns expressed to them through public engagement. Moving on to the Laramie region, like I talked earlier, moose are doing well in the Snowy Range. This was the area, if the commission recalls, we just recently raised this objective the September before last, but that's where we adopted our first siteability survey. Those siteability surveys are where we fly and attempt to count every moose we can and come up with a correction factor for moose that were missed. And that survey really, I guess it corroborated what field managers had kind of long known. Moose are doing well and now have a pretty reasonable population estimate of 1,100 moose. And so based on that, based on some concerns with some willow utilization, again, not all from just moose, feel like an increase in just moose license opportunity is warranted. So the big change that the Laramie region proposed here was, instead of having their type 4 antlerless licenses valid in all 3 hunt areas, 38, 41, and 45, they've now partitioned those to where there's a subset of licenses specific to each hunt area. And they also had no concerns raised during the public process. Lander region, this is about as simple as it gets. They just, with their 10 moose licenses between areas 2 and 6, just want to maintain herd quality and hunting opportunity as it is. They just haven't really seen much growth in the way of moose populations, but moose are stabilizing at it, albeit at a relatively low level. So feel like they're offering the opportunity that they can. Again, they also had no concerns. And with respect to Chapter 8, we did not propose any changes based on public comment received. And with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 8 moose hunting seasons as proposed.
Mr. President, I have a kind of a point of order. Because of Commissioner Mayan Bell's ample amount of points that they have towards moose and really grinning this season, I'm wondering if it's a point of order that they should vote on this, because they're pretty they're really conflicted about this and they're grinning from ear to ear. So I'm just wondering if that would be okay.
Commissioner Roberts, if I may, you may want to figure out what hunt area they want to apply for and then amend regulations to ensure that application is prolonged.
Yeah, they're not going to tell me, because then I will, though. I'll go.
If there are no comments, Mr. President, I would move that the commission adopt the Chapter 8 moose hunting season regulations as proposed.
And I didn't get invited on the hunt, so I will second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? No discussion. There being none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, on to Chapter 9, our bighorn sheep and mountain goat hunting seasons. Originally, I The original plan was to play this carrying capacity video for the commission and the audience here in person or listening online. In the interest of time today, we're not going to do this. However, as much as I would like to give you guys a break from listening to me, I'm not going to do that today. But I would really encourage anyone listening that has any interest in bighorn sheep management to take 12 minutes out of their life and watch this video. This video really cues up what I wanted to talk about with bighorn sheep management, especially ewe lamb management, in an extremely thoughtful, well done manner. And pictures and video and testimony from some hunters paints 1,000 words. So I won't talk about it too long, or I could have just played the video, but I would encourage folks to watch it. It's really well done, really meaningful. Oh, and it's called Carrying Capacity, and you can just find it on YouTube. So, some general reasoning for bighorn sheep and mountain goat populations and management. So, bighorn sheep populations have remained relatively stable in the past few years, which has been a good thing. Knock on wood, we've been able to get through without any major disease issues just in the past few years. We across the state have really strong ram ratios in our sheep herds. Harvest success has been really good for all of our sheep areas. And it's a little bit different story with mountain goat numbers in terms of we do have some issues with mountain goats in our Snake River range. There was an undetected die-off that occurred probably around 2021 or 2022. So that's resulted in some reduced opportunity there. But mountain goats are pretty near where our folks would like them to be in the Cody region and in the Absarokas and the Beartooths. So we'd like to continue to maintain high quality ram and mountain goat hunts across the state where we offer those. We are proposing some modest increases in type 1 and type 2 license issuance for bighorn sheep. Remember, the type 2 licenses, just to remind the commission, are those less than 3/4 curl licenses. Those licenses are meant to increase harvest on the young ram segment without putting more pressure on the mature ram segment. And they're also meant and designed to decrease the potential for some of those young rams to foray outside of their herds, potentially come into contact with domestic sheep or goats where unfortunately they can contact disease and then come back and bring that disease to their herd. There were some minor changes in moose, or excuse me, in sheep license issuance to accommodate those residency splits. We are still proposing to have some ewe lamb harvest in a few areas just to manage herds towards objective. In 2 of our herds a little bit more aggressively than others, and then introducing some new ewe lamb opportunities in a couple areas this year. In general, we predict that the 2026 harvest for sheep and goats both would mirror that in recent years. Goats, not necessarily the past 5 years, but get into that here in a minute.
Mr. President, I've got one question regarding those type 2 licenses for sheep. I'm assuming that would be considered a full price license and would require preference points to draw unless drawn on a random license, but.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Haskell, that's correct. They are a full price license where they're still fairly novel. This will only be the 3rd year of having them. Yeah, 3rd year of having them. I can tell you, like, just as an example, in Area 17 in the Ferris Mountains, we've had hunters burn as much as, I think, 17 preference points on a type 2. So there's and don't quote me on that figure there, but there's been, the demand is there for them. There's a lot of preference points getting exercised on those.
Sure. Okay.
They're proving really popular. One other thing I should note, I was going to talk about this a little bit later, but with respect to those type 2 licenses, it's it's not nearly as subjective as, say, a raghorn elk season where you can get a little bit more variable ages because of broken antlers and things like that. With these type 2 licenses, the average age of a harvested ram is 3.5 years old or less. By the time they hit 4.5, they're exceeding that limitation and therefore not a legal ram on those type 2 licenses.
Okay, thank you.
So like I said, bighorn sheep have been a little bit more than treading water. They've been doing relatively well compared to the last decade in Wyoming. So we're issuing almost 300 total licenses with a net increase of 17 total licenses this year. You'll note that there are some kind of big swings with some of our ewe-lamb licenses. The aggregate proposed increase across the state, when you add type 6s and 7s together, is only an increase of 4 ewe-lamb licenses, but there was some shuffling around and reasons for that we'll get into here in a minute. We were also able to put a little bit more any ram and less than 3/4 curl opportunity out there. With respect to residency splits, as you can see, we're nearly there. Well, we are there when you accommodate or take into account we had 2 non-resident bighorn sheep super tag winners. So we have those really well balanced across the different license types and as a whole. Over the past 10 years, both license issuance and total harvest has ticked up. I shouldn't say over the past 10 years, but really over the past 7. So you can see we're certainly providing more opportunity out there for the sheep hunters in this state. Some of that is due to an infusion of those ewe-lamb licenses and type 2 licenses. For Chapter 9, 10 comments were received in the official comment process. Most of those pertain to bighorn sheep. There was support for seasons as proposed. There was some concern over some November seasons being proposed in hunt areas 17 and 26. That's when those sheep are, it's a rut hunt there. That's when those sheep are breeding. And as a reminder, hunt areas 17 and 26 are that Ferris Seminole herd. And also, 26 is the Bennett Mountains, which is just on the east side of the river there by Miracle Mile. There was some concern expressed over the ewe-lamb license issuance being too high in hunt areas 7 and 17. Hunt area 7 is that Jackson area, especially, particularly up in the Grovant. And some frustration expressed over a lack of non-resident opportunities in some areas. That's a theme that's emerged the past few years consistently, especially since we've gone to that 90-10 license allocation. Bighorn sheep in the Jackson region. So this is an area where it has the most notable infusion of ewe-lamb opportunities. In hunt area 7, this was going to be really well demonstrated in that carrying capacity video, but our region managers have worked and coordinated with some university folks as well as part of a really some research and really robust monitoring, and they've really figured out that in this hunt area 7, in this Jackson herd, they've established what they think is really a good carrying capacity. And that's actually kind of a rare thing in wildlife management to be able to put a number. I feel like 400 sheep is the magic number there. And this has been documented now for quite a while. When that sheep herd exceeds 400 animals, they've had multiple disease events, die-offs, there's nutritional condition issues of those ewes, things like that. When they get below, if they stay at 400 or below, they just tend not to see those things. So they've taken that, they've ran with it, it's informed their management, and they continue then to utilize ewe-lamb licensing to manage that sheep herd towards that goal. The new thing that they did this year was they are proposing an overall net reduction of ewe-lamb licenses. So last year they had a total of 50 type 6 licenses. This year they're proposing to drop that to 40, but then partition that over two license types to have a type 6 and a 7. One will be valid in the Flat Creek drainage. One will be valid in the, I'm going to forget the name of the drainage, but basically in the Grovant Rib. And so that's the proposal there. They did during public engagement have some persistent concerns that they hear every year with respect to, well, every year they've had ewe lamb licenses, just concerns being expressed over harvesting female bighorn sheep. In their Targhee herd, which is Hunt Area 6, so basically the Teton country northwest of Jackson, they really are really concerned with there's more sheep at Hunt Area 6 than they are providing opportunity, but because of the park, a lot of those sheep are not available to actually available to hunters. So with that, the access to mature rams are really limited. Beyond that, beyond the concern with the ewe lamb seasons, they've had support for seasons as proposed. All right. Pinedale region for bighorn sheep. So the Darby Mountain, which is that Wyoming range, sheep herd in area 24, they're plugging along. They've observed 18 total adult rams with 61 sheep observed. They feel like they can still sustain the one license there. And then in Hunt Area 8, they normally have 2 sheep and that's up in the northern winds there. As part of the Whiskey Mountain herd. They have 2 sheep licenses that they normally issue. They had 2 carryovers last year resulting from that Dollar Lake fire. So they'll have a total of 4 sheep licenses available in that area this year, but with a 2026 quota of just 2, and no concerns were raised there during public engagement. Cody region, home to our most robust bighorn sheep herd in the state and really in the lower 48. There, they feel like high hunter success and quality hunting experience has been maintained across all those hunt areas. They are proposing an increase in type 1 licenses in Hunt Area 5. They had, I think, at least in recent history, a record ram count during some aerial summer surveys this past year. So that's been some good news in Area 5. They're able to put some more opportunity. I should have said earlier when I was talking about 90-10 splits, the other thing that we do try to do is if we can get near 40 licenses without compromising the integrity of any hunt, we strive to do that too. And the reason why 40 is kind of a magic number is with sheep or moose both, that's the only way in which we can get to a non-resident random opportunity, because you have to have 4 non-resident licenses to get to 25% of those being available for a random opportunity. We're able to do so in Area 5 this year. Area 12, which is our Devil's Canyon herd, that's a herd that did experience a disease die-off several years back. It's slowly rebuilding. They feel like with ram numbers just making a modest comeback, they are shuffling around some type 1 and type 2 licenses, where it's a slight increase in type 1s and a slight decrease in those type 2 licenses, just to manage ram numbers and provide that opportunity for those mature rams that they feel they can. No concerns were raised during public engagement there. Moving on to the Laramie region, herds are maintaining trophy quality opportunities. They're chugging right along. Addition of the type 2 licenses to increase harvest on younger age rams has occurred in a couple places, particularly down in area 21 in the Encampment River, Sierra Madre stuff, and then also in area 26. Their managers there's also some novel ewe lamb licenses being proposed in those areas. Their managers would really, that's both Hunt Areas 21 and 26. We've had persistent issues and chronic issues with disease potential commingling with domestics we've had some really unfortunate situations, especially in Area 26, where we've had to, via our Chapter 56 permit, remove a significant number of sheep that have gone out of the cooperative review area, which is a designation as per the state plan, into areas where it's not acceptable to manage for sheep right now, and especially based on disease risk. And so that's probably the singular most unpleasant thing, or one of the most unpleasant things that we ask our field people to do, is to remove those sheep when we have to. And so we would really like to try to minimize that and have worked towards trying to minimize that. But the addition of ewe lamb opportunity and removing some of those young rams from the population without compromising those opportunities for mature rams is the best tool we have to do that.
Mr. President, a question if I may. Justin, does this includes the Ferris Seminole herd, correct?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, yeah. So again, of course, this is by region, but yeah, the Ferris Seminole herd is managed out of our Lander region, but you are correct. Areas 17 and 26 are the Ferris
17,
Seminole.
26. So when they build the Seminole Pump Storage Project and destroy the Miracle Mile and that wild sheep herd, what do you think? Like an auxiliary hunt to take out all the bighorn sheep that are left? You know, what do you think? Just open season? Might as well let people go in and have them. Sorry, I'm just trying to break things up a little bit. Just had to work in my meeting plug about the Seminole project, my hatred for it. Carry on. Can't hear a word you're saying. Go ahead.
Carrying on to our Lander region, continuing with the theme of at least the Ferris Seminole herd. So here our managers are would like to increase overall opportunity as you see the seasons proposed before you and especially in Hunt Area 17. So this is an area where the region would also like to get a little bit more aggressive in terms of managing toward objective. They don't necessarily have that number, like say the 400 number I referenced in the Grovant for the Jackson herd in mind, but sheep are doing really well. This is still, Daryl Lutz will still continue to say, and he's correct, that this is the cleanest sheep herd we have in the state. And a lot of efforts and we don't want to compromise it. And so there's a lot of effort being undertaken to ensure to the best of our ability that this sheep herd stays intact. It's become a really, really sought after just sheep viewing opportunity and also for a chance to draw one of those licenses. So the Lander region is proposing to increase type 2 license issuance in there. And again, that's to harvest more of those younger rams, decrease that opportunity for those young rams to foray, potentially come into contact with animals they shouldn't, and then bring disease back to the herd. The other thing that the Lander region is trying to do that is novel for this area this year is to, you'll notice in area 17, there's actually at the beginning of the type 1 opener, those licenses, the regular season opener, I should say, those licenses are relegated to the Sand Creek drainage. That's essentially the far eastern portion of the Ferris Mountains. There's a lot of sheep there. A lot of that burned several years back. It's really good sheep habitat. But it's a little bit more work to get back there, and the sheep aren't as readily accessible there as they are in that Miracle Mile area in Area 17. And so a disproportionate amount of that harvest has come from that Miracle Mile area, which is obviously much further east. So they'd like to just spread out and better distribute that harvest pressure. With the changes that they're proposing, they really haven't received any concerns and just rather continued support for their ULAM license and type 2 license issuance. This is an area where I'm proud to say we're able to triple our bighorn sheep license issuance this year. Our Casper region, our little modest sheep herd south of Newcastle. We've been at 3 licenses there in the past but in recent years that has been reduced to 1 on the Wyoming side. This is a herd that's managed in conjunction with South Dakota. Our Casper region managers visit with South Dakota personnel on an annual basis. Based on survey work that's been done and increasing ram availability, the increase back to 3 licenses was warranted and there were no concerns. On to mountain goats. So if you look at both the licenses issued and the total harvest for mountain goats, there's been a really precipitous decline starting back in 2020. And really this high level of license issuance and mountain goat harvest was a reflection of type A licenses that we were issuing at the time. It was to try to reduce mountain goat numbers, both in portions of the Absaroka range, but also in the Tetons. And with those licenses going away, that's why you see this drop in total goat harvest and license issuance. In our Cody region, for both Cody and our Jackson region, so in Hunt Area 2, which is our Palisades mountain goat herd. So that's the Snake River Range south of Jackson. That's the place where I discussed earlier there had been a mountain goat die-off. And just based on lower goat availability, some significant license reductions were made a few years ago in order to balance 90-10, and based on opportunity the Jackson region thinks they can provide. There was an increase of 1 goat license in Area 2 and then no change in areas 1 and 3 in the Cody region. And as you can see, balancing residency splits when you issue a total of 30 licenses is pretty straightforward. And we had no changes made as a result of public comment. And with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 9 Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat Hunting Season Regulations as proposed.
Mr. President, may I ask a question while you're sorting through? Justin, I was looking at the Bighorn Sheep Management Summary sheet that, you sent out, and I don't see, the one that says herd unit and an attribute trend count and harvest hunter success. That you familiar with what I'm looking at? But I didn't see one for that Area 20.
Okay, President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, for Area 20 Bighorn Sheep. Yeah, so this is going to be a bureaucratic answer for you, but technically we've never actually encumbered that as designated that as an official herd unit. It's kind of been managed loosely. And so while we do still submit a season proposal, that would be the reason for that. And frankly, it's something that we should rectify going forward.
It's maybe too bad we don't know anybody who could, wrestle that to the ground.
I may look around.
I also noticed, since along those same lines, there's on the very first page of your statewide summary, it says no working model, 3 populations. What does that mean? Help me understand that.
Yeah, so Commissioner Masterson, we've throughout the history of this agency have not had working bighorn sheep models. Thanks to our science research and analytical unit led by Dr. Hall, her and her team have been putting a lot of work into deriving a model for bighorn sheep. There is now one available. Managers are still really kind of beta testing it, if you will. It's not quite ready for prime time, and especially for some of these herds, but there's been a lot of work into trying to develop one, and that also coincides with some of those abundance estimates that we've also tried to garner.
Mr. President, I would move to adopt Chapter 9 Bighorn Sheep and Mountain Goat Hunting Season as proposed by the department.
Second.
Okay, real quick, we've got a Zoom. I think can we do that before we vote?
Katie? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Katie.
President Jolovich, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. President Jolovich, Director Bruce, Commission, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to lend my support to the department's recommendations, speaking with the biologist and listening to the presentations from season setting. We really appreciate them utilizing the management tools that are available to them. And I'm sorry that you guys didn't get a chance to watch the carrying capacity video, as Justin suggested. It's a good watch and helps to understand some of the ULAM license allocations. And to Commissioner Masterson's point earlier, the Fair Semino herd does have some challenges currently. These sheep are doing extremely well. It's a success story in the state. They are nearing their objectives and they are looking for new habitat. And as such, we have some options, one of which, although biologically possible, it's not politically possible with the reintroduction into the Sweetwater Rocks area, which would have been a tool to deal with some of these ewes and lambs. But since we can't use that tool, these animals are also pushing out to the east towards the Pedros, and currently they are not allowed to do so. So rather than department personnel having to put these sheep down, it allows for a hunting opportunity, and we appreciate your consideration of allowing them to use that management tool. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I think we're good, Katie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll renew my motion and
Seasons as presented by the department. Any discussion?
Sorry.
There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, we're on the home stretch. So on to chapter 11, our upland game bird and small game hunting seasons. For chapter 11, we received 38 formal public comments. The majority of those comments were in reference to proposed changes to pheasant seasons in Hunt Area 8, which is our Springer unit, Springer Table Mountain, Springer Bump Sullivan. There was support expressed for extending those pheasant seasons as proposed. Also some opposition to that proposed pheasant season extension that mainly came from goose hunters with potential concerns of that interfering with the goose hunts on those WHMAs. We'll get into that just a little bit more here in a minute. There were some other various comments just pertaining to cottontail rabbit hunting, falconry, and even suggestions to regulate upland game bird guiding received. Just to skip over real quick, we are not proposing any changes to blue/dusky grouse, rough grouse, or chucker or gray partridge, sharp-tailed grouse, or our small game seasons. Within Chapter 11, we are proposing our annual adjustment to sage grouse seasons for Hunt Area 1. That's the bulk of central and western Wyoming, where the tradition has been to open that season on the third Saturday of September. So this reflects just a date change to accommodate that. Also, with respect to sage grouse seasons, is a very minor realignment of hunt area boundaries. We have 4 hunt areas in Wyoming, 3 of which are closed. And really the intention, I'm not going to go into all the detail, but the intention behind this boundary realignment, it's really more of a technicality than anything that actually affects hunting opportunity. It does open some of this area in the Bondurant area to hunting. Otherwise, they're minor adjustments. And really the reason for that is to align our hunt areas with the management units that we utilize when we collect sage grouse harvest survey data. So it's really house cleaning more than anything else, or yeah, housekeeping, I should say. On to our upland game bird hunting seasons for pheasants. This is the change that garnered the most attention within Chapter 11. So our Laramie region on our Springer Bump Sullivan Wildlife Habitat Management Area, they're proposing to have the Springer special season open on October 15th rather than the October 10th. So that's that permitted pheasant hunt. But then really the big change is for that general hunt. Rather than running it from November 1st through the 14th, they're proposing to run it the entire month of November. The reasons for that are there's increased capacity at the Springer Bird Farm. I know the commission was able to tour that at the meeting just last month. And our bird farm folks feel like there's going to be increased chick production, survival, et cetera. And so with those opportunities, with more birds, hopefully will come the need to put more birds out on the landscape. And what better place to do it than on our Springer unit where those habitats are managed with pheasants in mind. One of the things that it may result in is conflict with goose hunters. And so that's what prompted the concern, because there is an interest in holding waterfowl in those areas on Springer and the Bump Sullivan WHMA. They're also proposing some minor changes like closing pond number 1 on the Table Mountain WHMA. And then there's the annual adjustments of youth pheasant season dates in a lot of our units like Springer, Glendo, Ocean Lake, Sand Mesa, Bud Love, and Yellowtail. Given the concern that was evoked with this proposed change, subsequent to public comment, the Laramie region decided to make a change, and that is the lands on the Springer Bump Sullivan Wildlife Habitat Management Area south of Goshen County Road 42 and west of Goshen County Road 37 shall be closed to pheasant hunting after November 13th. And again, that's just to minimize conflict with goose hunters as those goose seasons open up. And so I guess for the commission's benefit, that would be everything in blue here is that WHMA. The portions that would be closed as a result of this change would be here and here. And with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 11 Upland Game Bird and Small Game Hunting Season Regulations as proposed.
Mr. President, I move the commission adopt Chapter 11 Upland Game Bird and Small Game Hunting Season Regulations as proposed.
Second. Been moved and seconded to adopt Chapter 11. Been moved and seconded to adopt Chapter 11. Any discussion? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Okay, on to Chapter 14, our migratory game bird hunting seasons and light goose conservation order. Just briefly to touch on, it's always worth remembering there's not a regulation I don't think this agency has. It's more complex than our Chapter 14 regulation. That's because waterfowl move across the state at different times and based on weather and things like that, and they move across the state differently in different places. So it's really complex, but a lot of that complexity is based on also our need to manage in accordance with the federal framework summary. So just as a quick reminder, there's federal oversight of waterfowl hunting that originated with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act in 1918. These federal frameworks are really the foundation for waterfowl management across the U.S. And North America. These frameworks are, at least as of now, are determined annually, and they're based on data. The waterfowl regulations that the states ultimately develop are the end product of this cooperative effort with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and state and wildlife agencies that on a biannual basis attend Flyway Council meetings. In Wyoming, we have 2 flyways within our state. We are part of the Central and the Pacific flyways. The regulations that we'll be following here are flyway specific. Within Chapter 14, we had 16 total comments. We've had a mix of requests for either earlier or later waterfowl season dates in certain areas, suggestions to match light goose seasons with dark goose seasons, requests to open mourning dove seasons earlier, interest in increasing limited quota sandhill crane permits. This seems to be a perennial issue, season days and bag limits. And then also suggestions to charge for a sandhill crane permit. The thinking being behind that is that if there was a charge for that permit, you wouldn't, there's perceptions out there that a lot of people that draw crane permits because they're free may or may not exercise them. It's just one more thing to get. So for 2026 sandhill crane seasons, this marks another consecutive year of liberalizing opportunity. Crane populations are doing well. We have an allocation that we can get for the Rocky Mountain population. The bulk of Wyoming is within the Rocky Mountain population, so those are all managed via limited quota crane permits. That's hunt areas 1 through 6 as well as hunt area 8. Then we have our general hunt area over in the eastern part of the state in hunt area 7, and that's part of the mid-continent population where we manage that with a general opportunity. We'll go through this flyway by flyway, but I'm going to do this really briefly, and that is there are a lot of date changes. And really these date changes are either to align with Saturday openers, but really is what they're designed to do is to still fit within those federal framework. There's a maximum we can issue of, I believe it's 107 days in total for say things like ducks and geese, or duck seasons, I should say. And those seasons are broken up into multiple segments with breaks in between. And so there are proposed season date changes to, in many cases, allow these seasons to stay open later during the last segment, which is a product of public comment that's been received in recent years. So none of these changes for the Pacific Flyway in the southwest part of the state the changes proposed there are simple calendar year adjustments, but there are also some duck and merganser bag limits. Those will remain the same. And then there is a note that no scalp should be taken after December 20th there. For all zones, for light geese, we hunt light geese. So essentially in Wyoming, for the most part, that's snow and blue geese. For all zones of the Central Flyway, we have the regular light geese season dates. Those are some just simple calendar changes made there. That's actually separate from the light goose conservation order that we'll touch on here in a minute. Within the Central Flyway of zone C1 of the Central Flyway, there we shifted the segment 1 opener a week later, and this should allow for the latest possible closing date within the last segment there. Duck and merganser bag limits will remain unchanged, except there is a 2 additional blue-winged teal window that will now be October 3rd through the 11th. And then managers are proposing to eliminate a dark geese segment 1 to allow for holiday opportunities and the latest possible closing date there. Zone C1A of the Central Flyway. Here, these date changes were again shifting the segment 1 opener a week later to allow for the latest possible closing date, and then having the duck merganser bag limits unchanged, except for again the additional 2-wing blue-wing teal window being October 3rd through the 11th. Central Flyway Zone C2, which is both this northeastern portion of Wyoming and also the southeastern portion of the state. Their calendar year adjustments were made for ducks, mergansers, and coots. The bag limits for ducks and mergansers remain unchanged, except 2 additional blue-winged teal window is now September 26th through October 4th, was proposed to be And then an alignment of dark geese segments with duck segments to the extent possible. That was something that's been repeatedly requested by the public to do. And then there was the addition of an 8-day early Canada goose season with a reduction in the remaining segment days to meet our federal framework requirements. Then we have the light goose conservation order for 2027. That's what enables us to have spring snow goose seasons in the state. That's just a very minor date change from February 16th to the 15th. And then some slight date changes with respect to mourning doves, rails, and snipe. The other date changes were also fairly simple, done on an annual basis, essentially to make date changes to accommodate the necessary days for youth and veterans, and then some date changes for falconry seasons. And with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 14 Migratory Game Bird and Light Goose Conservation Order hunting season regulations as proposed.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, if there's no public comment, I would make a motion that we move to accept Chapter 14 as proposed.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, I was wondering why the difference between the Sora Virginia rail and the snipe dates are different. Just kidding. It's late. I'm just, can anybody answer that for me on why the Sora and the Virginia rail?
I was wondering that myself.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, by my own admission, I did a relatively poor job of presenting that regulation. Been a long day. I am going to have Courtney Rudd, our waterfowl biologist, come up and address your question.
I didn't want to lose any sleep tonight over this.
Hi, I'm Courtney Rudd, migratory game bird and wetland biologist for the department. President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, to answer your question regarding dove, rail, snipe, the different dates are a result of the federal frameworks. And there's a different, each species has a different day limit offered per the federal frameworks. So the 90 days, the 70 days, the 107 days for dove, rail, snipe, respectively, that is not something that the department determines. That is handed down by the Fish and Wildlife Service and included in their federal frameworks that we work with. So these three species are fairly straightforward when we propose the seasons. We don't have to do any balancing per se.
So how many subspecies of snipe do we have?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, 0.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is there any more discussion? No more discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carried.
That was me, Tony. Just so you know I'm here, I voted no.
Okay, President Jolovich, members of the commission, 2 regulations left. Okay, on to Chapter 15, Wild Bison Recreational Hunting Seasons. We had a grand total of 5 comments received for this regulation. We had suggestions to keep all Hunt Area 2 licenses valid for any bison rather than split the type 1 and 4 licenses. We'll cover that in a little bit more detail here in a minute. There were some comments suggesting that we have a season for bull bison in Hunt Area 3, which is the North Fork of the Shoshone River west of Cody. Just for your edification, Hunt Area, when bison opportunities are granted in Hunt Area 3, that's based on a longstanding MOU we have with the Forest Service, and it's when essentially we have 15 bulls or more show up, then we will scramble to authorize a hunting season there. There was a request to update legal weapon and caliber requirements for wild bison hunting and then insert those into Chapter 32, which is our firearm regulation. So the Jackson region is the only region we have to discuss here. So Hunt Area 2, bison, we've had a tough time managing this herd as of late. So bison are now at the high end of their objective range, and without any meaningful cow harvest coming up in the very near term, our managers expect that herd to be over the objective, probably by next year. There's also been a pretty stark reduction in adult bull ratios and bull numbers and overall bull availability for harvest. And in order to increase cow harvest, target management more towards reducing that female segment while reducing pressure on bulls, our Jackson region is proposing to decrease the type 1 any or bull license issuance by 40 to a type 1 quota of 30, and then reinstitute type 4 cow-calf bison licenses with a proposed quota of 70. This is always a little bit tricky in terms of there wasn't really any concern from the public with the proposed season so much as just concerns with having cow licenses in general, and at this level, will there be enough cows available for harvest? Just to back up a little bit, this is always a tricky situation with cow bison remaining in Grand Teton National Park and being unavailable. So with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 15 Wild Bison Recreational Hunting Season Regulations as proposed.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I will move Chapter 15 as proposed.
Second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Do I have any more discussion? If so, if we don't have any more discussion, then that call for a vote. Those all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Chapter 15.
Okay, last regulation, Chapter 20, or wild turkey hunting seasons. Commissioner Haskell says go ahead. So within Chapter 20, we had a total of 78 comments. The vast majority of those comments addressed the proposed change to prohibit the use of rifles on public lands during spring turkey seasons. Within the 66 of those 78 comments, there was more support for the proposed change than opposition. However, the department doesn't make recommendations based on majority rule. I should note that. There was opposition expressed, the opposition, those opposed to that prohibition expressed concern over the loss of opportunity to use rifles for youth and or disabled hunters that may not be able to fire a shotgun. Rather may be able to use, say, a 22 Hornet or something like that, or a 17 HMR. There were some supporting comments that actually prefer the prohibition of spring rifles extend to all lands rather than just public lands. There has been some concerns raised over the number of non-resident turkey hunters in the Black Hills. This is a phenomenon that appears to be increasing, and based on some preliminary field reports from our folks this year, it may be holding true. We'll see what the harvest survey data says after this year. I think this is particularly occurring based on some changes that have occurred to within states just to the east, like Nebraska and South Dakota have just recently reduced non-resident participation there. And so in some of those cases, Wyoming may be just the next state up for some of those non-resident hunters. We are seeing an uptick. There have been some suggestions fielded to revert back to multiple turkey hunt areas. Just a couple years ago, we went to one hunt area statewide. Some requests for special archery and muzzleloader seasons, and another various requests came in advocating for the prohibition of roost shooting, banning the practice of turkey reaping or fanning, or suggestions to allow high-powered air rifles as a method of take. So just real quick, just a little turkey management primer. So fall turkey hunting in Wyoming is where we allow an either sex hunt. In theory, it's a population management tool. In practice, it doesn't always occur. We don't necessarily aren't always able to harvest the number of turkeys we need to in the fall to actively manage populations when we get near these peaks. Right now, in an awful lot of Wyoming, we have a lot of turkeys. They're doing well. Great news for hunters. Not so good news for the Brandon Warners of the world that spend half their winter trapping and dealing with nuisance turkey situations, or the homeowners that get to deal with the same. The fall turkey seasons are meant to coincide with big game seasons to allow that simultaneous opportunity. We do that under a statewide general license, and then we also issue type 3 licenses that are valid in various counties where we have robust turkey numbers. There is a proposal this year, not only to increase that type 3 license issuance, but also to allow both the general and the type 3 licenses to go into the end of January. This would be a novel change for us. Really, the primary motivation for doing this, it's the winter months is when we really start to see these wintering flocks of turkeys become a nuisance. It's not just Brandon Warner and Casper, but there's been a lot of places where our folks are increasingly dealing with nuisance turkeys right now, given that they are doing so well. So this affords a season length extension where hopefully hunters can bring some of those birds home. And in other cases, we've actually been utilizing our Chapter 56 kill permits to address those situations. So with that, as we move into the spring turkey hunting seasons, this is where we emphasize gobbler hunting. We only allow the harvest of male turkeys or any turkey with a visible beard. Here we have general licenses statewide, and we also utilize type 3 licenses in select counties with large populations. The big change that I'm sure folks want to discuss is the proposal that we had discussed with the commission this time last year to prohibit the taking. Well, I guess I'll just read the proposed reg here. Excuse me. So our proposal to change Chapter 20 in subsection C is for the taking of wild turkey during the spring wild turkey season. The use of rimfire, centerfire, or muzzle loading rifles shall be prohibited off private land. So the reason for this is really simple. It's largely based on a safety issue. So what we did was when we first kind of brought this up, we decided that we needed to gauge support for prohibiting rifles during the spring. And the best mechanism for us to do that was to utilize our traditional harvest survey last spring. So we included a question there to gauge that support. And so that was done just this past spring. And we had just over 2,800 responses to that. 51% of the people supported prohibiting rifles during the spring season. 36% were opposed and 13% were unsure. Just to put that in perspective, on average, in recent years, 12.5% of that spring turkey harvest does occur with a rifle. That's a question that we actually have long asked on our harvest survey. It appears that trend may be increasing. It was 20% just this past year. It's also worth noting that Wyoming is one of only 5 states that still does allow rifle seasons during the spring. Now, certainly just because everyone else does it doesn't mean Wyoming has to do it. But turkey hunting is getting increasingly popular, and certainly that's a product of how well turkey numbers are doing in recent years. But of those 5 states that allow spring rifle use, most have some type of restriction on where they can be used, such as private land only. And I guess it's also worth noting that some research that came out of Penn State indicates that hunting accidents during spring turkey seasons are nearly double those of other hunting seasons in the country. And then when a rifle use occurred during those accidents, that the risk of fatality had greatly increased. And so this is a situation where we have hunters in camouflage. We don't require orange for spring turkey seasons. Hunters often use decoys, such as pictured in this photo here, and then you have a hunter in camouflage sitting behind it. And so the thinking being, if a hunter is 100 or 200 yards away shooting across an open field, something like that may be relatively hard to see, thereby increasing the chances of a hunting accident. Thankfully, in Wyoming, we haven't had one of those yet. Spring turkey seasons, really, this is more of a preventative measure. And based on the public input, it wasn't like this across the board sweeping unanimous, let's ban rifles during the spring seasons. It was, again, 51% support with 36% opposed and that 13% being unsure. Took all that into consideration, and the ultimate proposal that we came up with was to prohibit that on public land or allow that on private land, depending on how you want to look at it. So that was kind of viewed as a compromise. With that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 20 wild turkey hunting season regulations as proposed.
I have some public comment forms. Casey Dickinson.
Commissioner Jolovich and the rest of you commissioners. I'm not one really to ban any weapons, but from my personal experience, rifles scare me when turkey hunting in the spring. In the fall, everybody's got a rifle, everybody's got orange. Bow hunters don't want rifles. They're camoed up just like turkey hunters. If the deer, the elk, the turkeys can't see us, neither can another hunter. Last weekend, I harvested one of my turkeys, and the turkeys were more worried about the decoys than they were me. And I was backed up under the trees, under brush. They had no idea what was going on. I harvested my turkey. The rest of them went away. I got my turkey, got him back over to where I was. I was with another gentleman, and turkeys came back, and he was able to harvest his. A week or so ago, there was a kid in another state shot 2 hunters with a shotgun. And thankfully, no serious injuries or loss of eyesight or anything like that. But, if they can do that with a shotgun, a rifle, you're pretty much done for. Goose hunters, of course, it's illegal what they do, not the goose hunters, but the road hunters driving around, see a flock of decoys out. They shoot at the decoys, hunters in the blind, and they kill 1 or 2 a year. And Wyoming's been lucky and it hasn't happened here. And I take youth hunters out and I take veterans out and occasionally people that hasn't hunted turkeys before, I take them out. And I'm not a guide or an outfitter. I just do it on my own time. And it's really frustrating when you're sitting there calling turkeys and you have a hunter walk in and sit 50 feet from you and he don't know you're there. And again, if another hunter with a rifle scope or whatever can't see me and the turkeys can't see me, we're asking for trouble. And if we can limit the possibility of it happening, Wyoming's got a good record and I just soon keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another one, Thomas. Not sure. Lowry?
DC. I'll just address you guys and ladies as commissioners, because I won't butcher your last name. It's Lockery. Yeah, it's Irish, not from Ireland though. Just a quick background. I actually am from Tennessee, which the South is a huge turkey hunting mecca. Tradition goes way back. On my way here, I was thinking this spring is my 31st year turkey hunting. Relatively new to Wyoming, and the shock of being able to use a rifle was beyond belief for me. I don't know if you have turkey hunted or, watched this presentation or whatnot, but the sole purpose from a traditional turkey hunter perspective is to be completely camouflaged, kind of sit in the shadows. You're playing this chess match back and forth with this wild bird. You're doing natural calls as much as you can, like, making a sound of a hen. Some people even use decoys like Casey mentioned, and some of these decoys are unbelievable. So much so that taxidermy decoys are used. The real tail fan is used. Somebody mentioned fanning and reaping. All those things add to the realism of it. From a distance, myself included, you can ask a game warden, what do they set up? Decoys to catch a poacher, right? It's the same thing that you're doing, not trying to catch a poacher, but you're trying to lure a turkey in. And when you're set up behind them in the shade, in the shadows, fully camouflaged, face mask, paint, it's almost impossible, next to impossible, to see that other hunter, especially when you're focused on that decoy, if you're a rifle hunter from a far distance away, or even if you're a shotgun hunter and you see it and you come in close. So to me, there's that danger in the back of my head. As a father, I want to come home from a turkey hunt. But also as a father, when I take my daughter out, I want to make sure that we both come home from a turkey hunt. As former hunter education instructor, one of the things we always taught was to make sure of your target, what's beyond it. When you're rifle hunting without orange, a couple 100 yards away in the shadows, it's next to impossible, in my opinion, to see that. And being, what I would call myself a seasoned turkey hunter, even I've seen decoys on public ground before. And, it's caught my attention. There's excellent callers that can actually gobble with their mouth. Just like when you're elk hunting, you hear that bugle, you hear that gobble, you go that direction. And so for me, from a safety standpoint, for my family, I believe that this is a great proposal. I understand that there could be opportunities lost, but I think for the greater hunting community and for the face of Wyoming, that this will be an excellent proposal to pass through. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next. Joan Eisman. Did I say that right?
Yes, Eisman.
Welcome.
Very German. So President Jolovich, Director Bruce, and Commissioners, on behalf of what we've already heard, I am firm believer in safety first. I've been a hunter ed instructor for over 20 years. I have taught TC's daughter hunter ed after they moved here. It's all about fair chase. If you're using a rifle out there, I don't feel we're giving that bird the opportunity. And how are you going to retrieve all those edible portions? Is that not what we're supposed to do when we shoot an animal, is retrieve all edible portions? So if we're blowing them up with a bigger gun than a shotgun or archery equipment, how do we do that? Again, it's safety. They all have reiterated that we sit there in camo. We're, covered up. We're in blinds. We're bushed up, however. And if somebody, and I have had it happen, somebody shot over me and shot the turkey that was coming in. And they didn't even know I was there because he was using a rifle. And then, you don't want to have a confrontation, and I have a big mouth. The guys will tell you. But it's all about safety for me. And I would hate to see our state be included in one of those accidental states. I could sit here and say everything the guys said, but I think they spoke very well for all of us. And I just wish you would please consider moving it to shotgun season only and archery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all we have in public for turkeys.
Show you guys a picture real quick.
Pardon me?
May I show you a picture real quick?
Sure.
This is a kid that has cerebral palsy. He did his birthday before yesterday. He's in a track chair. So your limitation will be set by what you get, in your occupation.
Mr. President, may I ask a couple questions of the department?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you. Justin or Brandon, whichever one of you wants to handle this. Why don't spring turkey hunters wear orange? I understand they're trying to camouflage. I get it. But would wearing an orange vest or something like that destroy the hunt, in your opinion? I'm just trying to get a handle. I've never gone spring turkey hunting.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, so turkeys have exceptional eyesight and they also see color really, really well. Unlike big game that it's black and white. So
Okay.
that's the reason.
Okay. I noticed that the proposed rule would outlaw the use of a rifle, but it wouldn't outlaw the use of a pistol. Do I read that right?
President Jolovich, Commissioner Masterson, yes, you're correct.
Okay. If we go down the path of adopting a rule for safety purposes that bans the use of a rifle, wouldn't it make sense if we were to go there to add a handgun? Because wouldn't you face the same safety risks with a rifle as with a handgun?
Commissioner Masterson, I think that's a fair assessment. There are certainly some handguns that, let me back up just
Yeah.
a minute. So in our Chapter 2 regulation, we actually define a handgun. And a handgun means a firearm that has a barrel length of less than 16 inches, has a short stock, and is designed to be fired by the use of a single hand without shoulder support. There are some handgun configurations that are designed to be chambered with a center fire cartridge that are shot at long distances that would still qualify.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I struggle with this one because I hate to dictate to people what they can and can't use to legally hunt. And I'm sure you do too. You want people to use the weapon of their choice, that they find to be effective and practical. So I absolutely understand the rationale behind it. I really appreciate the comments that those of you who came here gave, and the sincerity of them. I'm struggling. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It's the libertarian in me versus the safety in me. So that's my problem. I'll figure it out.
Mr. President, so I'm going to agree with everything that the speakers have just said and say I don't disagree with this change. In fact, I think this one is one of the things that we've had before us that is a no-brainer. I've hunted turkeys for a long time, almost strictly archery, and it's always befuddled me that we allow that on public land, and I've seen some crazy things happen on public land. And so I think this is a good move. I think it's a safe move. I think it's probably something that should have been done a long, long time ago, but the popularity is continuing to increase, and we're still allowing that opportunity on private land. I think this is a good move.
Mr. President, I guess I need some clarification on air rifles. The air rifles that I got to shoot at Wafwa were very, very long range, very accurate machines that can kill from a long distance. But I mean, where is that with an air rifle? That's one of these high powered air rifles that are, some people are killing elk with them, and I'm just wondering if we've addressed any of that.
President Jolovich, Commissioner Roberts, and I would ask Aaron Kerr to please correct me if I misspeak here, but with respect to legal methods of take for turkeys, you have been, this proposed regulation aside, you're allowed to use any center fire cartridge, or you're allowed to use rim fire cartridges. 17 HMR is essentially the only rim fire cartridge we allow. We don't allow a 22 long rifle. Air rifles are not allowed under our current provisions.
Mr. President. So, however, 17 HMR didn't used to be allowed, but 22 mag did, and it still is. But the regs were amended not that long ago to allow 17 HMR. And now we're changing it up again under this proposal. We would be changing it up again. I agree. You want to do everything you can for safety in the field, but ultimately safety comes down to the hunters in the field. And I would be willing to bet you that the majority of turkey hunters that are killed in the field are killed with shotguns. And the question I would ask you is how many incidents, either shotgun or rifle or pistol or high-powered air gun or long-range rifle or long-range archery or whatever, how many incidents have we had of turkey hunters being killed in Wyoming or wounded in Wyoming?
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Mai, first of all, thanks for correcting me. You are correct that a 22 mag is also allowed. We're certainly not aware of any fatalities that has resulted from a turkey hunter being shot by another turkey hunter in Wyoming. And as far as like injuries associated with that, that's not a statistic that we track.
Can I supplement that just a bit? If someone were to go to an emergency room with a gunshot wound, the Game and Fish is not going to be notified. So I think the only way the department would learn of something like that would be anecdotally, or if the hunter or the person who was shot shares that story with the department. So just to be clear, you know, it would go to law enforcement, and there's no real reason. I don't want anybody to think that you're slacking. It's just you have no reason to, you're not in that loop.
Well, Mr. President, the only other remark I'd offer on this, and again, I get it. To me, if this applied to everything for spring turkey hunting, it makes more sense to me. Like the weapon's the weapon. The weapon that's allowed is unified across the state. Doesn't matter, public, private, whatever, federal, state, who cares? That's what's allowed during the spring. But this is like going to complicate things in my mind. And really what I would say is Wyoming isn't the East and it's not the Southeast. Our turkey hunting in almost every case doesn't at all resemble what happens in the Southeast. I mean, there may be a few little areas where that's the case. So I would say Wyoming is unique in that regard. And with my fellow libertarian friend here, I would oppose it on that basis. But also, I would say if it really is coming down to a question of ethics, is it ethical? You know, I mean, one person's ethics aren't another person's ethics, as we've discussed ad nauseum here. But there are plenty of people in those states that don't allow rifle hunting that would love to see fanning banned, reaping, whatever you want to call it, and decoys. If you're not hunting with a box call and a mouth call and camouflage, you're not turkey hunting. So, I mean, you get into that whole gray area of ethical hunting, and there are people that question that as well.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Commissioner Mai, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. I would also offer that this is not about ethics. This is not about long distance shooting or anything like that. We're still allowing rifle use in the fall hunting seasons, allow rifles for lots of things. So really, this is a spring hunters are in camo safety issue.
I think it's Commissioner Mai brings up a good point about if we're going to pursue this for safety reasons, why limit it to private land? Why not just eliminate rifles for spring hunting, period? I've had the discussion, so I'm aware that, you know, the private land, we believe we have a better idea of who's on the land, how many people are there, things like that. But you know, it kind of stretches things a little bit, you know. I kind of think if you're going to do something like this, go all the way. But I'm wide open to commentary. So.
Yeah, President Jolovich, Mr. Masterson, ultimately the reason why we didn't pursue just a blanket removal across the state, because we didn't feel like there was as much public support for that. Now, that survey that went out, as Justin talked about, it was a blanket removal. And then with only 51% support of that, 36 not support, 13 unsure. We just felt like, well, this might be a decent compromise to really maybe improve the hunting on public land and help those folks out. So that's ultimately where we ended up where we're at.
Thank you. Mr. President, just one more point. I get it. And I do want everybody here to understand. I understand the safety issue here. What makes this very difficult for me is I can't think, and you guys, anybody here is welcome to set me straight on this, but I can't think of a single place in our regs where we allow the use of a wide open set of weapons on private ground, but a limited set of weapons on public ground. This would be kind of a precedent center in that regard. You know, it would be, to me, it would be akin to saying you can use crossbows on private land, but you can't use them on public land. And or what, pick your weapon, whatever weapon you want to talk about. So this would be a big deviation for us as a department and a commission, I think,
And I
wouldn't it?
guess, Mr. President, I guess maybe the feed grounds, the National Elk Feed Ground, we do that. We limit the rifles on one section of it, but that's with I mean, that's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, Commissioner Mai, on top of that, there are several access yes areas that do have some restrictions on as well, like limited range weapons, shotgun archery.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have no issue, no truck with that whatsoever. Right. And sorry, Mr. President, but, and you can certainly do that. All those limitations still exist for spring turkey hunting on those HMAs or whichever areas, but we're not saying on a statewide basis, private ground allows this weapon, public ground allows this weapon. That's really what kind of throws me here.
We do have a motion on the table.
Nobody made a motion yet.
Yeah.
No.
Not yet.
So you made a motion. Like to get them.
Mr. President, I will move it. I'll move the chapter forward as presented.
So I have a motion to move the chapter forward as presented. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would amend the motion. I would move to amend the motion to remove paragraph C.
Mr. President, I will second that amendment.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to amend that.
Section C in chapter.
Right, section C, the use of rimfire, centerfire, muzzleloading rifles to be prohibited off private land. So we need to vote on the amendment. So, pardon me?
President Jolovich, just for clarification, so it would be section 2 of the regulation subsection C, and that would be for the taking of wild turkey during the spring wild turkey season, the use of rimfire, centerfire, or muzzle loading rifles shall be prohibited off private land.
And the amendment is to remove that. So, any more discussion on the amendment?
There's no public comment, is that correct, Mr. President? All right, thank you.
Not yet.
Mr. President, I just want to make sure everybody on this knows that if we vote in favor of the amendment, then we're basically taking the regulation back to what it has been.
Right.
So
if there's no more discussion, then all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Do we need a hand vote or a roll call vote? How many did I have?
I was an aye.
There was 3 ayes.
So grab your paper
Yeah, yeah.
that has everybody's name on it and then go one.
Okay. So we'll do a roll call vote. Those in favor,
You have to go one, you have to ask them one at a time.
each individual.
You have to start at the top and ask each one.
oh, okay. Commissioner Bell, how do you vote?
I'm a no.
Commissioner Haskell,
In favor. Aye.
Commissioner Lundvall,
No.
Commissioner Mai,
Aye.
pardon me,
Yes.
Commissioner Masterson,
No.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
So now you've got to vote.
Now you're the tiebreaker.
This, just so everybody knows, this bothered me that this exact thing was gonna happen to me.
The very last vote of the day, you get to.
And honestly, I've been torn. I had a chat with the department person and I was totally in favor of limiting the rifles and everything for this. And then after I started thinking about the state of Wyoming and what were wide open spaces, I'm comparing us. I hate to go on, but this is how I feel. We can't compare us to the little 40-acre spots with people thinking they're in a big wide open area turkey hunting. I've personally have never shot a turkey with anything but a rifle. Pardon me? Yeah. National forest, private, all over the place. It kind of torques me off that you stuck me in this predicament.
No matter what, right?
You're not going to get fired. Yeah. That was a good try though.
So I'm gonna have to go with the department's recommendation on this one.
So you're voting.
No vote.
That'd be a no vote.
Okay. Yeah.
Amendment failed, and now we have the amendment, and we have actual chapters on the table.
The amendment failed. Now we have to, I need a motion. We still need a motion on.
Back on the original motion, chapter.
Okay, so we just need to vote.
That's presented.
So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
President Jolovich, members of the commission, if I may, that concludes our season setting presentation for 2026. I guess I would just like to extend a really sincere thank you to the commission first and foremost. Also to all the people that took the time out of their day to come and address the commission. There's certainly a lot of passion out there in Wyoming on behalf of those sportsmen and women. And then a really heartfelt and sincere thanks to the men and women of the Game and Fish Department, in particular the Wildlife Division, that spend a lot of time and invest an awful lot into formulating these season recommendations. And this is the culmination of their hard efforts, and it's sincerely appreciated.
Thank you. Good.
I do have one more public. Cy, are you still here?
Of course, Mr. Gilliland would be the last speaker.
Final word.
Hello, Cy.
You knew I couldn't be quiet all day.
I was wondering.
Waiting all day.
President Jolovich, commissioners, Director Bruce, she's absent. I wanted to speak at the end of today about the 3-year season setting cycle that you guys are considering. And after last year's season setting meeting, I had the good fortune of being asked to talk to Director or Deputy Brimmeyer about some possible ideas on how to make this process go smoother. As you could probably tell, I've probably am a veteran of more season setting commission meetings than probably anybody in this room. And I've had some observations over the years of attending these things, and I wanted to share those with you. So as I've noticed over the years, new commissioners, this is probably the hardest meeting, the hardest thing to get ready for. And I've watched this countless times. And new commissioners generally come to their first or second commission season setting meeting just basically starstruck, and it's overwhelming with what you guys are presented with the exception of Commissioner Bell, who had the good fortune of serving on the task force. So he was very well versed. When he had his first season setting meeting, he hit it with the ground running. And Commissioner Haskell, who comes from the outfitting industry, and of course the outfitting industry, as you can tell, we are very well versed in this process because it's a matter of survival. So I would like to tell you that the majority of the industry is very, very much in favor of the 3-year cycle. It was my suggestion to Deputy Brimmeyer last year after the giant issues that erupted at last year's season setting meeting. And I sat down at his house and I said, we have to go to a 3-year cycle. There's just too many reasons for it. And number one, it gives a chance for a new commissioner to get settled in. And if you think about it, in a 6-year term, that means you're only going to attend 2 season setting meetings as a commissioner instead of 6. And I think that's a huge advantage, but it's even bigger than that. One of the things that I've watched the department stress with for years is they hurry, they rush, they get their surveys in, they get their harvest, all that sort of stuff. And they're holding their meetings in March, and then we're rushing them to April to a season setting meeting, which is a big deal. And so I'm totally in favor of the 3-year cycle, but I want to add a couple nuances. I want to throw a couple things for you to think about as we go down this road. So if we come here next year in 2027 and we set the 27, 28, and 29 seasons, it's actually going to be really challenging because you're going to be asked to set 3 years of season cycle in that same amount of short time crunch. I think we can get through it, and I know the department is ready for that. But I would ask you, when you look at the 30, 31, and 32 seasons, that you actually set those in 29. And you do that from that point on. So in 29, you would review everything you want to review. You have time. And then when you have in one of these issues like we had in Area 7 last year, and what we've have with mule deer, maybe you set it back. You say, you know what? There was a lot more dialogue here than we anticipated. We're not quite ready to make this decision. It's going to be in place for 3 years. It's going to affect a lot of people. So you can maybe set that back to another meeting in the 29 year to finish it. And so I think it has a whole bunch of positives to it. I think it's going to solve a lot of your problems, and I think you're going to make better decisions. And I don't mean to say that you don't make good decisions. I just watch the angst that goes on up here, and the twisting with pulling this thread, and it does this and it does that. And those of us who are involved and watched this, we could see that was going to happen as soon as that started. It's like, well, here we go. And there's just so many angles to it. So I'm really in favor of the 3-year cycle. But I'd really ask, when you set 30, 31, 32, that you do it in 29. And I think you're going to get a much better product when you do that. So there's a lot of positives to it. But there's another one that you may not even have thought of. So there's a lot of complaints from non-resident sportsmen that have to apply for their elk license in January, and they don't find out what their draw results are till May. Well, it's primarily the DIYs that complain about it, and it's a legit complaint. Our clients don't complain about it because we explain to them why that is. So we used to have a draw in February. Our non-resident clients knew if they drew their elk license around February 20th. And we can go back to that. If you go to this 3-year cycle to where you set the 30, 31, 32s, and 29, you'll already know what the quotas are for the 30, 31, 32. You can keep your January season deadline, which we all are in support of. The entire outfitting industry is in support of that. And you can make your consumer happy because he's going to know his draw results at the end of February because you don't have to wait to set the seasons. So I see nothing but positives about this whole process with the exception of one species, and that's the pronghorn. They are an incredibly fragile species. You saw today that was your biggest movement in licenses going up. It's always the least controversial, and for a number of reasons. And one of them is the fact that it's a statewide limited quota system, which is the Cadillac of management systems, but that's a whole nother subject. So I would ask that you consider not setting pronghorn seasons for a 3-year cycle for 2 reasons. Yes, you do have the opportunity, I know you'd all do it. If we had an emergency year, you could come back in and drop quotas. But I guarantee you, you're never going to increase quotas for opportunity. If you set those as a 3-year cycle, we had over 1,000 more licenses issued this year for opportunity for hunters. And it's a fragile species. They're affected by winter more than anything else. They reproduce really fast. They're affected heavily by EHD. I would ask that you hold back and you set the pronghorn seasons on an annual basis so that you give your consumer more chances at opportunity, but it's also going to be the most likely species you're going to have to come in and make an emergency reg anyway because of a hard winter. And that's just the reality of the species. So I will stand for any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity and for waiting to have my moment today. So anybody have anything they'd like to ask?
I don't really have any asks, but just to express my gratitude to you for, one, waiting, but also bringing your wealth of experience and knowledge, to this because you mentioned some things to me that made me think about things that I hadn't thought about or maybe think about them in a different way. So thank you for that. And I'm glad that you and many others like you are engaged in the process and passionate about it and bring your experience. So thanks.
Thank you. That's the advantage of being old, I guess. Thanks, Si. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Si.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
No, Mr. President, when we break up, I got 2 things for you. One for Deputy Will Tanger, if that's okay.
Yep, I've been waiting for that.
So Deputy Will Tanger, I've been contacted by a landowner not far outside Medicine Bow who raised an issue about antler hunting in the spring. Shed hunting in the spring. And he was convinced that this year, and it may have had more to do with the winter that we had or didn't have than the corner crossing situation. But once corner crossing was decided in the courts, he's convinced that there was a rush of out-of-state people that came early. Right now, just to clarify where I'm at, right now under statute, the commission is authorized, the department is authorized to set a season for antler hunting anywhere west of I-25 and where it turns into I-90. But where we are right now, that we have a season and it's everything. I'm probably going to get the roads wrong, but it's south of Highway 30, I think, coming from Laramie, and then kind of swings up toward Lander and to the west. And my understanding was that was to protect elk on the feed grounds and elk on wintering ranges in western Wyoming. So his contention is that season, that designation of that line has pushed a whole bunch of people that now see the state as having a lot of checkerboard access due to the corner crossing rulings to hit the remaining part of the state. And he is contending, and I think he's probably right, that is putting a lot of pressure on elk and deer populations at those critical parts of the winter, late winter or whatnot, where we're trying to give those animals a break. So with that long-winded statement, what I would like to request is that the department take a look at what it would take to go to the full extent, to extend that antler hunting area to the full extent over to I-25, because I think this would cover the majority of any other problem areas we would have in time for January 1st of next year. So whatever rulemaking or whatever processes we would have to do to enact that, I would ask if you guys could explore that for us.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner Jolovich, or President Jolovich, Commissioner Mai. I'll let Chief Smith maybe talk through any points that he wants to make, but we can definitely come back with a proposal. But I'll let Chief Smith chime in.
Mr. President, Commissioner Mai, I guess I just need a little clarification up front. Would you like us to come back after doing some research and give you some options, or do you actually want us to put it in regulation and take it out? And the reason I ask that is if we put it in regulation and take it out, we looked at this a few years ago and had reasons why we didn't do it. I think we need to revisit those and see if those still apply. But I guess I might offer that we would be better to give a presentation to you, and then based on that presentation, you could give us direction as to whether or not to open that regulation and take it out for public comment.
Mr. President, that's exactly what I'm asking for, Dan. So thanks for the clarification. And it would be I assume it would the same rules that apply to the separate area now would just apply to the whole area. So May 1st start date, and the second part of that is non-residents have a later start date, that kind of thing. So if you could provide us with that analysis, I think that would be hugely helpful.
You bet. And I can just off the top of my head, and I haven't got into it real deep, and if I get out of line, Aaron will tell me if I'm outside the regulation, but I think all those dates and all that stuff is set by the commission and regulation. So you do have the authority to move that around. When we looked at this historically, for example, in the Cody region, where my experience is, there's a lot of public land there. And so as we were looking at limiting antler hunting, you could do every other activity. So you could coyote hunt, you could snowmobile, cross-country ski, you could do all that on the forest. But if you skied past an antler, you couldn't pick it up. Where it's worked really well in the western side of the state is there are human presence closures. And so not only is it a violation to be there at all, but if you pick up an antler, it's an additional violation. And so we had held off implementing that in the Cody region because we just felt like we were going to allow a lot of other activities, but you couldn't pick up an antler. And then if we did close areas to antler hunting, we were going to push them to other public lands where they could do that. It's already against the law. It's already a violation to go antler hunting on private land without the landowner's permission. And so in many of the regions, landowners can already control if that's where they're wintering wildlife. They can already control that. Checkerboard obviously creates a new issue there. And then the other places that we've tried to implement it is, are we affecting where wildlife are wintering? Are we actually pushing wildlife off and affecting their health? And in areas where that's not happening, we didn't want to create a rule that didn't affect wildlife. But I would like to go back and reevaluate that. It's been several years since we've done that. And then I can come back with a presentation for you probably July. I think that's the next meeting, right? And then if you wanted us to do a regulation, I think we could still turn that around and have it in effect by January 1st.
Thanks very much. The other thing I have, Mr. President, is not for the department necessarily, it's for you. I would ask for you to indulge a request for our June retreat meeting based on some presentations and some information that actually a few of us in here got at the Muley Fanatics meeting or banquet in Laramie a week or so ago, a week and a half ago. And I would request that at the June retreat that we would offer Kevin Monteith a couple of hours to come address the commission and give us a chance to hear about his research of all things.
Mr. President, one thing, a reminder, Eric, last year when we were talking about landowner licenses and the fact that people were putting in for areas where all the licenses were going to be taken, we talked about putting a column in here for how many landowner licenses, help me out, how many landowner licenses were issued in the previous year, so people would know, if they risked applying to a dead area. So I'm just reminding, we had talked about that and everybody was like, yay, sure, let's do that. So I'm just bringing it up because I know printing is imminent.
Understand. I'll just ask for one clarification and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that was all online. So whenever you go to apply online, a pop-up comes up and gives you a warning that it's a Highland or license allocated area. I don't know that we were ever putting it in the publication, but somebody. And it's also in the hunt planner online, but I don't think it was going to be published in a regulation.
Right, because that's printed after the
Yeah.
draw.
That works for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.